Прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее.
Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому придумали Smart Bin. Smart Bin – это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
Dear students and colleagues, my name is Aaron Chikanover and I am an Israeli physician and biologist working at the Faculty of Medicine of the Technion, which is Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa, Israel. I happen also to be a laureate of the 2004 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for discovering the ubiquitin-mediated proteolytic system. I intend to participate and to give a talk at the Central Asia Nobel Festival series of lectures, and I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. People like us who made important discoveries are human beings exactly like you are. We have 2 hands, 2 eyes, 2 legs. We are simple human beings, and if we could do it, you can do it as well. So all the best, and hope to meet you all in the upcoming festival of Nobel laureates in Kazakhstan. Take good care of yourself and stay safe.
Welcome to the Central Asia Nobel Fest in 2021. This is John Mather, Senior Project Scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope, working at NASA in Greenbelt, Maryland, the United States. I'm interested in the whole history of the universe from the Big Bang to now, how life became possible on our own little planet circling an ordinary star, how we can protect our planet, and how far we can go. I hope you will find the Nobel Fest a fascinating adventure.
Hi, I'm David Spergel. I won the Breakthrough Prize in 2018, and I'm excited about speaking at the Central Asia Nobel Fest on my work and others on cosmology. Over the past 20 years, we've learned that atoms, the stuff that makes up us, makes up only 5% of the universe. So I'll be telling the story of how we probe the dark matter, the dark energy, and look back to the beginnings of the universe and learn how structure and galaxies and everything else emerges. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Hello, I'm Christopher Haken, 2018 Breakthrough Prize winner. I'm very excited about the upcoming Central Asia Nobel Fest lecture series. I hope you'll join us.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч ушибановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University. Создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга. Увеличено количество услуг Smart Арсу. Проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Конышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жубанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Rankings и ECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жубанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жубанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жубанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Кока-кола Белестере», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную 304 тысячам долларов США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта Coca-Cola Белестере, их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант Coca-Cola Белестере?
Просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с Coca-Cola Белестере?
өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Coca-Cola грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта Coca-Cola Белестере?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект Coca-Cola Белестере стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе. Платформа «Бизнес Тим» в социальной сети Facebook – это инициатива экспертов проекта для объединения всех желающих женщин пройти онлайн-обучение основам бизнеса, найти наставников и единомышленников в целях создания и развития устойчивого малого бизнеса. Результаты проекта Coca-Cola Белестере в Казахстане приносят свои плоды и вносят вклад в экономическое и экологическое развитие сельских территорий страны. Проект содействует росту вклада женщин в комплексное развитие села и достижению целей устойчивого развития ООН до 2030 года.
Наука всегда проливала свет на самые невероятные загадки и открытия. В мире, где ускоряются промышленные революции, знания – это главный компонент развития. Несомненно, пандемия это подчеркнула. Только страны, обладающие высоким научно-техническим потенциалом, смогут быстро возобновить рост и оставаться в авангарде развития. Пандемия стала ключевым изменением в мире. Мы просыпаемся и засыпаем с этой новостью. Изменяются абсолютно все процессы нашей жизнедеятельности. Трансформируется не просто работа университетов, но и их призвание. Какими они должны стать в современном мире? Как построить инновационную атмосферу? И как университетам находиться в авангарде развития? Мы видим несколько ключевых элементов того, как создать инновационную экосистему в университетах. И на этом я бы хотел сконцентрироваться. Первое – это атмосфера свободы. Университеты являются ретрансляторами науки, а наука не имеет границ. Вузы должны создавать атмосферу свободы и среду для роста инноваций. Прежде всего, необходимо обеспечить абсолютную инклюзию и отказаться от любых барьеров и догм, которые могут ограничивать студентов в творческом процессе. Университет должен стать вторым домом для студентов, где они будут чувствовать себя комфортно. Свобода мысли, свобода слова, свобода исследований должны поощряться. Даже самые нелепые исследования могут привести к выдающимся открытиям. Это должно стать философией современного университета, который дает студентам свободу мыслей и знаний. Второе – это атмосфера инноваций. Необходимо давать студентам беспрепятственный доступ к различным ресурсам и пространствам внутри университета. К примеру, при многих зарубежных вузах действуют специальные инновационные гаражи. Их могут бесплатно и без препятствий арендовать студенты для воплощения своих проектов и идей. Доступ должны иметь даже те, кто уже закончил университет, или те, кто даже не учился в нем. Нужна постоянная связь между альма-матер и человеком, чтобы эта связь была длиной в жизнь. Третье – нетворкинг. Как известно, нетворкинг очень важный элемент для процесса создания инноваций и открытий. Все открытия так или иначе делаются благодаря другим открытиям или исследованиям. В Взаимодействие с профессионалами своей сферы помогает взглянуть на свой проект под другим углом. И наука, и образование стремятся все больше использовать междисциплинарный подход. Общение с другими профессионалами является наиболее эффективным способом интеграции различных дисциплин и подходов. Именно инклюзивные пространства создают благоприятные условия для нетворкинга. К примеру, если университет открывает инновационный хаб, куда доступ разрешен другим исследователям, изобретателям и экспертам, тогда создаются дополнительные возможности для нетворкинга их студентов и выпускников. Четвертое – это устойчивые комьюнити. Университетам необходимо поддерживать связь со своими выпускниками. Необходимо мотивировать студентов вступать и быть активными членами студенческих комьюнити, проводить ежегодные встречи, давать преимущества, такие как бесплатный доступ на кампус, коворкингам, пользоваться инфраструктурой, открывать стартапы в стенах университетов, проводить время в библиотеках, приходить в университетский спортзал, предоставлять скидки на дальнейшее обучение, скидки на обучение родственников и даже детей. Только так будет расти связь студентов с их альма-матер. Это будет важный шаг к созданию эндаумента в Казахстане. Пятое – это soft skills. Для эффективной кооперации и нетворкинга молодежи необходимы мягкие навыки. Многие студенты и выпускники не умеют правильно выстраивать отношения на работе и во взрослой жизни. Необходимо в программу университета ввести обучение soft skills. Нужны предметы, которые будут мотивировать студентов показывать свою точку зрения, развивать критическое мышление, поощрять процесс принятия решений и обсуждения важных жизненных ситуаций. Шестое – это обратная связь со студентами. Сегодня многие крупные компании уже исключили диплом о высшем образовании из обязательных требований. Этот процесс будет расширяться и увеличиваться. Представляете, сегодня нет многих специальностей, но уже существуют профессии с высокой оплатой труда, где нет необходимости диплома. Нужна обратная связь со студентами. Какие предметы они хотят изучать, что они хотят получить от университета, что хотят внедрить в образовательный процесс. Студент – это целевая аудитория, и его мнение имеет основополагающее значение. Седьмое – это связь академии и бизнеса. Не просто бизнес должен повернуться к университету, но и университет со своими знаниями должен развернуться к бизнесу. Университеты должны не просто нанимать представителей бизнеса, а создавать специальную программу, которая позволит профессорам взаимодействовать с бизнесом и консультировать их по важным вопросам. Академия должна понимать и знать бизнес-процессы, потому что она учит студентов работать так. И последнее. Обмен знаниями с ведущими исследователями мира. Конечно, несомненно важным становится то, как университеты могут привлекать ведущих международных экспертов и профессоров преподавать для студентов. Это повышает уровень как в глазах у студентов, так и в глазах профессоров и в международных рейтингах. Наш фонд инклюзивного развития поставил себе цель создать в регионе новую базу знаний благодаря привлечению ведущих ученых и проведению масштабных нобелевских фестивалей по всему Казахстану и региону Центральной Азии и Кавказ. Так, первый Нобелевский фестиваль, который прошел 1-4 октября 2020 года, собрал более 10 тысяч зрителей, 125 университетов, 7 лауреатов Нобелевской премии, 3 лауреата премии за прорыв и многих других именитых ученых. Нобелевские фестивали станут постоянным и главным научным событием региона. Кроме того, мы планируем серию научных дней в университетах Казахстана по различным дисциплинам, где лауреаты Нобелевской премии и мировые ученые смогут преподавать в университетах страны. Мы приглашаем все университеты к такому инновационному сотрудничеству и коллаборации. Спасибо за ваше внимание и желаю всем множества новых идей и коллабораций.
Что такое энергия? Я думаю, что это знание, которое двигает нас к прогрессу. 4 года назад вышел первый номер журнала «Ойла». Никто не верил, что печатный, да к тому же и научный журнал сможет стать популярным у детей. И это в эпоху Ютуба. Помню, как в самом начале отправляли наш журнал бесплатно в школу. А сегодня «Ойла» — это научно-популярный журнал, который издается в 11 странах мира на 5 языках. Это журнал на казахском языке, а это на немецком, корейском языке и, конечно же, на английском.
Почему формат нашего журнала так востребован? Я верю, что каждый ребенок хочет стать ученым, изобретателем, успешным человеком. Нужно лишь дать правильный импульс. Наш журнал помогает полюбить науку, раздвинуть границы и развить глубину мышления. Мы рассказываем о принципах устройства Вселенной и о задачах, от которых бились лучшие умы человечества.
Наш журнал читают более 20 тысяч детей в Казахстане. Мы отправляем журнал даже в самые отдаленные регионы страны. У нас есть юный читатель в Ауле-Жумыскер, Ветраловской области. Доставка к нему обходится даже дороже стоимости самого журнала. Но мы просто не можем оставить этого ребенка без новых знаний. А еще Ойла помогает учителям интересно вести урок. Все это дает нам энергию создавать наш журнал.
Сегодня Ойла — это не только журнал, но и школа наук для детей.
Мы ведем увлекательные курсы по физике, химии, биологии и математике, которые не похожи на школьные предметы. Наши курсы прошли более 700 детей.
Энергия знаний бесконечна, но распространять ее можно только благодаря единомышленникам. Мы рады, что наш журнал нашел поддержку многих людей. Мы — команда журнала «Ойла», и мы хотим, чтобы наши дети умели думать.
Из года в год вы переживаете высокие риски потери урожая, пытаясь восполнить их огромными затратами на ресурсы. Онлайн-платформа ЕГЭ-Стык – это отечественный продукт, отличающийся простотой в использовании. После регистрации вам нужно загрузить кадастровый номер участка. Далее программа подбирает необходимый анализ, используя открытые данные со спутников, которые находятся в свободном доступе. Полученная карта участка выделяется слоями, где вы можете проверить необходимую информацию о вашем хозяйстве. Соответственно, вы сможете объективно оценить, как работают агрономы, а также минимизировать ваши риски. По нашим снимкам вы можете увидеть, где всход хороший, а где не произошел вообще. Эти участки вы можете засеять заново, чтобы земля не простаивала, либо вовремя внести удобрения, чтобы повысить урожайность вашей земли. Наш сервис позаботится о вашем хозяйстве.
Dear students and colleagues, welcome to the Nobel Fest 2021. My name is Donna Strickland, and I'm an optical physicist and pioneer in the field of pulse lasers. I'm a Nobel Prize winner in Physics 2018 for developing chirped pulse amplification, and currently a professor at the University of Waterloo in Ontario, Canada. I intend to participate and give a talk in the Central Asia Nobel Festival's series of lectures with Nobel Prize laureates and distinguished scientists. And I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. Great ideas can come to anyone, at any time, anywhere. You want to be ready so you can make the most of that idea. I hope to meet you all at the upcoming Nobel Fest and lecture series with Nobel Prize laureates in Kazakhstan. Nobel Fest.
Hi,
this is Lyman Page from the Department of Physics at Princeton University. With colleagues, I won the 2018 Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics for research on cosmology. I hope you can join us for the Central Asia Nobel Fest lecture series, where we can tell you more about what it is that we do. Look forward to seeing you there. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Students, my name is Takaaki Kajita. I'm an experimental physicist studying neutrino physics at the Institute for Cosmic Research of the University of Tokyo. I'm glad to speak to you in the second Central Asia Nobel Fest 2021 in Kazakhstan. Through my lecture, I'd like to share my research experiences with you. I hope you could learn something from my lecture and show more interest in science and scientific researches. I'm looking forward to meeting you online.
Dear students and colleagues, my name is Aaron Chikanover, and I am an Israeli physician and biologist working at the Faculty of Medicine of the Technion, which is Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa, Israel. I happen also to be a laureate of the 2004 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for discovering the ubiquitin-mediated proteolytic system. I intend to participate and to give a talk at the Central Asia Nobel Festival series of lectures, and I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. People like us who made important discoveries are human beings exactly like you are. We have 2 hands, 2 eyes, 2 legs. We are simple human beings. And if we could do it, you can do it as well. So all the best, and hope to meet you all in the upcoming Festival of Nobel Laureates in Kazakhstan. Take good care of yourself and stay safe.
Welcome to the Central Asia Nobel Fest in 2021. This is John Mather, Senior Project Scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope, working at NASA in Greenbelt, Maryland, the United States. I'm interested in the whole history of the universe from the Big Bang to now, how life became possible on our own little planet circling an ordinary star, how we can protect our planet, and how far we can go. I hope you will find the Nobel Fest a fascinating adventure.
Hi, I'm David Spergel. I won the Breakthrough Prize in 2018, and I'm excited about speaking at the Central Asia Nobel Fest on my work and others on cosmology. Over the past 20 years, we've learned that atoms, the stuff that makes up us, makes up only 5% of the universe. So I'll be telling the story of how we probe the dark matter, the dark energy, and look back to the beginnings of the universe and learn how structure and galaxies and everything else emerges. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Армандар алға жетелегенде. Білім жетістікке ұласқанда. Шабыттар бірге шыңдалғанда. Биік белестерге қадам басқанда. Ұмытылмас сәттерде өз арманыңды басқара біл. Әуезов University.
Все, что нас окружает, города, дома, заводы, все это результат человеческой мысли. Все от страницы рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов University подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жбанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей. Университет Жбанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жбанов University – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
Добрый день, Центральная Азия,
Good afternoon, Central Asia, Caucasus, and entire world. And I'm Gripova. Would like to welcome you 22,000 viewers to the second Nobel Festival. And today the topic is of education, its development with the world experts in education, to discuss the future of the schools and how the system of education can change. Today with us, we have Artur Van Diesel, John Coles, Eric Lohr, Diana Tsoi, and our honorable guest, Robert Jenkins.
Hello, everybody, and a very, very warm welcome indeed, both to everybody here in the studio and also all of you who are online and listening in. I gather it's quite a large crowd listening to this, and I think it's excellent that we have this technology at our disposal to be able to do an event like this with so many people at the same time during this difficult time of the pandemic. So fantastic work from Nobel Fest to host this session, which is basically looking at what the key challenges are for the schools of the future, what children should learn today for a successful tomorrow. And we are going to hear some very interesting interventions and views from both the panelists here with me in the studio, as well as those panelists who are online. Just to introduce the panelists to you, we're going to hear from Robert Jenkins, who's actually also going to share a video introduction with us. Robert Jenkins joined UNICEF in 1995 and has over 20 years of experience in international development and humanitarian programming. He has worked in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, and many, many other places too. He's got a huge experience, and basically his background is very much with that international engagement. We're also going to hear from Arthur Van Diesel, who is with me here in the studio. Arthur is UNICEF rep in Kazakhstan. He's been here, I believe, since 2019. He previously served with UNICEF as regional social policy advisor in the Middle East and North Africa. He too has worked in many places around the world, including, I think, more recently in Tajikistan, but he has also worked in Africa, South and Central Asia, the Middle East, and he has over 25 years of experience in social policy, applied social research, monitoring and evaluation, and program management. Also with me in the studio is John Coles, who is headmaster at Halibury Astana. I believe he was also previously Halibury Almaty, and his focus is offering a world of opportunity to talented young people who wish to embrace the challenge of pursuing academic excellence. His role combines the passion for changing the future of education for the better, and I think a very important topic, safeguarding children and youth. Online with us, so we have some panelists who are online. We have Derek Wenmouth, who I believe is currently in New Zealand, so is joining us from the southern winter. Derek has a passion for e-learning and combining teaching and learning. He's the director of e-learning, and he has a fascination for the use of technology in education. Derek is a consultant and works a lot with policymakers and government agencies looking at New Zealand education policy and practice. We also have Anna Tsoi, who is a project lead for online edutainment for high school students. It's called Alpha Rabius. She has a PhD in renewable resources and has an environmental consultancy background. As the leader of Alpha Rabius, her mission is to raise the potential of human capital amongst Kazakh students. And in that, they are also putting together a database of employers. I think that's it. So I've introduced all the panelists to you. I hope I haven't missed anyone. So let's now go over to the video, which Robert Jenkins will share with us for his address.
Amidst a global learning crisis, which began before the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, an estimated 825 million children will not reach adulthood with the secondary level skills that they need for work and life, and over 250 million children were out of school. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated this learning crisis. 1.6 billion children have had their education disrupted, and over 800 million students still face these disruptions. Though the pandemic has disrupted learning on a scale never seen before, we now have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine education and leapfrog into the future by placing technology, innovation, and digital learning at the heart of education for all children. At UNICEF, we want to put digital learning opportunities in the hands of every child and every young person. We've set an ambitious target to provide digital learning solutions to 3.5 billion children globally by 2030. The digital learning we envision will be part of a basic basket of essential services and will revolutionize learning and skill development with equity. This means a world-class education that is child-centered and skill-based so that every child, no matter who they are or where they are, has the opportunity to develop foundational, transferable, digital, entrepreneurial, and job-specific skills they need for the future. Now is the time to work together and to build on the progress of the last decade. We must invest in education so our children are ready for school at the age of 5, ready to succeed at school at the age of 10, and ready for the transition to work. We have developed a global learning digital toolkit of world-class digital learning solutions that can be tailored to each country's individual context with the help of a wide range of actors and support. This is not a moonshot. We know it can be done. Many countries are already laying the groundwork by testing innovations at local, national, and regional level. Now it's up to all of us to work together to drive change at speed and scale. Governments lead the process and are supported with resources, expertise, and innovation from our diverse network of partners, including both the private and public sectors. Join us and our partners, including mobile network operators, content providers, device manufacturers, and innovative solution providers to connect every child and every young person to digital learning under UNICEF's Reimagine Education initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very clear message from Jenkins. That's excellent. So just before we start the panel discussion, let me just introduce myself. My name is Eric Laurie. I'm director of the British Council in Kazakhstan, and our remit is to basically add an international dimension to learning and teaching. We basically believe that internationalizing education opens minds to a broader range of views and perspectives. And I firmly believe that when students hear, feel, and touch a diverse range of views and opinions, they will be better thinkers, better leaders, better informed, and more able to challenge convincingly. I think also some of the British Council quite firmly believes in is that ideas need to aerate rather than be boxed in and insular. It's better to make an idea, a program, a curriculum, a syllabus, an education goal which can stand up to challenge rather than fall down at the first hurdle. So let's start now with the questions, and it is for the panelists to answer them as and when they wish. There's no particular order to this. It's just that if you feel the urge to answer the question, please do so. So the first question is this: how can schools prepare children for jobs that don't exist yet? Who would like to go first?
I'll go first on that one. I think the key thing is you've got to prepare them to be creative solution solvers. So actually you're giving them a toolkit, because if you think about when we were at school, we learned certain subjects, and here we are now, we're having a conference or a telecom call where many of our audience are not physically present. We've got speakers from New Zealand joining us. All this technology didn't exist, and yet we've had to learn that. And those children who are going to go on to skills we don't even know what they've got, or subject knowledge, has got to be able to look and evaluate. So it's all about skill setting. It's not teaching them rote learning, which I think used to be very traditional. You had to learn dates and figures and facts. It's about providing them the skills to take in new information. The teacher acts as a guide, and they then put them together and work through different solutions. And that's, I think, how modern education needs to change. Just because we don't know what they're going to need.
Arthur, I think you wanted to come in there.
Yes, I'd love to add some thoughts to what John just has said, and I fully agree with him. First of all, the world is changing so rapidly. We have so much technological change, and change on all levels, really, that indeed we don't know the future that the children of today are going to face. And that is true for the labor market, the jobs they're going to do in the future, but it's also true for their role as citizens, their role as parents, their role as members of the society that we will build together. So what are the kind of skills that we need to equip young children and young adults with today? John already started opening that subject. At UNICEF, we see 4 categories of skills that are absolutely critical. First, of course, the old basics stay important, the foundational skills. So here we're talking about reading, writing, arithmetic. These absolutely stay fundamental. We're adding to that digital skills. So your ability to find information, your ability to discern what is right information and what may be myths or rumors. Your ability also to collaborate, to create online. All these skills are new digital skills. So that's the second category. Third category, and of course this is also something that the education system has worked on already, is that of job-specific skills. So here we're talking vocational and technical skills. But the fourth category, and I think that's the category that John was referring to already, is what we would call transferable skills, or some people call them life skills, or they've also been called 21st century skills. So here we're talking about your ability to solve problems, your ability to collaborate, your skills when it comes to managing your emotions, managing your relations with others, empathy. All these things are absolutely critical now. And actually, when we talk to employers in Kazakhstan, this is a refrain we're hearing from them. When young adults come into the labor force, essentially we have to re-educate them, because that area, that whole area of transferable skills is what is lacking, essentially. Now, that needs a lot of attention, but also the basics should not be forgotten. If you look at the foundational skills, actually, Kazakhstan is not doing as well as it should. Famously, a little while ago, the World Bank actually put out some information that indicated that 60% of young learners in Kazakhstan are functionally illiterate. Yes, they can read and write. Yes, they can maybe list the capitals of the world or cite important dates in the history of the country, but applying these basic skills to day-to-day life is a whole different challenge. So we need to strengthen the foundational skills, but also add those areas of digital skills and, importantly, transferable skills to the mix as well.
Thank you very much, Arthur. So we've heard from John and Arthur here in the studio. I can't see if our panelists online are signaling if they want to make a comment. Yes, Derek, please.
Look, thanks, Eric. I'll add really in support of what's been said, but probably to give real emphasis to that combination of the foundational skills and the transferable skills. And just to highlight, in New Zealand for almost 20 years now, we've had a curriculum that has placed at the front of the curriculum 5 competencies, which are those transferable skills. We have thinking, the ability to relate to others, using language, symbols, text, managing self, and participating and contributing are the headings for that. But just really want to reinforce that the rationale for that has come through the same sort of thing that was raised by Arthur just then, the response from employers and people who deal with their students when they're leaving school to say, look, a lot of the stuff that you have been doing, which you believe is preparing them with skills for work, just isn't necessary because we're having to retrain them anyway. The workplace is changing so quickly that actually the workplace is the most appropriate place to learn those skills for work. But what we aren't getting are the people who can manage themselves, who turn up on time, who know how to cope with pressure and crises, who can collaborate with others, because most of what we do is in teams and that sort of thing. So really strong proponent to support that idea of those transferable skills.
Thank you very much. And I think an absolute endorsement of what we've just heard here in the studio as well. Diana, do you want to come in on anything there?
Yep. Thank you for those like marvelous comments. From my side, like as I work for Astana International Financial Center, and this educational project is funded by this financial center. Why we do this? Because we also believe that employers themselves should step in to the educational market and offer the solutions to the young generation. Because I absolutely agree with Arthur that this transferable skills, the applicability of the knowledge young generation gets in the educational institution is of the essence. And that's why us as a representative of the employers of business, we come in and we unite the network of business professionals we have within AFC, and we create, that's why we call it edutainment content. We create a content which will show in entertainment way to high school students of how the knowledge which they get at schools and units can be applied in real life, and why is it important not to take many knowledge at face value, but be able to adapt and continuously develop throughout their lives.
Thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. I'm now actually going to move on to another question, which is around teachers and the role of teachers for the future. So my question to the panelists is, how will the role of teachers change, if at all, in the next decade or more?
Can I go first on that one? I mean, being a current teacher, that's one thing I've always been teaching, and I've been teaching now for 24 years. I know how the role of teaching has changed already. When I started teaching, the teacher was the fountain of knowledge. If a pupil had a question, probably the only person in the room who knew the answer was going to be the teacher. Now, in a modern day classroom, many students, and I appreciate not every student, will have access to a device which has the world's greatest encyclopedia. So rather than a teacher just being a giver of knowledge, you have to be a guide. So yes, the teacher obviously has the academic background and you must know your subject area, but it's more about getting them to understand the data sources they're looking at and how to interpret it. And that, I believe, is the role of a modern day teacher. They can all find out facts and figures like that. You as a teacher are, okay, but is it right? How do you process it? So it's more of a guidance rather than a fact giver.
Great, thank you, thank you. Please, Arthur.
Adding to what John has said, I totally agree. Teacher should be a guide, a facilitator almost. And we have a chance to actually fundamentally rethink the education model, right? And that's what my colleague and good friend Robert Jenkins referred to in the video. We need to reimagine education because it is possible and because it is necessary. So we need to move away from that 20th century model where learning consisted of putting children in a room, putting a teacher in front of them, keeping there for a number of hours a day, and having a very unidirectional, teacher-centered approach to learning. What we want to see is an approach that is much more centered on the learner. The learner with all their abilities and challenges as well, to have a much more individualized approach to learning, and also to make that learning process lifelong, because that's also what the world of today requires of us. I think that's going to be the answer to the future of education. It needs to also be a system that recognizes multiple pathways to learning. So there isn't one way of learning. And actually, the COVID crisis and the rapid transition we had to make to remote education will prompt us, I think, to rethink. It would be a mistake, I think, to think that one day COVID will be over and all children will return to school and education will be as it was before. We should actually accept that blended learning through multiple pathways, is actually a gift and an opportunity to reimagine the education system and making it much more learner-centered, making it much more diverse and much more inclusive as well, because there are certain children who face particular challenges on their education journey. This approach actually makes it much easier to cater for these individual needs of individual children.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Can I come to our two panelists online? Anything from Derek or Diana you want to share? Diana, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to add a short comment of the importance of mentorship. Within my experience, Kazakhstan children who are receiving additional mentorship from like extra mentorship from business professionals are showing like tremendous results. Like under my personal lead, high school girls within the one international project got international recognition in the competitions and further development. So what I think that teachers at schools are also should be supplemented, or some additional mentorship should be provided in line with them.
Thank you very much, Diana. And Derek, can I come to you?
Yeah, 2 points that stand out for me. I think one is defining the role of teacher. When we use words like facilitator or mentor or guide, all of which are very valid terms, we have to be mindful that we're not simply substituting those for that unidirectional thing that you talked about for teacher, that there's a delivery here and that we're targeting the individual. So I think there's some subtlety in what we mean by those words. I like to use the concept of the teacher has become and needs to become the experienced learner. In other words, they are immersed in this as well as learners. They have to be open and developing those same transferable skills that we're talking about for students. The thing about the teacher is that they have a lot more experience in most areas than the people are talking about. And so that experience is what they bring to the fore in the design of the learning, and the times that they see it right to pass on knowledge, the times when they see it as right to stand back and allow the students to develop those skills. Second point I just want to really quickly make is around the idea of digital skills. We've talked a little bit about, as a panel, or heard that digital skills mean about being able to create and share and understand content, to be able to access it and determine whether it's true. But actually, those are the fundamental things, I think. But I think there's a whole world of digital literacy beyond simply that level, which is actually takes us off in the direction of understanding deeply how the technology works and becoming equipped and able to work with the technology in ways that we might have thought about a mechanic works with the car. So the emphasis on developing digital skills to do with coding and so forth becomes, I think, not just an option, but an important part to understand how it is that the technology we are engaging with is working and influencing our lives, which then impacts the other part of that is there's a huge demand and need for understanding both the positive and negative influences and forces of technology in society, everything from how it's impacting our physical and mental well-being through to the way that it's impacting on the way that we form relationships and puts our personal safety at risk at times as well. So it's a pretty broad area that I'd want to make sure is mentioned here.
Thank you very much for that, Derek. So I'm going to just swap it around a little bit. I'm going to now, for my next question, which is from the online audience. So I've got some live questions coming up here. And what I'll do is for this first question from the audience, if I could give it to Derek and Diana to answer, and then we'll come back into the studio. And I think this is a really good question. So it's quite long, but let me read it out. So this is online. Kazakhstan, like a lot of countries, suffers from brain drain, where talented students go abroad to study and work. What can we do to encourage these students to stay in Kazakhstan? Can I come over to perhaps Derek and Diana, please, for any comments?
Would you like to start, Diana?
Yep. I'll comment on what we are doing already, and probably my colleagues can comment on advice what we can improve. So our idea is to create the ecosystem where those talents can develop here in Kazakhstan. So that's why government invests into infrastructural projects, international investments are being attracted, and so the talented young professionals can join the teams and grow here. And also within AAFC particularly, we have lots of young professionals who came back from the US companies from Europe and join our team, because in here we operate on the basis of on international standards, so that they have enough challenging assignments and enough opportunities to grow as professionals. So I think the main thing is in Kazakh people themselves to create the sphere, the area where they can develop. And then pass the word to Derek of how.
I think you've captured the thought there about creating the ecosystem that makes it desirable to live and stay and work in the country. So in New Zealand, we've got a reputation for being a very well-traveled people. It's like a rite of passage for New Zealanders to go off and do an overseas experience and come back here, hopefully. And we have experienced a brain drain from New Zealand, quite a significant one over the last decade or so. Interestingly, COVID came and many tens of thousands of people came back to New Zealand right at the start of that. And we're now talking about this huge talent that sits in the country. But I think when you just get down to the grassroots of things, the appeal of staying somewhere is the amount of support and like-minded people that you have. That's a part of the ecosystem. The quality of life, if you're particularly thinking about raising a family and so forth. So in New Zealand, it's appealing for people to be able to live here because it's close to the sea, there's skiing, there's all sorts of outdoor pursuits that you can do during the year. But one of the things that becomes critical in our experience is just simply thinking about, what am I going to be paid for this work? And New Zealand, being a small country with a limited amount of money in the pot to be able to pay people, is finding that that's one of the major reasons that people are just scooting overseas. Young people can earn 3, 4, 5, 6 times the amount of money that they would earn in New Zealand for doing a very similar job, and get the scope of support for developing their careers even further than they may here. So it is a problem for small countries to address. But I do believe that working virtually and understanding the power of that can at least salvage that for some people.
Thanks very much for that, Derek. And back here in the studio, John or Arthur, any views on brain drain and talent disappearing overseas?
Well, maybe a quick comment from my side. Kazakhstan, of course, has had a huge experiment in the form of the Bolashak program, which many of the viewers online will be very familiar with, essentially where young people are sponsored to do their tertiary education abroad, and then there is a requirement for them to come back to Kazakhstan and work a number of years in Kazakhstan. Now, that kind of incentive, that short-term incentive, the rule that you have to come back and work, in itself is not enough, because I think still many of these young people, when they've done their mandatory years back in Kazakhstan, they still go abroad. Many of them end up in international agencies. So really want to support what Diana said in terms of building, let's call it the ecosystem. And linking to what Derek said, really understanding of what it is people look for in terms of a fulfilling life, right? Because yes, it is about a salary, but it's also about quality health and education services for your children. It's also about entrepreneurial opportunities. So that approach to human development has to be a very comprehensive one, and it has to include all these different facets, opportunities for people to really realize themselves in that context. But also, let's not forget that the world is changing at such a rapid pace, and where you are matters less and less, right? So we're increasingly living in a digital world. So even if people move abroad, it is very easy for them to stay engaged at home as well. And I think working with the diaspora and ultimately encouraging people to re-engage in Kazakhstan is also an area that needs to be further explored.
Thank you very much for that, Arthur. And John, any?
Yeah, I think it's very similar in a way. I think, to go back to Diana's point, it's about the government and entrepreneurs actually providing the opportunities. And one which actually we're currently in a TV studio in the Expo building in Nur-Sultan, and very, very nearby to us is an organization called the Astana Hub. And if you are unaware of the Astana Hub, what it actually allows you to do is develop your entrepreneurial skills. And it's a bit like being modeled on Google and Apple. So we were visiting that a few weeks ago, and you have got entrepreneurs and they guide them. And a lot of new companies have come from this Astana Hub, and it's providing them with the infrastructure, the building space, the technology, the expertise. They're not telling people how to do this; they're just providing. Now, the other thing is obviously, why we have brain drain, and when we talk about brain drain, we could be talking about universities, students going at 18 to Kazakhstan, or going later for jobs. So I think twofold is one, and there's some very good universities in Kazakhstan, again, investing in education and in the universities, and then providing those very able graduates with the opportunities to come about and develop their own companies. And after going back to what you were saying, being located in a country now is so, well, almost irrelevant at times, because we know there are now global companies and entrepreneurs from Kazakhstan are setting up apps. And Derek, this goes back to your point, particularly with the Astana Hub regarding coding and app development. You don't have to be located in America now to write yourself a multi-billion-pound app. And that, therefore, provides the opportunity for the students of Kazakhstan to stay in Kazakhstan, where the culture is very important to them. I mean, the one thing I've noticed living in Kazakhstan for 3 years is the speed at which things change in Kazakhstan. The Kazakhstan pupils want change, and they want the opportunities. So if you can provide them with the various facilities, you don't have to train them. They are very able to learn themselves. And that's the key thing to stopping a brain drain.
Thank you very much for that. The next question from the online audience, I think, is a really interesting one. and it's about whether or not we can ensure education is a level playing field, i.e. Can students who are from perhaps lower income or lower ranked schools or lesser known universities, can they actually compete fairly with students who've come out of, you know, the top tier schools and the top-notch universities? So my question to all of you is, how can we encourage or make sure that there is a level playing field in education, where no matter what your background is or your income or where you're from, you can compete equally for jobs, for internships, and progress with your education. So who would like to go first? Derek, please.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment, because this is probably one of our #1 political issues in New Zealand at the moment. And I think there are two things come to my mind here. One is you have to have a fundamental belief that actually that equality of outcome is what you want, and then are prepared to be committed to. And this links to our earlier conversation about the jobs of the future, because our current economic models globally, the very premise of our economic model requires there to be a lot of people in our economy who are low wage people, who are the servants to the sorts of industries that support the wealthier people. And our education, to a large degree, for many years has reflected that. So if we really believe in and are committed to the idea of equality of outcomes, we have to then commit to equity in inputs. And we have to be prepared to say that for those people who are disadvantaged and who for various reasons don't have the same opportunity to be on a level playing field with others, that we as a society, as a government, as a community, are prepared to see more given to them to enable them to take advantage of those opportunities. I think there's a real tension there, and it's something that I think often gets ignored in the rhetoric here. And so our solutions only go sort of half pie, or they just put a band-aid on the problem. That would be how I see it.
Thank you very much, Derek. Over to you, Arthur.
Thanks so much. I'd like to add a thought to this. Now, when COVID-19 struck and we had to very rapidly go to remote education, at UNICEF, we became very concerned about the deepening of educational inequality. Because, of course, suddenly it became very important whether you were connected to the internet, whether you had sufficient devices to connect to the internet, whether your particular disability still made it possible to learn remotely in a meaningful manner. So I think that has highlighted some of the things that we absolutely need to fix at rapid speed. And gratefully, government of Kazakhstan is also very focused on this. So connectivity, one. In a country like Kazakhstan, it's not an easy challenge to provide connectivity throughout this huge territory. But it's something that has to be done. Every single student needs to be connected to the internet and needs to have the devices that enable them to go onto the internet. And then the digital content needs to be accessible and meaningful for all. So one of the actually both these priorities, UNICEF is working on very hard. We have a global project called GIGA, which is actually aiming to fix connectivity gaps throughout the world in close collaboration with governments and with the private sector. And what we're doing here specifically in Kazakhstan as well is to look at digital learning platforms and make sure that children with visual impairments, for example, are still able to access these platforms. So connectivity and inclusivity in the digital content that's being provided are two top priorities.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you. And any views, John?
Well, I mean, I was agreeing with Derek, actually. I mean, Derek said it's an issue in New Zealand, and actually within the United Kingdom, I think it's again an issue. And I don't know of any country in the world where this isn't being discussed. And talking about connectivity, that's certainly a very, very important thing. I think the other thing which you must also consider is the training you give to your teachers. I think in one positive, COVID has advanced the teaching education levels or digital literacy of many teachers, probably faster in a year than we would have seen over the last 10 years. It's forced teachers to actually learn how to give digital lessons. And again, whilst online learning is good, and there are advantages and disadvantages, I think that is a potential solution to allow students who might not have access to all the resources, the ability to actually learn and be taught by teachers who might not be able to, as in Kazakhstan, be in those remoter areas. So that is probably a positive of COVID.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Deanna, do you want to come in, or do you want me to ask the next question and you can be the first to answer it?
I'll just give the short comment. As I know, in like many countries, charities and foundations play an important role in having educational programs and making it more accessible for low-income families. And at IFC, we create a system which helps businesses to contribute to educational system through some special projects. So what I think Kazakhstan should further develop is to have those extensive CSR projects, so that not only UNICEF is contributing and caring about like connectivity access or education of like teachers all over in rural areas, but also businesses are investing within their CSR policies into that.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. I think we have time, hopefully, for another couple of questions. Very interesting one here, also from people watching online. There's a sense that children today are absolutely bombarded from all, just bombarded with information from everywhere, whether it's on social media, wherever. It's just information just being thrown at them from absolutely all directions. How can we help young people filter what's thrown at them? How can we make sure that young people are able to cope with information overload and the psychology of just constantly 24/7 being bombarded with information? Who would like to tackle that one? John.
Can I start with that one? I mean, that's something I remember I was talking to one of my students, and I said, how do you manage with all your different social medias and your channels? You have so many notifications coming in all the time. And I think children today, and when I say children, I mean teenagers and younger, have so much information. Talking about, going back to a question we had earlier, what is the role of the teacher? I think the role of the teacher, which never existed 20 years ago, is actually teaching children about mental well-being, and actually the ability to understand that if you become digitally addicted to all this information, you're going to have a problem. If you say to a child, and don't do that, they will do that. And we've seen in previous campaigns, particularly in the UK, which is actually related to various things, saying, don't do this, don't do that. They don't work. So what you have to do in schools is make the student aware. The students will make their own choices. And what's interesting is when you talk to the older students, 7 to 18, they actually realize they have got information overload, and actually they want to step away. And one thing we're trying is a digital detox. We're actually, and we were quite surprised, the number of 17, 18-year-olds who actually handed over their mobile device, and actually for the day, they did normal schooling, and they came back and they said to us, thank you, it was so nice not to be bombarded. They've gone through and they're probably a little bit more mature, whereas the younger ones, and then it comes on to we educating parents about the fact that if children are on devices late at night, they're not getting sleep. That's disrupting their brain pattern, that's disrupting their learning. So, and also, I think that's another aspect which schools never had to do or think about 20 years ago.
Digital detox, very interesting, John. I must talk to you further about that. Maybe we can do so after this discussion. Anyone else want to come in? Arthur, please.
Yeah, just a couple of additional thoughts. I think like with any technological advancement, we need to get used to how to deal with all the new things that are at our disposal. We at UNICEF are particularly worried, of course, about let's say the darker corners of that cyberspace, right? So there's a lot of risk of cyberbullying, for example. There's a new risks of online exploitation and abuse. What's really important is, I think, to equip children and young people with the skills to discern what is right and what is wrong, and to give them methods to actually also highlight when they feel uncomfortable and where to go for support. So that's incredibly important as well, I think.
Very valid points. Excellent. Thank you, Arthur. Deanna, were you about to say something? So I'll come to Derek. I've just seen his hand go up. Derek, please.
Thank you. Arthur kind of picked up the point I was going to make, because there are two parts to the question you asked initially. One is about the bombarding of information, and the other one is the safety issue. And I think there's an answer for both of them that I think John kind of alluded to, but it really is, we've got a problem with any attempt that we make or assumption that we make that we are in a position as a profession to assist here. And this is where we've got to understand ourselves as learners as well, because the work that I've done extensively through schools here in New Zealand and the US, one of the biggest issues is that the educators themselves feel that they don't understand this, that they are being bombarded, that they themselves don't have these skills. And so there is there's a growing need for an approach which takes into account the needs of both teachers and the students in deeply understanding and then developing the skills to engage critically and behaviors that enable themselves to be safe and stay in control, if you like. I love the detox, by the way. Fan of that sort of thing, John.
Good. So, John, we've got two people there who want to learn more about the detox, or at least to discuss it with you. Deanna, any views from you?
Well, my colleagues, I think, extensively covered everything. So
Okay,
I'll just
brilliant.
join the detox.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. I think we have a really excellent question here, and not necessarily that I completely 100% agree with it, but I think it's a very pertinent question. And the question is this. So I don't know if it's accurate or not, and I think it might be quite interesting to just hear from you as panelists how accurate you think it is. But there's a comment here that basically says that in Kazakhstan, the education system is the same as it was 100 years ago. No change. It's the same old syllabus. It's the same old format, the same old courses. It's the same old thing. And it cites Finland, for example, is transformative. Finland always looks to new ways of teaching, creating new courses, looking at teamwork, life skills, etc., etc. Any views on that comment? Anyone want to go first? Arthur, please.
I'll be the brave one and jump into that one first. I think it's a bit of an overstatement, of course, to say that nothing has changed in a century. But there is a grain of truth in the question, I think, and that's what we need to pay attention to. So are things changing at the pace they need to change? That's the question. And it also comes back again to this issue of inequalities within the education system. Kazakhstan, as I said before, is a really challenging place because we have very remote locations, people in very remote locations where you may have a school that only serves, let's say, 30, 40 pupils. How are you going to provide the same level of quality of education to those students as you do in one of the Nazarbayev intellectual schools, for example? So sorting out the inequalities, I think, is absolutely key. that we work very closely with the Ministry of Education. There is a lot of thinking going into how we can modernize together the system of education. So some credit needs to go to government for that. But I think inequality remains one of the biggest challenges. And the good thing is that with the digital means that we now have at our disposal, we can actually find ways to even out the quality throughout the system.
Thank you, Arthur. Anyone else want to have a go at that question? John, please.
I think, Arthur, I agree. I think there is a grain of truth, and what you said, I agree with. I think one of the pleasures I have is I get to work with directors within with local Kazakhstan schools, and that's not just in Nur-Sultan, that is across the whole country. And increasingly with digital technology, we are able to discuss and talk about things. And I think what I find most encouraging is that those directors of those schools want the best for their students and their children, and they recognize that we work together. It's not our education system, because no education system is perfect, and if anyone says that, they're just wrong. But they recognize there are areas they can learn from around the world, and they're willing to embrace that. Now, that's coming from, yes, the government are encouraging it, but if it's coming from the directors, you're getting down to the grassroots. And then obviously they can then spread that out to the teachers. So there is a willingness to adopt new technology and new methods in teaching. So that, I think, is encouraging for Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much. Diana, yes, I can see you want to come in, and Derek.
I'd like to comment on this and say that also we are being hopeful that COVID will have at least some positive consequences, and that will be in spreading the technology in the rural areas. I totally agree and support Arthur that there is a challenge of the huge territory of Kazakhstan, and that inequality between schools in Nur-Sultan, in the center of Nur-Sultan, and in some a small village far away in the, I don't know, north of Kazakhstan is huge. But I think that this blended education, technology, access to internet, to platforms, that'll be a key point to change being implemented all over the country.
Thank you very much, Diana. And Derek, I think you wanted to come in as well.
I do, thank you. Because I just want to add, I think Diana's put her finger on the pulse there. It's the future, the opportunity with the blended approach and the equity issues that Arthur raised. For me, whilst we say there's a grain of truth in the question, it's a pretty huge grain in my view. Because whilst we have a lot of innovative practices happening in our schools and different education systems around the world, you start to challenge the fundamental design of our schooling systems and question why it is that we constrain schooling to just 9 till 3. Or why we have timetables that block up things, why we have subjects, take all of human knowledge and still have these things called subjects, why we give teachers the responsibility for all of the tasks that they have to do, why we put students into groups based on age, and why we teach classes when we say that we're teaching an individual approach. These questions, when they are raised in international forums, are the ones that are posed where the biggest pushback. It's almost like those things have become the unchangeable parts of our system, and yet they're only part of human invention. At the end of the day, those are the things that actually shape what happens. So we might have wonderfully new computer or digital technology enhanced programs. We're trying to squeeze them into the same old structures of schools and schooling. It's the new wine and old wineskins problem.
Thank you very much, Derek, for sharing with us the large bit of grain that we have there. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Can I just check with the organisers if, because I think we're now on the hour, whether that's it or whether there's time for one more question? Time for one more question? Okay, so one final question then, and the question is on life skills or soft skills. How well is Kazakhstan doing in terms of getting students to embrace life skills and soft skills? Is it doing well or is it faltering? Who would like to go with that one?
Let me start.
Please.
Please, Diana, and then we'll come to Arthur.
Yep. So in my opinion, we are, like, again, the inequality in this area is huge. So we have the set of like Nazarbayev intellectual schools and private schools, which are like very, very good in it. But there is this, we kind of like go back to the previous question that not all schools are unfortunately covered yet in that. But what I think is possible to do is developing teachers, because it is easier to access bigger amount, like all students through the educators. So my NAFC vector is to pay attention to teachers and develop them so then they can transmit the soft skills and additional, like as financial literacy, legal literacy, and other skills to their students.
Thank you very much, Diana. I'll come over to you now, Arthur.
Thank you. The answer, I think, in my view, is that Kazakhstan is not doing well enough when it comes to life skills. But it's not as if this is the start of the conversation. I think we've been talking about this issue for quite a few years. The problem is that there is not one approach in the country to how life skills should be integrated into the educational curriculum. So as a result, there have been many initiatives. Some specific types of schools, Diana mentioned the Nazarbayev intellectual schools, have taken it on well. Other schools have not. So I think the first thing we need to do is to actually take stock of all the initiatives we've had so far and to really chart a way forward to which the entire education system actually buys in. For us, one of the areas we're focusing on in UNICEF is also equipping adolescents with life skills. So we have a large program with the Society of Youth Workers that is actually specifically focused on young adults, adolescents who are finding their way on the labor market, equipping them with entrepreneurial skills, because of course, whatever changes we make to the education system now is not going to reach these young people who have left the education system already or are about to leave it. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else want to say anything before we close? Okay. Great. So can I therefore, I mean, we've gone slightly over, but I think I hope everyone has really enjoyed the conversation. I think it's been absolutely fascinating. So can I just thank Robert Jenkins for his video address, but also in particular our panelists today, John Coles, Derek Winmouth, and Arthur Van Diesen and Diana Tsoi, for some fantastic interventions. I understand that this session is being recorded, so we expect there also to be an audience after this live session. So please do direct everyone to that recording once it becomes available. But can I thank you all for some fantastic thoughts and the discussion today. It's been a pleasant hosting you all, and to Nobel Fest, a brilliant initiative. Thank you very much indeed.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч шибановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University, создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга. Увеличено количество услуг Smart Arsu, проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Кванышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жбанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Rankings и ECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жубанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жубанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жбанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Армандар алға жетелегенде. Білім жетістікке ұласқанда. Шабыттар бірге шыңдалғанда. Биік белестерге қадам басқанда. Ұмытылмас сәттерде өз арманыңды басқара біл. Әуезов University.
Students, my name is Takaaki Kajita. I'm an experimental physicist studying neutrino physics at the Institute for Cosmical Research of the University of Tokyo. I'm glad to speak to you in the second Central Asia Nobel Fest 2021 in Kazakhstan. Through my lecture, I'd like to share my research experiences with you. I hope you could learn something from my lecture and show more interest in science and scientific researches. I'm looking forward to meeting you online.
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Кока-кола Белестере», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную 304 тысячам долларов США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта «Кока-кола Белестере», их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант «Кока-кола Белестере»?
Просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с Coca-Cola Белестере?
Өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Coca-Cola грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта Coca-Cola Белестере?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект Coca-Cola Белестере стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе. Платформа «Бизнес-Тим» в социальной сети Facebook – это инициатива экспертов проекта для объединения всех желающих женщин пройти онлайн-обучение основам бизнеса, найти наставников и единомышленников в целях создания и развития устойчивого малого бизнеса. Результаты проекта Coca-Cola Белестере в Казахстане приносят свои плоды и вносят вклад в экономическое и экологическое развитие сельских территорий страны. Проект содействует росту вклада женщин в комплексное развитие села и достижению целей устойчивого развития ООН до 2030 года.
i2 – супер-ап для общения, решения ежедневных задач и потребления контента. i2 – это мессенджер, кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
Сегодня на Central Asia Nobel Fest более 3000 зарегистрированных участников.
Первые Нобелевские онлайн-фестивали.
Все, что нас окружает, города, дома, заводы, все это результат человеческой мысли. Все от страницы рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов University подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жбанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей. Университет Жбанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жбанов University – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
Dear students and colleagues, my name is Aaron Chikanover, and I am an Israeli physician and biologist working at the Faculty of Medicine of the Technion, which is Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa, Israel. I happen also to be a laureate of the 2004 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for discovering the ubiquitin-mediated proteolytic system. I intend to participate and to give a talk at the Central Asia Nobel Festival series of lectures, and I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. People like us who made important discoveries are human beings exactly like you are. We have 2 hands, 2 eyes, 2 legs. We are simple human beings. And if we could do it, you can do it as well. So all the best, and hope to meet you all in the upcoming Festival of Nobel Laureates in Kazakhstan. Take good care of yourself and stay safe.
Welcome to the Central Asia Nobel Fest in 2021. This is John Mather, Senior Project Scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope, working at NASA in Greenbelt, Maryland, the United States. I'm interested in the whole history of the universe from the Big Bang to now, how life became possible on our own little planet circling an ordinary star, how we can protect our planet, and how far we can go. I hope you will find the Nobel Fest a fascinating adventure.
Hi, I'm David Spergel. I won the Breakthrough Prize in 2018, and I'm excited about speaking at the Central Asia Nobel Fest on my work and others on cosmology. Over the past 20 years, we've learned that atoms, the stuff that makes up us, makes up only 5% of the universe. So I'll be telling the story of how we probe the dark matter, the dark energy, and look back to the beginnings of the universe and learn how structure and galaxies and everything else emerges. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Dear students and colleagues, welcome to the Nobel Fest 2021. My name is Donna Strickland, and I'm an optical physicist and pioneer in the field of pulse lasers. I'm a Nobel Prize winner in Physics 2018 for developing chirped pulse amplification, and currently a professor at the University of Waterloo in Ontario, Canada. I intend to participate and give a talk in the Central Asia Nobel Festival's series of lectures with Nobel Prize laureates and distinguished scientists. And I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. Great ideas can come to anyone, at any time, anywhere. You want to be ready so you can make the most of that idea. I hope to meet you all at the upcoming Nobel Fest and lecture series with Nobel Prize laureates in Kazakhstan.
Знаете,
что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
Дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя. Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать?
Будем мечтать.
Что такое энергия? Я верю, что энергия девочек может дать нашему миру инновации.
Поэтому при поддержке наших партнеров 3 года назад была запущена программа Girls in STEM, в которой я ментор. Эта программа помогает девочкам заниматься наукой, технологиями, инженерией и математикой. Мы уже получили впечатляющие результаты. Наши участницы покоряют Кремниевую долину, собирают роботов, запускают мобильные приложения. Об их проектах рассказывают на канале BBC. Я верю, что мы даем шанс каждой девочке заниматься STEM. Недавно в одном городе открывали IT-лицей, в который хотели принимать только мальчиков. Но когда администрация узнала про достижения наших участниц, то изменила свое решение. Теперь туда принимают и девочек. Я заметила, девочки в STEM стремятся создавать социальные проекты. Ведь так важно, чтобы наше изобретение помогало людям.
CamCare – это мобильное приложение.
И специальная кнопка, которую надо нажать, если вы попали в беду.
Это ложка для людей с болезнью Паркинсона. Из-за тремора им очень сложно принимать пищу. Но благодаря нашей ложке это сделать намного удобнее.
Painfinder – прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее. Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому придумали Smart Bin. Smart Bin – это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
Из года в год вы переживаете высокие риски потери урожая, пытаясь восполнить их огромными затратами на ресурсы. Онлайн-платформа ЕГЭстык – это отечественный продукт, отличающийся простотой в использовании. После регистрации вам нужно загрузить кадастровый номер участка. Далее программа подбирает необходимый анализ, используя открытые данные со спутников, которые находятся в свободном доступе. Полученная карта участка выделяется слоями, где вы можете проверить необходимую информацию о вашем хозяйстве. Соответственно, вы сможете объективно оценить, как работают агрономы, а также минимизировать ваши риски. По нашим снимкам вы можете увидеть, где всход хороший, а где не произошел вообще. Эти участки вы можете засеять заново, чтобы земля не простаивала, либо вовремя внести удобрения, чтобы повысить урожайность вашей земли. Наш сервис позаботится о вашем хозяйстве.
Dear students and colleagues, my name is Aaron Chikanover, and I am an Israeli physician and biologist working at the Faculty of Medicine of the Technion, which is Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa, Israel. I happen also to be a laureate of the 2004 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for discovering the ubiquitin-mediated proteolytic system. I intend to participate and to give a talk at the Central Asia Nobel Festival series of lectures, and I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. People like us who made important discoveries are human beings exactly like you are. We have 2 hands, 2 eyes, 2 legs. We are simple human beings. And if we could do it, you can do it as well. So all the best, and hope to meet you all in the upcoming festival of Nobel laureates in Kazakhstan. Take good care of yourself and stay safe.
Welcome to the Central Asia Nobel Fest in 2021. This is John Mather, Senior Project Scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope, working at NASA in Greenbelt, Maryland, the United States. I'm interested in the whole history of the universe from the Big Bang to now, how life became possible on our own little planet circling an ordinary star, how we can protect our planet, and how far we can go. I hope you will find the Nobel Fest a fascinating adventure.
Hi, I'm David Spergel. I won the Breakthrough Prize in 2018, and I'm excited about speaking at the Central Asia Nobel Fest on my work and others on cosmology. Over the past 20 years, we've learned that atoms, the stuff that makes up us, makes up only 5% of the universe. So I'll be telling the story of how we probe the dark matter, the dark energy, and look back to the beginnings of the universe and learn how structure and galaxies and everything else emerges. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Hello, I'm Christopher Haken, 2018 Breakthrough Prize winner. I'm very excited about the upcoming Central Asia Nobel Fest lecture series. I hope you'll join us. Nobel Fest.
Наука всегда проливала свет на самые невероятные загадки и открытия. В мире, где ускоряются промышленные революции, знания – это главный компонент развития. Несомненно, пандемия это подчеркнула. Только страны, обладающие высоким научно-техническим потенциалом, смогут быстро возобновить рост и оставаться в авангарде развития. Пандемия стала ключевым изменением в мире. Мы просыпаемся и засыпаем с этой новостью. Изменяются абсолютно все процессы нашей жизнедеятельности. Трансформируется не просто работа университетов, но и их призвание. Какими они должны стать в современном мире? Как построить инновационную атмосферу? И как университетам находиться в авангарде развития? Мы видим несколько ключевых элементов того, как создать инновационную экосистему в университетах. И на этом я бы хотел сконцентрироваться. Первое – это атмосфера свободы. Университеты являются ретрансляторами науки, а наука не имеет границ. Вузы должны создавать атмосферу свободы и среду для роста инноваций. Прежде всего, необходимо обеспечить абсолютную инклюзию и отказаться от любых барьеров и догм, которые могут ограничивать студентов в творческом процессе. Университет должен стать вторым домом для студентов, где они будут чувствовать себя комфортно. Свобода мысли, свобода слова, свобода исследований должны поощряться. Даже самые нелепые исследования могут привести к выдающимся открытиям. Это должно стать философией современного университета, который дает студентам свободу мысли и знаний. Второе – это атмосфера инноваций. Необходимо давать студентам беспрепятственный доступ к различным ресурсам и пространствам внутри университета. К примеру, при многих зарубежных вузах действуют специальные инновационные гаражи. Их могут бесплатно и без препятствий арендовать студенты для воплощения своих проектов и идей. Доступ должны иметь даже те, кто уже закончил университет, или те, кто даже не учился в нем. Нужна постоянная связь между альма-матер и человеком, чтобы эта связь была длиной в жизнь. Третье – нетворкинг. Как известно, нетворкинг очень важный элемент для процесса создания инноваций и открытий. Все открытия так или иначе делаются благодаря другим открытиям или исследованиям. Взаимодействие с профессионалами своей сферы помогает взглянуть на свой проект под другим углом. И наука, и образование стремятся все больше использовать междисциплинарный подход. Общение с другими профессионалами является наиболее эффективным способом интеграции различных дисциплин и подходов. Именно инклюзивные пространства создают благоприятные условия для нетворкинга. К примеру, если университет открывает инновационный хаб, куда доступ разрешен другим исследователям, изобретателям и экспертам, тогда создаются дополнительные возможности для нетворкинга их студентов и выпускников. Четвертое – это устойчивые комьюнити. Университетам необходимо поддерживать связь со своими выпускниками. Необходимо мотивировать студентов вступать и быть активными членами студенческих комьюнити, проводить ежегодные встречи, давать преимущества, такие как бесплатный доступ на кампус, коворкингам, пользоваться инфраструктурой, открывать стартапы в стенах университетов, проводить время в библиотеках, приходить в университетский спортзал, предоставлять скидки на дальнейшее обучение, скидки на обучение родственников и даже детей. Только так будет расти связь студентов с их альма-матер. Это будет важный шаг к созданию эндаумента в Казахстане. Пятое. Это soft skills. Для эффективной кооперации и нетворкинга молодежи необходимы мягкие навыки. Многие студенты и выпускники не умеют правильно выстраивать отношения на работе и во взрослой жизни. Необходимо в программу университета ввести обучение soft skills. Нужны предметы, которые будут мотивировать студентов показывать свою точку зрения, развивать критическое мышление, поощрять процесс принятия решений и обсуждения важных жизненных ситуаций. Шестое – это обратная связь со студентами. Сегодня многие крупные компании уже исключили диплом о высшем образовании из обязательных требований. Этот процесс будет расширяться и увеличиваться. Представляете, сегодня нет многих специальностей, но уже существуют профессии с высокой оплатой труда, где нет необходимости диплома. Нужна обратная связь со студентами. Какие предметы они хотят изучать, что они хотят получить от университета, что хотят внедрить в образовательный процесс. Студент – это целевая аудитория, и его мнение имеет основополагающее значение. Седьмое – это связь академии и бизнеса. Не просто бизнес должен повернуться к университетам, но и университет со своими знаниями должен развернуться к бизнесу. Университеты должны не просто нанимать представителей бизнеса, а создавать специальную программу, которая позволит профессорам взаимодействовать с бизнесом и консультировать их по важным вопросам. Академия должна понимать и знать бизнес-процессы, потому что она учит студентов работать так. И последнее. Обмен знаниями с ведущими исследователями мира. Конечно, несомненно важным становится то, как университеты могут привлекать ведущих международных экспертов и профессоров преподавать для студентов. Это повышает уровень как в глазах студентов, так и в глазах профессоров и в международных рейтингах. Наш фонд инклюзивного развития поставил себе цель создать в регионе новую базу знаний благодаря привлечению ведущих ученых и проведению масштабных нобелевских фестивалей по всему Казахстану и региону Центральной Азии и Кавказ. Так, первый Нобелевский фестиваль, который прошел 1-4 октября 2020 года, собрал более 10 тысяч зрителей, 125 университетов, 7 лауреатов Нобелевской премии, 3 лауреата премии за прорыв и многих других именитых ученых. Нобелевские фестивали станут постоянным и главным научным событием региона. Кроме того, мы планируем серию научных дней в университетах Казахстана по различным дисциплинам, где лауреаты Нобелевской премии и мировые ученые смогут преподавать в университетах страны. Мы приглашаем все университеты к такому инновационному сотрудничеству и коллаборации. Спасибо за ваше внимание и желаю всем множества новых идей и коллабораций.
Откуда берется энергия? Я черпаю свою энергию из работы с детьми. Вот какие навыки точно понадобятся ребенку во взрослой жизни? Математика, английский, программирование, физика, что это? Нет четкого ответа. Ответ как-то сам пришел. Я работала еще с трудными подростками в Таразе, с детьми из детского дома. А когда я уже училась в Колумбийском университете на психолога-социального работника, я поняла, что детям нужны навыки, которые помогут им управлять своими эмоциями, мотивировать, самомотивировать себя, уметь справляться с трудностями, ставить, достигать какие-то позитивные цели, которые будут менять их жизнь к лучшему. Как молодой психолог решила, что хочу работать именно с детьми, помогать им развивать свой эмоциональный интеллект и учить их быть лидерами. Наша команда создала вот такую уникальную программу. Это программа летнего лагеря «Будущее – мой выбор». Это игры, это тренинги, это творческие занятия. Все они нацелены на то, чтобы помочь подростку понять себя. Благодаря поддержке партнеров ее прошли уже сотни подростков.
Когда я ехал в лагерь, я думал, что это совершенно обычный лагерь. Поверьте, я никогда так не ошибался. Тренера, что там были, они научили меня понимать свои чувства, они научили меня понимать чувства других. Я стал более общительный, более открытый.
Театр можно назвать формой арт-терапии. Взаимодействие с театром «Артишок» у нас достаточно давнее. Первый спектакль был о взаимоотношениях детей между собой, о взаимоотношениях школьников, а второй уже был о взаимоотношении родителей и детей. Все истории, которые мы брали для спектакля, для сценария, они были реалистичные.
Нашим родителям часто не нравится, как мы выглядим, с какими людьми мы общаемся, и музыку, которую мы слушаем, и так далее. Поэтому мы решили, что пригласить родителей на наш спектакль было действительно важно. И они увидели себя в тех героях, которых мы играли. Но спектакль открыл глаза не только нашим родителям, потому что и мы поняли свои ошибки. И я думаю, что этот спектакль очень сильно сблизил нас и дал нам понять друг друга гораздо лучше, чем когда-либо.
Очень хочется, чтобы все родители принимали и любили своего ребенка вот таким, какой он есть, со всеми его достоинствами, недостатками. Мы, взрослые, должны научить детей генерировать именно положительную энергию. Тогда они смогут менять этот мир, делать его красивым, лучшим и более интересным.
Современный человек постоянно несет на себе груз ответственности и забот. Бороться с хроническим стрессом особенно сложно городским жителям. При этом психологический дискомфорт может стать причиной многих хронических недугов. О здоровье казахстанцев позаботились ученые Назарбаев университета. Эксперты объединили мудрость предков и ноу-хау разработки, выпустив новый биопродукт «Саумет». Его производят на основе национального напитка саумала, парного кобыльего молока, издревле известного своими целительными свойствами. Саумал изготавливают на заводе в Карагандинской области в сухом виде. Благодаря инновационной технологии сублимации кобылье молоко сохраняет все свои полезные качества. Кроме саумала, в состав биопродукта входят растительные компоненты и метабиотик на основе культуры молочно-кислых бактерий. Выпускают саумет в капсулированном виде на новой производственной линии завода. Целебное действие нового биопрепарата основано на уникальном сочетании внутриклеточных элементов, продуктов метаболизма молочно-кислых бактерий Lactobacillus rhamnosus и саумала. Они помогают восстановить баланс кишечной нормофлоры, обладают антиоксидантным эффектом и ДНК-протекторным защитным действием. Кобылье молоко легко усваивается и обладает высокой биологической ценностью. Оно содержит около 40 биологических компонентов, необходимых организму. Это витамины А, С, В1, В2, В6, В12, аминокислоты, ферменты, микроэлементы и не только. Саумал нормализует обмен веществ, улучшает состояние здоровья и замедляет процессы старения. Саумет рекомендуют применять при диарее, дисбиозе кишечника, во время и после курса лечения антибиотиками, расстройства ЖКТ, при поездках, связанных со сменой климата. Также биопродукт помогает защитить здоровье от негативного воздействия факторов окружающей среды, повышает адаптивные свойства организма при стрессе, улучшает моторные функции кишечника. Примечательно, что саумет производят в соответствии с халал-стандартами. Дело в том, что большинство капсул лекарственных препаратов и БАДов делают на основе животного желатина. Для саумет же используют растительное сырье, поэтому его с уверенностью могут употреблять даже вегетарианцы. На каждом технологическом этапе проводят строгий микробиологический контроль. Саумет назначают по 2 капсулы в день во время и после еды. Продолжительность применения 3 недели. Возможны повторные приемы в течение года. Перед применением следует проконсультироваться с врачом. Саумет. Защитные силы природы на страже вашего здоровья.
Приходит весна и приносит новые надежды и праздничное настроение. А Кока-Кола делает праздничным ваш стол.
Плов Кока-Кола – вот это праздник!
Мамины манты и Кока-Кола – фантастика! Самса круче!
Не-не-не, чебурек!
Самса! А курдак просто огонь!
А наш Беш соберет сотни лайков!
Встретим весну за праздничным столом с Кока-Кола.
Hi, this is Lyman Page from the Department of Physics at Princeton University. With colleagues, I won the 2018 Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics for research on cosmology. I hope you can join us for the Central Asia Nobel Fest lecture series, where we can tell you more about what it is that we do. Look forward to seeing you there. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Что такое энергия? Я думаю, что это знание, которое двигает нас к прогрессу. 4 года назад вышел первый номер журнала «Ойла». Никто не верил верил, что печатный, да к тому же и научный журнал сможет стать популярным у детей. И это в эпоху Ютуба. Помню, как в самом начале отправляли наш журнал бесплатно в школу. А сегодня «Ойла» — это научно-популярный журнал, который издается в 11 странах мира на 5 языках. Это журнал на казахском языке, а это на немецком, корейском языке и, конечно же, на английском.
Почему формат нашего журнала так востребован? Я верю, что каждый ребенок хочет стать ученым, изобретателем, успешным человеком. Нужно лишь дать правильный импульс. Наш журнал помогает полюбить науку, раздвинуть границы и развить глубину мышления. Мы рассказываем о принципах устройства Вселенной и о задачах, от которых бились лучшие умы человечества.
Наш журнал читают более 20 тысяч детей в Казахстане. Мы отправляем журнал даже в самые отдаленные регионы страны. У нас есть юный читатель в ауле Жумыскер в Атырауской области. Доставка к нему обходится даже дороже стоимости самого журнала. Но мы просто не можем оставить этого ребенка без новых знаний. А еще Ойла помогает учителям интересно вести уроки. Все это дает нам энергию создавать наш журнал.
Сегодня Ойла — это не только журнал, но и школа наук для детей. Мы ведем увлекательные курсы по физике, химии, биологии и математике, которые не похожи на школьные предметы. Наши курсы прошли более 700 детей.
Энергия знаний бесконечна, но распространять ее можно только благодаря единомышленникам. Мы рады, что наш журнал нашел поддержку многих людей. Мы — команда журнала «Ойла», и мы хотим, чтобы наши дети умели думать.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, Локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч ушибановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University, создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга, увеличено количество услуг Smart Арсу, проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Кванышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жубанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Ratings и ECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жубанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жубанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жубанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Армандар алға жетелегенде. Білім жетістікке ұласқанда. Шабыттар бірге шыңдалғанда. Биік белестерге қадам басқанда. Ұмытылмас сәттерде өз арманыңды басқара біл. Әуезов University.
Students, my name is Takaaki Kajita. I'm an experimental physicist studying neutrino physics at the Institute for Cosmic Research of the University of Tokyo. I'm glad to speak to you in the second Central Asia Nobel Fest 2021 in Kazakhstan. Through my lecture, I'd like to share my research experiences with you. I hope you could learn something from my lecture and show more interest in science and scientific researches. I'm looking forward to meeting you online.
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Кока-кола Белестере», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную 304 тысячам долларов США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта Coca-Cola Белестере, их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант Coca-Cola Белестере?
Просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с Coca-Cola Белестере?
Өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Coca-Cola грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта Coca-Cola Белестере?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект Coca-Cola Белестере стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе. Платформа Business Team в социальной сети Facebook – это инициатива экспертов проекта для объединения всех желающих женщин пройти онлайн-обучение основам бизнеса, найти наставников и единомышленников в целях создания и развития устойчивого малого бизнеса. Результаты проекта Coca-Cola Белестере в Казахстане приносят свои плоды и вносят вклад в экономическое и экологическое развитие сельских территорий страны. Проект содействует росту вклада женщин в комплексное развитие села и достижению целей устойчивого развития ООН до 2030 года.
И потребление контента. iDo — это мессенджер, кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
Сегодня на Central Asian Nobel Fest более 3000 зарегистрированных участников. Первые нобелевские онлайн-фестивали. Сегодня на открытии итогового третьего дня Нобелевского фестиваля с нами выступит директор Казахстан International School Оля Бернардсили. Дорогие участники, не забывайте, что с 12 по 16 апреля пройдет...
Don't forget that from 12 to 16th of April we will have the webinar of Nobel Prize winners. It is for the first time in the region that we are having such educational lectures that will help in enhancing the level of education in Central Asia and Caucasus. All the lectures will be available online at Nobel Fest. website.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые зрители
Good day,
Нобелевского
distinguished participants of the Nobel Fest. Thanks a lot for being with us. It is the third day of discussion. You just had the chance to see the session of the School of Future. I think it was very informative for you. My name is Victoria. I'm the coordinator of the Nobel Fest, and I'm happy today to introduce the guest to us, the director of the Kazakhstan International School, Mr. Oli Bernard-Sili. Hello.
For this honor. I'm delighted to be a part of the conversation, and thanks to Nobel Fest and all the sponsors for the opportunity to spend 10 minutes discussing my life's work and my greatest passion, which is education. My goal in the next 10 minutes is to have a little bit of a thought provocation on the future of education. But before I do that, I want to invite everybody just to think for a minute about their own education. What do you remember? What was important to you in the things that you learned? Now, if you're like most people, you're probably not thinking about an exam that you took or the curriculum itself. Most people don't remember much of what they actually learned in school. The things that people tend to remember are the friendships and the relationships that they developed, the teachers that they loved working for and the teachers that they did not love working for, and how those teachers made them feel. Maybe they remember some really emotive things like a sports team that they played on or something they're very proud of, like a school play that they participated in. If they're very lucky, they remember the skills that they developed. And if they're very, very lucky, they had at least one teacher who instilled some values in them that are still important to them today. And I say this because I hold some beliefs. Two beliefs that I hold are that real learning is a very emotive process, and it's deeply personal to every individual. And the other thing I believe is that schools and education systems, they typically value conformity and results. They're unemotional and they're impersonal. And so I see a tension there. And I believe that there is no industry that is more resistant to change than education. But unfortunately, there's no industry that is in more need of change than education. Let's take a look at what a classroom looked like in 1900. And let's take a look at what a classroom looks like today, typically. We've changed the furniture, but have we really changed the practice? And if you look at other industries, let's take the automotive industry, for example. The automotive industry looked like this in 1900. And today, it's almost completely automated. The jobs that once existed heavily in the automotive industry are all but extinct. And I think there's real consequences for that we need to talk about as a society. In the industrialized world, this is a graph from The Economist magazine in 2018 that shows effectively the risk, the at-risk jobs for automation. And so you might have heard this really interesting statistic that 60 to 70% of the jobs of the future don't even exist yet. And that can be really inspirational to us as educators. But the opposite is true. A lot of the jobs that have existed for a long, long time are no longer going to exist in the future. And my job as an educator is to help prepare students for the reality of that. In 1950, in the United Kingdom, only 3.4% of young people went to university. It's now over 50%. In 1960, 22,500 students obtained their degrees, and by 2011, it was 350,000. The implication of this, I believe, is that an education was 15 times more valuable by a simple supply and demand metric 60, 70 years ago than it is today. And I think there are real implications for this in terms of the economy. Many employers now require 4-year degrees for jobs that didn't previously need them, in part because of the increased role of technology. And degree inflation, as it's called in an article by Kate Morgan from the BBC, has really had a negative impact on populations that are less likely to graduate from a 4-year degree. And in the UK, this particularly was relevant to Black populations and Latino populations. But I think we'd all be familiar with the 1%. And so I think that this is a direct consequence of the fact that people are now getting more and more university degrees, and jobs that traditionally existed are drying up. Those images from the car factory, that technology is extremely challenging and requires a lot of thinking and know-how to put together in engineering. And yet the line jobs, the factory worker jobs are disappearing. And everybody knows about the 1%, but what's less well known is just the general decline of the middle class. And I think that there are real consequences for this. And I think that some young people are beginning to lose hope. According to the American Psychological Association, a study of incidence of major depressive episodes in teenagers since 2005 has increased by 52%. For young adults, it's 63%. Since 2008, the increase in suicidal ideation has increased by 47% in this group. And meanwhile, older people, presumably more secure people, have seen a modest decrease in these categories. Technology has changed the dynamic of relationships and sleep patterns for these young people. And these are numbers that are pre-COVID. And they've massively increased since, especially for young people, because those things that you connected with that were important to you in your education, such as sports teams and school plays and such, they're all going online. And so the human connection may well be decaying a little bit, and opportunities for meaningful human interactions are now perhaps at risk. So I think that this is an opportunity to be on the precipice of change. And I think that what we need to do is identify the baby and the bathwater. The baby being the things that we would never get rid of in education, the things that we hold dear, the things that are as useful in 1900 as they are now. Some of them are new practices that need to be nurtured and developed. Others are practices that are well and truly embedded. But there are also very embedded practices that we need to eliminate. And I have a list of some of those in front of you here. The way that we teach, the cooperation between teachers and students needs to become more human. Didactic teaching, the idea that the teacher is up at the front of the room and delivering content to these unknowing students, is something that we may need to dismiss ourselves from. And the idea of examinations, putting 200 people in a room and saying, don't talk to each other and write down everything you know by hand without consulting with the internet or anybody else. What jobs are we preparing kids for with those skills? Now, there is some value in doing exams, don't get me wrong, but I'm just wondering the degree to which that still prepares people for the jobs of the future. Areas where I think we really need to emphasize and focus is, of course, soft skills, and particularly around well-being. Also, respect and dignity, cultural diversity. I think we need to teach students about economics and personal finance. And students need autonomy, voice, and agency in their education, because we're preparing them for jobs that don't yet exist. So they should have a little bit more of a say in what that looks like for them. There's good news, though. There are a lot of organizations out there that are already taking this challenge on. What you see here is from the global, from the Common Ground Collective. The Common Ground Collaborative is a group out of Brussels, and they've done a very elegant job of distilling what learning is all about. The International Baccalaureate, some of you may have heard of, they have codified 10 learning characteristics that every student should embrace, and we actively teach students how to exemplify these characteristics. Also important from the IB is the fact that they focus heavily on approaches to thinking skills. So we want to make sure that our students are learners and that they can consider different ways to be successful in social environments, as communicators, in terms of self-management, in terms of research, and in terms of thinking. Another organization that is taking this on is the Association for the Advancement of International Education. And a group of 100 heads of school, of which I was proud to be a part, have identified 7 characteristics that we're going to lead through our schools to make sure that our students are equipped with the skills that they need to meet the demands of the future. And one that's really important in all of these threads is this idea of balance or well-being. And lastly, I'd just like to share a brilliant model that I think you might hear some more about in the upcoming panel. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has a brilliant model for education, putting competency at the beginning of it and having values, attitudes, and knowledge surrounding it, with a very practical cycle of anticipation, action, and reflection, the outcome of which is definitely well-being. And they're targeting 2030 so that we can have high outcomes of well-being in our classes. I hope it doesn't take that long. Thank you very much.
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
Дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя.
Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать?
Будем мечтать.
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
Дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя.
Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать?
Будем мечтать.
Ковид подверг испытанию традиционную систему образования. Какие образовательные реформы нас ожидают в будущем? И станут ли креативность и неординарное мышление обязательными требованиями при найме на работу? Об этом моя коллега Лязат Шатаева спросит вице-министра образования и науки Республики Казахстан Шолпан Каринову, Андреаса Шляйхера из Организации экономического сотрудничества и развития, а также Эльмиру Обри из Бюро непрерывного профессионального образования МФЦА.
Добрый день, дорогие зрители. Спасибо, что вы с нами. Мы начинаем нашу пленарную сессию на тему «Изобретая будущее образование для мира после ковид». С нами сегодня сильнейшие спикеры, эксперты в этой области. Давайте с ними знакомиться. Со мной в студии общественный и политический деятель, бывший министр образования и науки, председатель правления флагмана школьного образования Казахстана, сети Назарбаев интеллектуальных школ Куляш Шамшидинова. Куляш Золотаевна, добрый день, добро пожаловать. Спасибо, что вы с нами.
Спасибо.
Из Парижа к нам присоединился Андреас Шляхер, директор Департамента образования и науки Организации экономического сотрудничества и развития. Андрей Шляхер является координатором и основателем международной системы для оценки школьного образования ПИЗа. За последние 20 лет ПИЗа стала международным бенчмарком и мировым инструментом для измерения качества образования во всем мире. Mr. Schleicher, good morning and thank you for joining. С нами на связи также Эльмира Обри, это директор Центра технологий Бюро непрерывного профессионального развития Международного финансового центра Астана. Эльмира Обри является также координатором проекта Quant KZ, запущенного в прошлом году. По примеру известной французской школы кодирования École Foritu, а сейчас обращаюсь к нашим казахстанским школьникам и студентам, кто из вас еще не знает о проекте Quant KZ, пожалуйста, рекомендую ознакомиться, узнать, я думаю, будет полезно. Эльмира, спасибо, что вы на связи.
Добрый день. Очень рада быть сегодня на панельной сессии.
Ну что же, давайте начнем. Пандемия COVID-19. Пандемия COVID-19 привела к крупнейшему сбою в системах образования и в обучающем процессе, в процессе обучения для 1,5 миллиарда детей по всему миру. Пандемия также показала слабые стороны наших традиционных систем образования. Куляш Золотаевна, первый вопрос к вам. Какие основные уроки мы должны извлечь из прошедшего за последний год?
Я думаю, на самом деле, в связи с тем, что очень быстро происходят изменения в жизни нашей, сама система образования уже имела свои проблемы. Это связано с содержанием образования, это связано с системой оценивания, это связано вообще методикой технологии обучения. Но когда в один миг мы перешли на онлайн-обучение, она еще дальше усугубилась. Поэтому что мы думаем на сегодняшний день? Это первый главный вопрос, над которым надо отвечать, это ответственность человека за свое образование. Это умение самостоятельно учиться. Вообще вот эти вещи, они непростые вещи. И кроме того, когда...
These things are not very easy, and in addition, after the COVID is over, we will get back to schools, and we need to get reacquainted to the teachers, to the students, to the system as well, because after COVID, when people come back to school, pupils come back to school, the issue of inclusiveness will become even more serious, because those who studied independently, they have already mastered something, and those who stayed most of their time at home, they have missed something already. So our teachers will have to reconsider the entire technology and practice of teaching, because if we don't do that, if we continue teaching instead of guiding, instead of preparing children for the future, even preparing is the wrong word here. If we only teach, we will not achieve anything. So we will have to change significantly the technology and practice of teaching.
The future of education. As Kulash Nugataevna have just said, the pandemic has exacerbated pre-existing inequalities and barriers to education worldwide. Where do we stand at the moment?
Sorry, is this me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon to everyone. Obviously, this pandemic is a difficult time for all of us. All our eyes are basically on the health situation at this moment. But let's keep in mind, that the future will always surprise us. Some issues, think about climate change, maybe even more disruptive than the pandemic. And certainly, artificial intelligence is going to be much less put us in a much more volatile situation than a pandemic. And there will be lots of other trends that are going to shape the future of education. We have to become more imaginative to make our education systems more resilient. Now, the future will always surprise us. You ask about the future. Well, one scenario is that, we will be maintaining the status quo, schools will operate, students will learn, teachers will teach, but that will be largely challenging. And if we look over the last 20 years alone, you can think about how rapidly technology has evolved over those years, from the early 2000s, where learning was mainly kind of social activity, to the year 2018, 21, where actually learning is now, in the case of the pandemic, necessarily in the digital world. But actually, when you look at learning outcomes here, education systems have not changed very much over the last 20 years. The gap between what our societies demand from learners, being creative, being imaginative, being able to manage and resolve tensions and dilemmas, being able to navigate ambiguity, being able to relate to other people. We haven't seen very much change on this over the last 20 years in a dramatically changed world. Kazakhstan is a little bit, better. It has sort of made some progress, but even there, I would argue, the world is changing faster than education. Let me just highlight one number here from the OECD area. Less than 1 in 10 people in our last PISA assessment could reliably distinguish fact from opinion. You can say, well, that's a little bit better than in the year 2000, where that number was just 7%. But we live in a totally different world, a world where actually, literacy is no longer about extracting knowledge, it's about constructing knowledge. Well, some people say one day our education systems will crack apart under the pressures put on them. Education will unravel. Our institutions will lose their grip on education system. And in fact, about a year ago, when we asked countries how they saw the future of education, that was the beginning of the pandemic. You could see only 22% of education systems saying, well, we will go back to where we came from. 50% of education systems saw hybrid learning, the digital world, as the new normal. And the possibilities are just amazing. Artificial intelligence can create entirely new learning experience. While you study mathematics on a computer, the computer can study how you study and then adapt the learning to your individual preferences. Figure out where you get bored, where you are interested, where you're very good at, where you're not so great, and then, make your learning more interactive. Assessment and exams. We can now basically use hands-on assessments. We can integrate learning and assessment in completely new ways. Learning analytics. Teachers can get a real-time sense of how different students learn differently and then adapt their teaching practice to the different learning styles of different learners, facilitated by technology. Mm-hmm. And blockchain technologies can help us move away from the very lumpy, degrees and qualifications that we use and make learning so much more interactive. But, technology is always only as good as it's actually being used. And what the pandemic has also shown us that actually many education systems are not ready for this. You can see, well, in Kazakhstan, it's about 60%, 2/3 of teachers who are ready to use technology, who use it frequently, but it means one third is not. So basically, there is again a gap, a capacity gap. We have the technology, but we often do not have the human capacity to deploy it. Some countries have made rapid progress on this. If you look to Sweden, to Romania, Israel, Finland, Croatia, they have seen very, very significant progress, but not so many countries. No. Let me put up a third scenario. Maybe education will not unravel, but educational institutions will change their status. They will become more integrated hubs of, where social services, educational service become more integrated. Schools will become more of a whole of society, community experience rather than an academic institution. But if you look to a scenario like this after the pandemic, you have to have capacity for this. Some education systems, if you look to the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, they have a lot of frontline capacity. Teachers and school leaders are creative designers of innovative learning environments. But in other education systems, very few decisions are actually made at the front line. Most of the decisions are made, at higher levels of the education systems, leaving people at the front line very little discretion. And let me put up, just one last scenario. Maybe one day we will no longer have educational institutions as we know them, Technology will override everything. Everybody will learn anytime, anywhere, in any context. Lifelong, life-wide learning will become the reality for us. We used to learn to do the work, and maybe one day learning will become the work. But once again, let's look at reality. Actually, if you look at digitalization in education, market capitalization is still tiny when you compare it with the health sector. Very little investment is made in innovation, in technology, in the case of education, compared with a sector like health. And if you actually look at this, if you look at global education venture capital, where are the new ideas created? Where are they financed? In 2014, you could see it was mainly about the United States. A lot of really research, innovation, venture capital coming in education. In 2018, it was mainly about China. Basically, the rest of the world contributed only the minority to global education venture capital. So that means actually most of our countries, Kazakhstan included, are not actually planting the ideas, tomorrow's ideas that will change the world. If you look, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, something has happened. Artificial intelligence has some potential, but actually our investments in the Western world is still quite limited. Now, you can make many of those scenarios. I just gave you some examples, but the point is, we cannot predict the future, but we need to become more creative to think about alternative futures and then think about what those futures mean for the goals and functioning of education, for the organization of structures, for our teachers, the learners, for, governance, and actually what it means for public authorities. There's always going to be tension. What is the right balance between modernizing education and disrupting it? How do we reconcile new goals with old structure? How do we develop globally minded students and teachers that are also locally rooted? How do we, support innovation while realizing that education is a very conservative social enterprise? How do we balance the virtual with the face-to-face? A big question after the pandemic. How do we actually leverage the potential of new opportunities? How do we reconfigure the spaces, the time, the technology to help learners learn for their future and not for our past? Big question mark. But I think we can and need to think harder about those realities. Thank you very much.
Mr. Schleicher, thank you very much. Одной из идей, которую озвучил господин Schleicher,
one of the ideas that was mentioned was an autonomy of educational systems, including the schools, specifically when the decisions are being made about on what to teach. In Kazakhstan, however, we have this industrial approach when the education program is being approved at the level of the ministry. So moving further after the pandemics, what reforms do you think we need to do for the region of Central Asia and Kazakhstan, given the specificity of our countries given the high level of state involvement to various fields of economics, including the education. I recently read the famous Finnish expert, and he said that after the pandemics, the education will be more affected by the collective opinion. So it should be a teachers' society, teachers' communities. They will pressure the government. So if we are now talking about the results of the 2018, then the teachers were saying that government is not listening to us. We are less involved in the decision-making process in the education. But now, given that we have a digital capacity, we have more communities, including the community of teachers. And then when this community will know and see some new ideas, when they test them, they will want to implement them. So right now, if before state was responsible for education, employer was responsible for education, we are facing the time when the human himself or herself is responsible for the education. So I think if we consider it from this position, then we will have more autonomy in the field of education, because people understand why are they studying for. No one will no longer study just for nothing. So the textbooks that we give, the curriculum that we give, the individual might not like it, because what is information? Information is an information space. And information space is huge right now. It's very accessible. So all of those technologies, they put their own print on that. So we are an autonomous organization. We approve our own curriculum. We can see and we change it, and we're very flexible. We don't wait until someone will make a decision for us. So, but there's another side of this issue, is whether the teachers are ready for that or not, whether the schools are ready for this level of autonomy. Will they be able to utilize it? Because when they did the modern program of updating the education field, we told them this is an expected result. This is the textbook you will use. This is the when you will give tests, when you will give exams, you can select it yourself. And many teachers, especially in 2016, they had questions and they were asking, tell me how many exams should I give? And we were telling them, you have a right to decide. You're given an autonomy. You just think about it. Don't just in the 20th century, people were talking that it's a century of standards and instruction, but we are in the 21st century. We can no longer just follow the standards, because right now the creativity is in fashion. So it's about who can do what. So I agree with Andreas when he says that it could be various scenarios. So it could be completely different scenarios, which we can't even foresee right now. So the future, you know how people say, to understand what the school is, we need to understand what is happening in the education field, and then we need to understand what role education plays in the human life, like what is the education place in the socio-economic development of the country. So there are so many questions. Just to say for sure that that's how it is, we cannot. The only thing I say that each child has a right to the quality education here and now. Going back to the topic that 20th century was the century of standard and 21st century is the century of creativity. So how relevant are the standardized tests for the education? Well, as of today, those tests, we need them, because based on this test, we make many decisions. We can see through this test what programs are lacking. We see whether the teacher is ready, whether the infrastructure should be different. So those standardized tests are necessary. But when we can get to the creativity, I think we can come up with some different tests, but it will come later. But at this stage, the only thing we need to understand is that we should not just solely focus on this test. We understand that these tests are needed. We need to make decisions based on the results of those tests. But that does not mean that the education should be assessed only by the means of tests. And as the speaker said, Andres, he was talking about literacy. I think one of the American researchers recently said that illiterate person which cannot study, cannot restudy, and cannot. So we need to teach our kids how to study, how to forget what they learned, and how to relearn something. So I think the youth that is listening to me, they should understand, guys, there are many, many good opportunities. Most importantly is to see those and to use them wisely.
Mrs. Schleicher, on one of the ideas that you have presented just before, you've spoken about some of the strategies for after the pandemic, educational strategies. One of them was like hybrid models, where traditional teaching is combined with edtech, digital technologies. In this case, let's talk about digital divide and what role it can play in shaping our future society.
Yeah, technology can amplify inequality. Absolutely clear. If students do not have access to great devices, if students do not have a supportive environment, teachers who are not, very, very good at using technology, they can be left behind. But we should look at also the positive side. Technology can actually help us overcome some of the inequalities that we face today. If you are in a small rural area, you can suddenly have access to the best teachers in the country. You can suddenly have access to the best educational resources. So digitalization can overcome also some of the inequalities if we use it well. Same, at the moment, you have a very large class. A teacher teaches every student in the same way. But students often learn differently. And with technology, you can actually cater for that diversity of student learning styles. You can make learning more adaptive to the individual differences of students. So yes, technology can amplify inequalities, but I think if we use it well, it can help us also bridge and overcome many of the inequalities. The important point is that technology will, extend the reach of amazing teachers, but it will not replace poor teaching. Learning is always a social and a relational process, not a transactional process. So I think we should not look at, technology as an alternative to the social, the relational process, the teaching process. We should look at the synergies that it can create. And I think if we do that well, I see more promise in terms of overcoming inequality than risks in terms of amplifying inequality.
Yeah. And on this note, where digital technology is proven to be ineffective is among early learners, young children.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's very clear that for younger children, technology is very little of very limited reach and use. In kindergarten, in the primary school, in the pandemic, we have not had very good experience using technology. That's really where the person counts. People learn from people and with people. But, when it comes to later school years, universities, technology can make a very, very big difference. So I think we should look at those things really and not, make technology a one-size-fits-all solutions, but think about where technology can really help us, where it can extend the reaches. Even in primary schools, you're right. Technology is not good as a direct instruction tools. But we can use technology to better connect with parents, to ensure that parents can better support their students. We can use technology to help teachers collaborate. We can use technology to help students is limited.
Thank you, Mr. Schleicher. Давайте поговорим о высшем образовании. 40-50 лет.
Let's talk about this 40-50 years. The obtaining of diploma, it was a high path to success. The diploma would give you the lifelong employment. Now the world is changing. So this, how outdated is this model and what are we facing now? Well, I think when we accept someone based on the diploma, these times are passing now. I cannot talk about everyone because I work in the school education, not in the higher education, but based on the teachers that are coming from the universities, I can see the diploma is not a good real indicator. And also, while being in the process, we have to retrain these teachers.
So I think that many people, they need to understand that one of those interesting people said that we need to change the mentality. So the education should be seen as a continual process of the human life. So the person
Искать что-то такое, которое необходимо для...
person will always learn and will always look for something necessary for his and her profession. So I think that now we need to assess people based on what they have really done in practice, what they really achieved in their profession, to what extent they can go beyond the borders of their profession, because to such a great extent, this edge is no longer visible between the professions now. Therefore, today we cannot even imagine a teacher if he cannot do some programming. We cannot imagine a teacher not being a psychologist to some extent. This is all necessary. So the time is now have come that the fashion for certificates or diplomas will disappear. The most important for us is to clarify for ourselves what we really need to study, what we really need what to study. Therefore, we are now saying that even at schools, the children need to be involved in the process of learning. And we are not talking about the timetable anymore. We are talking about the day regime, so to say. So the person can look for mathematics studies, physics studies, but you can also go in for sports to do some musical instrument playing and so on. So the person needs to be somehow occupied all the day through. And we need to discuss this here that we don't have any timetables anymore, but the regime of operation of school. So I think that we cannot only rely upon diplomas. Elmira, I would like you to join our discussion because I'm sure that you're an expert in lifelong learning. Could you tell us how much is the demand for the continuous learning during pandemic? How demand has changed? Thank you for this opportunity. Of course, I cannot give just Elmira, we can't hear you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Not yet. Just a minute. What about now? I think we have got muted her. Okay, now we can hear you. Okay, sound check. Great. Thank you for the interesting question. It's difficult to answer shortly on this very complex question. I would say that we cannot fully place the responsibility for the level of education on universities or any other educational facilities, because we are all members and participants of this process. And we are now in the status of the so-called ideal storm under the influence of pandemic. So we need to change very quickly the approaches that was mentioned by Ms. Shamshidinova. So we have to do it through the active learning and so on. And of course, the adult education is also specific for that, because we are the Bureau of Lifelong Learning, and we believe that the lifelong learning is the vector that could help us not to get lost in this bombarding of information and various new ideas that could be caused by this turbulence. And I would also like to comment on the influence of the technologies on the education, since we are getting into the fourth industrial revolution era, and we cannot ignore the technologies. This is irrational. So the technologies will not just become the means, but the full-fledged partner and even participant of the education. And that's exactly what Mr. Schleicher has just mentioned, because artificial intelligence could provide all necessary information and data that would help decision taking, and this automated system will help doing that. And when we started our Quant project, it was started during pandemic, and we looked at all possible barriers and opportunities. Therefore, we cannot say that the future of education is only limitations based on the certain events globally, this is not going to be the case, because we should look at both advantages and disadvantages. As for the demand for education has grown, given the digital mobility, and more solutions in education will be provided by online, and we need to be all prepared for that. And first of all, the teachers should be ready for that, as Ms. Shamshitina mentioned. Unfortunately, we can observe that many mentors and teachers are not very friendly with technologies. However, I think it's just a matter of time and rethinking. Therefore, we put a bet on the continuous learning, on technological process, and in this regards, we started a new line of products. These include Al-Farabi program for the high school students, because this is the additional education. We do not pretend to be the fundamental teaching process, but we provide some professional guidance by doing that, starting from school. Also, this education will be followed up by the University of Future, which is aimed for the future professionals, which will include retraining, change of qualification, and so on, that was mentioned by the previous speakers. And of course, all this has to be supported by technologies. Therefore, we have the project bank that this is a school of programming that would allow any person without any programming skills, but with love to STEM, will provide the future skills that will be required in the future decade. An interesting fact I would like to provide. Last year, an interesting report was published by the Global Economic Forum, which is called Future Professions. And the most important, that service professions are all replaced by the technological professions, which is in principle pretty logical. And I would like to say that we somehow go before the market, so we adapted our products to the market, which will be of demand in the nearest decade. Thanks a lot, Elmira. Very interesting thoughts. We only have 2 minutes before the end of the session. That's why I would like to ask the speakers to share their final ideas and views. And
any parting thoughts on the future of education?
Mr. Schleicher?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I think it's great to have this discussion. I think it's great that Kazakhstan is taking sort of a lead in actually thinking about alternative futures for education, thinking about the lessons from the pandemic, and mobilizing resources. As was said very clearly, we need to invest in the human capabilities of teachers, of school leaders, to create leadership capacity at every level of the education system. No? The future will not happen if we just rely on, information flows that are vertical. It's about creating more lateral capacity in the system, getting teachers to look outwards to the next teachers. They're getting schools to look outwards to the next school, and to create a stronger fabric. And technology absolutely can be a great enabler in this. And actually, Kazakhstan, as many other countries, has shown in the pandemic that we can deploy technologies to facilitate new ways of learning. So I'm hopeful, and I think this is exactly the right discussion to move this forward.
Большое спасибо. Конечно, Гатаевна,
thanks a lot. Ms. Shamshidinova, any words of support to the teachers, to the parents who turned out to be in a very complex situation now? Well, I think that the most important is that we shouldn't lag behind the time in understanding what is happening today, and not lag behind in decision taking, because if we lag behind, our youth will always lag behind. So we, first of all, need to understand what is happening and have to take the right decisions. I think that education has always been and will continue being Okay, thank you very much. Very nice thoughts. Please stay with us. Next session will be devoted to the medical education, where Mr. Andreas Schleicher will also make a presentation. We are not saying goodbye to Ms. Shamshidinova as well, because we are going to meet with her soon in her interview to discuss the Kazakhstan experience, the experience of the Nazarbayev intellectual schools during pandemic. Please stay with us.
Знаете,
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя.
Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать.
Будем мечтать.
Пандемия, как лакмусовая бумажка, выявила все проблемы, которые были для нас иногда скрыты. Из 1,5 миллиарда детей в мире 463 миллиона оказались вне образования, потому что у них не было доступа к техническим средствам, интернету, образованию. То есть пандемия выявила такую проблему, как неравенство. И эта проблема коснулась, конечно же, и Казахстана, и не только наших учеников. На моей памяти никогда система образования не финансировалась в Казахстане больше, чем 4,1%. Это рекордный процент от ВВП. Так, 3,4, 3,6. При том, что международные организации рекомендуют от 5 до 7% ВВП. Рекордная страна Люксембург, 9% ВВП инвестирует в свое образование. А сколько инвестируют эти североевропейские страны? Вау! Это при их ВВП и при нашем ВВП. Хроническое недофинансирование образования – ключевая проблема развития нашего общества, которая имеет пролонгированный, долгосрочный негативный эффект на нашу экономику, на нашу безопасность, на наш суверенитет, если хотите. Образование должно стать первым, самым главным, ежедневным и долгосрочным политическим приоритетом нашего государства. Президент страны, премьер-министр, руководители всех уровней, каждый педагог, каждый родитель, каждый аналитик и исследователь, ученые должны засыпать.
Коллеги, добрый день. Это Министерство здравоохранения Республики Казахстан. Кто нас слышит? Проверка микрофонов. Ответьте, пожалуйста, Министерству. Кто нас видит, слышит?
Вижу,
Коллеги,
слышу.
еще раз добрый день. Министерство здравоохранения, ответьте, кто нас видит, слышит?
Дэниус Павелькис, вас слышу и вижу.
Отлично, спасибо.
Andreas, are you all right?
Yes, thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Very good to see you. But actually, before the translation was not working, so I hope it will work now.
You have to choose the channel.
I have the English channel. Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Professor Nurgozhin is quite good in English, as he worked for international agency. So probably.
Оказались вне образования, потому что у них не было доступа к техническим средствам, интернету, образованию. То есть пандемия выявила такую проблему, как неравенство. И эта проблема коснулась, конечно же, и Казахстана, и не только наших учеников. На моей памяти никогда система образования не финансировалась в Казахстане больше, чем 4,1%. Это рекордный процент от ВВП. Так, 3,4, 3,6. При том, что международные организации рекомендуют от 5 до 7% ВВП. Рекордная страна Люксембург, 9% ВВП инвестирует в свое образование. А сколько инвестируют эти североевропейские страны? Вау! Это при их ВВП и при нашем ВВП. Хроническое недофинансирование образования – ключевая проблема развития нашего общества, которая имеет пролонгированный долгосрочный негативный эффект на нашу экономику, на нашу безопасность, на наш суверенитет, если хотите. Образование должно стать первым, самым главным, ежедневным и долгосрочным политическим приоритетом нашего государства. Президент страны, премьер-министр, руководители всех уровней, каждый педагог, каждый родитель, каждый аналитик и исследователь, ученые должны засыпать с мыслью, а что я сегодня сделал для образования? И просыпаться с мыслью, а что я сегодня сделаю для образования? Все. Тогда все будет хорошо. Исторически...
Знаете...
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
Дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя. Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать?
Будем мечтать.
Пандемия, как лакмусовая бумажка, выявила все проблемы, которые были для нас иногда скрыты. Из 1,5 миллиарда детей в мире 463 миллиона оказались вне образования, потому что у них не было доступа к техническим средствам, интернету, к образованию. То есть пандемия выявила такую проблему, как неравенство. И эта проблема коснулась, конечно же, и Казахстана, и не только наших учеников. На моей памяти никогда система образования не финансировалась в Казахстане больше, чем 4,1%. Это рекордный процент от ВВП. Так, 3,4, 3,6. При том, что международные организации рекомендуют от 5 до 7% ВВП. Рекордная страна Люксембург, 9% ВВП инвестирует в свое образование. А сколько инвестируют эти североевропейские страны? Вау! Это при их ВВП и при нашем ВВП. Хроническое недофинансирование образования – ключевая проблема развития нашего общества, которая имеет пролонгированный долгосрочный негативный эффект на нашу экономику, на нашу безопасность, на наш суверенитет, если хотите. Образование должно стать первым, самым главным, ежедневным и долгосрочным политическим приоритетом нашего государства. Президент страны, премьер-министр, руководители всех уровней, каждый педагог, каждый родитель, каждый аналитик и исследователь, ученые должны засыпать с мыслью, а что я сегодня сделал для образования? И просыпаться с мыслью, а что я сегодня сделаю для образования? Все. Тогда все будет хорошо. Исторически...
Студенты медицинских вузов со всего мира прошли свою практику в необычных условиях, работая в ковидных госпиталях в качестве волонтеров, тем самым проявляя свою гражданскую позицию и профессиональный дух.
Comments, answers, say your opinion. It's
yes, absolutely, I will do. Yeah.
It's more like World Economy Forum format. One is asking and 3 or 4 are commenting on the same issue. There's no formal lecture or something like that.
Yeah, it's not lecture, it's the presentation and situation of the post-COVID situation, and also in the about the pandemic situation. I will tell.
But Talgat, if you do presentation, you should fit into the 5 minutes, 5-7 minutes, not more.
Okay.
Okay.
I will do very quick. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So somebody will switch us on. Yeah. I see Talgat. Hello, Talgat. Just info for Andreas. I was working 1.5 years as a provost of the Asfendiarov University, and Talgat was my boss. My boss.
We know each other with the news.
Yeah.
And the next
In 2 years, and he was the rector of the Astana Medical University.
In Siberia, because it is still cold now.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so we can start or not? Somebody could tell us.
I think I've seen a message starting now.
So, okay, I guess we should start. I see Ministry of Health on TV. Hello, we see you. And Gulnaz, здравствуйте, как жизнь ваша?
Здравствуйте, здравствуйте, как дела? Hello, how's life? Hello, how are you doing? Let's start, okay? Okay.
We have an interesting meeting, I guess, for 45 minutes. Medical education in the post-COVID era, how it will change. So we have me as a chair, and we have very important and good speakers, Andreas Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills, OECD, co-founder of PISA evaluation system. It's very important. Andreas, hello, nice to meet you.
Nice.
Talgat Nurgozhin, he is rector of the Asfendiarov Kazakh National Medical University in Almaty. Talgat, hello. And Gulnaz Tanatarova, director of the Department of Science and Human Capital of the Ministry of Health. And the Ministry of Health is shareholder of the medical universities in Kazakhstan totally. And she's, in fact, mother, nurse, nanny of the medical universities in the Kazakhstan. So, hello. So I will forward a few questions. And first of all, how will the COVID-19 pandemic change the employment environment and requirements for medical education, skills, and knowledge? Okay, who will start? Maybe Andreas, you.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I am not an expert in the medical field, but what is very clear is that the pandemic has fundamentally changed the landscape. Medical professions have come to the forefront, to the core of the COVID pandemic, and it's not just medical doctors, it's nurses, it's I think a whole medical field. Medical research has come to an entirely new kind of dimension. The search for a vaccine. We can no longer operate in 10-20 year cycles. We have to basically get into a real-time environment. And if you look forward, the future medical professional will not just be, a medical professional, but will need to become a data scientist, someone who's able to read and understand, complex information. I think the importance of social and emotional skills we should not underestimate. Technical skills, are in a way diminishing in their relevance. Computer technology is taking over more of this, but social and emotional capabilities will probably gain in importance. And I think the landscape, the pandemic is probably not created that shift, but certainly accelerated that development.
Okay. Гюльназ, вы слышны, когда не говорите. Ваш
Gulnaz, please make sure that your microphone is muted when you don't speak, because we at the moment can see that the ministry is making noise. No, my microphone is muted. No, it's not. We can hear you. I have switched it on just now. Okay, I can see that somebody from the ministry is having the microphone on. Talgat, could you comment?
Talgat, do you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. First of all, I like to say a lot of change. First of all, we implement the digital technology introduced, and also a lot of flexibility of the education area. And this is a very short.
Okay. Gülnaz, вы с нами?
Да.
Yeah. Okay, please comment on the first question.
Мне что-то включить.
Okay. We see you. Мы вас видим. Хорошо?
Не шумит, да? Нормально?
Нет, нормально.
Уважаемые коллеги, dear colleagues, dear participants of online Nobel Fest, we are very happy that such level of festival, such level of online festival is being organized and with this very needed moment, and the very relevant issues are being raised, especially of this medical education. I'm happy to greet you, Mr. Pavalkis, and you worked for a long time with us, and I also would like to greet all of the colleagues, Sandra Schleicher, Talgat Sejanovic, and everyone else. I wish you successful work of this session, success to you in the work of this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gülnaz.
Сейчас от имени Министерства здравоохранения. On behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare, we will have a rector of the National University, one of our best universities of our country, Talgat Sejanovic Murgozhin.
So you decided to make a joint presentation. Talgat, come on. Go.
Okay, just a second. I should.
Andreas, translation is working for you or not?
Does translation work for you, Andreas, or not?
My presentation is online?
Yes, we can see you. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, first of all, I like to thank for the inviting me to speak this very important conference. And thank you, Denius, for giving me the speech. But I prepared my presentation in Russian, and all my talking will be in Russian. And
Talgat, don't worry. It's coming simultaneous translation, and Andreas is connected onto English translation. So okay. You go really in Russian. Okay.
Okay. I will switch off to Russian. Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone for allowing us to participate in this conference. The first question about what had changed during the pandemics. Of course, as I had said, it's a lot had changed, and we don't even have to list it because Andreas had mentioned about many changes, and in our university, main important thing is implementation of the digital technology. So what was for years being pushed back for later, it is now being easily implemented during the pandemic. So my report will be about the questions of the pandemics, about the post-COVID times, like what had changed. So the system of education had suffered changes, so it's impossible now. We're not going to go back to whatever was before. So I would like to share with you the research of this education of view from the salesforce.org. It's a global higher education research which reflects the new view and of the students and administrative staff. So to understand the changing landscape of the university, they study 5 key moments. So first of all, it's of course the connection. So approximately 75% would like to receive weekly updates due to pandemics, and the isolation had shown us that the connectivity is very important in the education. Why? Because this constant touch with the higher education institution allow the student to feel some connection compared to the previous year. Second is, of course, is the trust, because 50% of the employees, they believe that the COVID increased the gap in trust between the leadership, students, and staff, and we think that this it's true because we have less contacts. And next is the well-being. So majority of various problems with the welfare, it's of course the financial issues, and together with isolation and social distancing, for the very understood reasons, the student pool had changed. Fourth, it's flexibility. Since pandemic creates a new problem every day, many students look for more flexible approaches on how they study. And last thing is a career. So 35% of students think that there should be more flexibility with regard to the grades, and 57% of staff says that the education institution invests money for the new materials and technologies to attract new students. 43% of students believe that they need to increase their qualification after the pandemics. So pandemics is also impact the student plan of the future. It's a 60% are very concerned with the work search after the study. So they want to be tuned in for the career success, not in all of the areas, not just in their areas. So modern tendencies is of the medical education in the future, of the future physicians, and the modern technologies show us that first of all, it's a humanistic approach. So of course, it's the approach of humanism of education that should prevail. So we say that the humanity should play a role. Second is an early experience of contact with the patients. It's is being integrated further, and it gives students a possibility to talk to the patients more correctly. Third is speaking a part of the hospital. So when the students go to the community to satisfy certain needs, therefore the surroundings is also very important, because it's one of these main important factors. And lastly is the training which is oriented towards student with the usage of modern technology. So what can it can give an opportunity to close your own needs, and of course to orient the access and independent information which is independent of where you are geographically. So high technologies would allow it to individualize the education due to increase of the interest of the students. We also want to show that the key tendencies of the acceleration of implementing the technologies in higher education. So short term is here we show the gamification, and which of course has the real usage, and also the expansion of these medical students, and we should react towards that. Midterm tendencies is the introduction of the telemedicine. So it's a virtual communication with the physician or with the teacher via the telemedicine, and students can practice their empathy via the screen. And then long term, it's a usage of the artificial intelligence. We can talk a lot about that. The experts of this North Carolina, for example, they had analyzed a whole lot, and then they analyzed an artificial intelligence could actually recommend the treatment plans, which would then correspond to the real proposals by oncologists. So that's what the long-term of tendencies uses in the artificial intelligence. So what problems or challenges we can see? First of all, it's financing, because if it's financing of the foreign schools, then they say that they have enough finance, and we know that recently John Bloomberg, for example, had given 1.1 billion USD for his alma mater, and if the education would be enough, then in the university field, then the problem that we will not have those problems. And then it's a creation of consortia in the universities. In the future, the universities would allow to interact with other students, for example, in the nursing field, in business and engineering, and public health. They can not just exchange knowledge between the students, but they can develop a significant network, which is
10 minutes already.
Okay, I will finish.
And blended learning offline and online. And what I also want to show is that the medical education in Republic of Kazakhstan, it's integrative medical education, which we plan to have, and then residences. And I will also want to tell more about the Kazakh National Medical University experience and education, and then you can see on slide how many schools we have, how many majors and how many research institutes. So it's around 11,500 students. It's 6 schools. And then I also want to talk about what was developed and implemented in this online training. You can see that the curriculum was revised during the quarantine, and the format of education was selected. Here you can see various format of education, and of course the internal regulation documented were developed for the transfer to online education. How the distant learning was executed in the slide. So it's a change of the students. It's
Online разработок.
Also the development of the instructions which are available on the website, and of course the usage of all of those technologies, of course, resolved some tasks and problems, but and created additional challenges for the students. So from the experience of teaching it remotely, and then he could say, in our university, support of the empirical training of the contact and creation of some continuous empirical training of simulation of the clinical contact of the patients online. So all of it was created for the students. And what's important is pandemics gave an opportunity for students to be involved in these times and provide real medical care for the patients. So here on the slide you can see that how many of our employees, residents, interns participated in the real life and provided care. So we can do a separate presentation on that, but here we can see how our interns helped.
Good.
This is last slide.
Okay, last slide, because we have left only 10 minutes.
Да. И новые возможности какие?
So new opportunities, it's on this slide you can see what opportunities are needed. It's further automation of all of the processes, increase of the technologies of the professor, of the faculty, and of course modification of this of the building, creation of this lab work, and having it all online. And we can all see this simulation system, development of the communicative skills through online. So all of it is an opportunities which are needed to be used in the educational system. Thank you. I apologize for the long speech.
Having such a discussant as Andreas in our team, we should jump directly to my third question: how much we can replace hands-on experience in specialties where practical skills are essential? I guess it's vocational training, nurse training, medical training for doctors, because somebody in the world insulted when I say that medical specialty training is high vocational training in fact. So Andreas, could you comment on this issue, skills, because we know that skills gives direct impact on GDP of each country. It could give the direct impact on the quality assurance of the medical, of the healthcare system in the world. what your could be thoughts about that? Your microphone is switched off.
Sorry. Yeah, I think you raise a really good question on what are the limits of technology in the education or in the medical profession. And I would argue sort of there are two sides to this. On the one hand, absolutely, the medical education is a kind of high-end vocational education. The integration of the world of work and the world of learning is very, very central to success. And actually, you know, the early experience of medical students in the kind of in hospitals is so crucial for a good education. At the very same time, I also think that technology can open up some new possibilities. We know, for example, that simulated environments, and we just saw that in the presentation actually, there are some very good ways how we can actually give students even more practical experience through technologies. And it's very hard for young people, for students to do an operation in real before they have a lot of training, but actually with technology they can actually do some practicing. But you know, my view would remain that the practical experience, the social experience, is absolutely vital for a high quality medical kind of education. I don't think we probably should see more rather than less of that in the future of the medical profession.
Okay, I allow myself as a chairperson to cite one interesting in Biomed Central group medical education publication of Association of American Medical Colleges about a questionnaire in the residents in COVID pandemic situation. So it's a few months ago. So it's 93% of residents who should work clinically in practice, they are not in the clinical rotation. They were set outside the clinical, outside the hospitals, outside the polyclinic. 74 agree that the pandemic disrupted their medical education very, very sharply. 61 think they should continue practice despite all this COVID threat. And 84 of the students, it's some thousand of students, agreed, 84%, to accept higher risk of to be infected by COVID after they return into the clinical setting. So it's clearly suggests that in some stages of medical education, we could not rely on simulation labs or augmented reality or something like that. They need, as Andreas said, a clinical practice, hands-on experience to take skills, socializing, and so on and so on. Talgat, would you comment on how residents in Kazakhstan were not volunteers, but all in program of the residency were working in the hospitals or not?
Denis, in that time you was the rector of the Astana Medical University, and
so I am asking.
Yeah, you know, I think we have the same answers, but you know, part of the residency they worked in clinic, and part of they like to work with the COVID centers. It was the very exciting time because, you know, it was difficult to decide which specialist will be work in COVID centers, in which specialist will be stay at the clinic, not COVID. But other students were the volunteers that time. For example, around 45% of our students was the volunteers in the support medical service, and also everywhere, not only in clinics.
Okay, Okay, so organizers just remind me that we have 5 minutes remaining. So I will ask Andreas Talgat just to make prognosis. How will the medical education go in post-COVID era? What your thoughts are?
Yeah, I think there are two aspects to this. There's the aspect of the how, how we educate, and there's the question, I think for me, that's the bigger question. What type of education will medical professionals need in the long run? And what skills will change? What is quite clear is if you look at the long-term potential of technology, computer-assisted diagnosis, all of this, it will probably make some skill redundant on which we focus today, and will actually add new dimensions of skills that will become more important. I think the future, the future medical professional will need to become a data scientist, will need to be very, very good in, reading patterns, understanding, data and evidence much more so than is the case today. Less rely on use computer-supported judgment, artificial intelligence in supporting decision-making diagnosis. I think that question of the what will become very important. And the other dimension I would also highlight is that what will remain is the human part of being a medical professional, and that is basically being able to relate to patients, being able to have those kinds of social and emotional skills that we often think is the additional extra, but it could become actually very much the core of the future profession. So perhaps, less emphasis on technical skills, more emphasis on those kinds of human dimensions. That's what I would see. It would be my, not being a professional in this field, my prognosis of the long-term development. And that puts education, makes it demanding for education. The kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test, have also become easy to digitize, to automate. No?
All right, thank you, Andreas. Talgat.
Denis, may speak the Russian and to answer for this question in Russian.
Okay.
Очень важно.
It is extremely important, Denis, when you ask this question. It is indeed important to have the technologies that we are now implementing due to a pandemic and its promotion. However, whichever the technology is implemented and mastered by the humanity, for the doctor, for the medical doctor, the most important thing is the eyes, ears, and hands. And these are the three elements that put the basis for the profession of a medical doctor. Yes, indeed, we can look into the future and say that there will be some equipment that will feel habitus of the patient and the way the patient smells, but the thinking of the medical doctor and the contact with the patient is important. So the three elements are the most important: eyes, ears, and hands of the doctor.
I in fact think that the medical education will divide into the theoretical backgrounds of the medical education. So where is possible, I guess all medical universities will continue on distant learning, on blended learning, on machine learning, on simulation center. But a certain amount, especially in postgraduate education, should be hands-on experience with all these kinds of contact with the patient, with the death, with unsuccess, with different kinds of social integration into the social life and public life. So, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your participation, and we need to pass the floor to this next session. Thank you very much. See you later. See you.
Что такое энергия?
Первый номер журнала «Ойла». Никто не верил, что печатный, да к тому же и научный журнал сможет стать популярным у детей. И это в эпоху Ютуба. Помню, как в самом начале отправляли наш журнал бесплатно в школу. А сегодня «Ойла» — это научно-популярный журнал, который издается в 11 странах мира на 5 языках. Это журнал на казахском языке, а это на немецком, корейском языке и, конечно же, на английском.
Почему формат нашего журнала так востребован? Я верю, что каждый ребенок хочет стать ученым, изобретателем, успешным человеком. Нужно лишь дать правильный импульс. Наш журнал помогает полюбить науку, раздвинуть границы и развить глубину мышления. Мы рассказываем о принципах устройства Вселенной и о задачах, от которых мы бились лучшие умы человечества.
Наш журнал читают более 20 тысяч детей в Казахстане. Мы отправляем журнал даже в самые отдаленные регионы страны. У нас есть юный читатель в Ауле-Жумыскер в Атырауской области. Доставка к нему обходится даже дороже стоимости самого журнала. Но мы просто не можем оставить этого ребенка без новых знаний. А еще «Ойла» помогает учителям интересно вести уроки. Все это дает нам энергию создавать наш журнал.
Сегодня «Ойла» — это не только журнал, но и школа наук для детей.
Мы ведем увлекательные курсы по физике, химии, биологии и математике, которые не похожи на школьные предметы. Наши курсы прошли более 700 детей.
Энергия знаний бесконечна, но распространять ее можно только благодаря единомышленникам. Мы рады, что наш журнал нашел поддержку многих людей. Мы — команда журнала «Ойла», и мы хотим, чтобы наши дети умели думать.
iToo — супер-ап для общения, решения ежедневных задач и потребления контента. iToo — это мессенджер, кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
Знаете,
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
дедуль, спасибо, я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя. Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать.
Будем мечтать.
Что такое энергия? Я думаю, что это знание, которое двигает нас к прогрессу. 4 года назад вышел первый номер журнала «Ойла». Никто не верил, что печатный, да к тому же и научный журнал сможет стать популярным у детей. И это в эпоху Ютуба. Помню, как в самом начале отправляли наш журнал бесплатно в школу. А сегодня «Ойла» — это научно-популярный журнал, который издается в 11 странах мира на 5 языках. Это журнал на казахском языке, а это на немецком, корейском языке и, конечно же, на английском.
Почему формат нашего журнала так востребован? Я верю, что каждый ребенок хочет стать ученым, изобретателем, успешным человеком. Нужно лишь дать правильный импульс. Наш журнал помогает полюбить науку, раздвинуть границы и развить глубину мышления. Мы рассказываем о принципах устройства Вселенной и о задачах, от которых мы бились лучшие умы человечества.
Наш журнал читают более 20 тысяч детей в Казахстане. Мы отправляем журнал даже в самые отдаленные регионы страны. У нас есть юный читатель в Ауле-Жумыскер в Атырауской области. Доставка к нему обходится даже дороже стоимости самого журнала. Но мы просто не можем оставить этого ребенка без новых знаний. А еще «Ойла» помогает учителям интересно вести уроки. Все это дает нам энергию создавать наш журнал.
Сегодня «Ойла» — это не только журнал, но и школа наук для детей.
Мы ведем увлекательные курсы по физике, химии, биологии и математике, которые не похожи на школьные предметы. Наши курсы прошли более 700 детей.
Энергия знаний бесконечна, но распространять ее можно только благодаря единомышленникам. Мы рады, что наш журнал нашел поддержку многих людей. Мы — команда журнала «Ойла», и мы хотим, чтобы наши дети умели думать.
Всякое, всякое, всякое делают.
Ой, а мы здесь же не слышим ничего. Образования Республики Казахстан Куляш Шамшидиновой о воспитании школьников в век цифровизации.
The interview with Kula Shamshidinova on the upgrading of students during the green economy world. spectators, we are now again in the studio, and I'm having here Polya Shumshidina, and the topic of our discussion is time and education. Ms. Shamshidinova, 4.5 million children in Kazakhstan had to go for online education in Kazakhstan within a couple of days, approximately the same time last year. What was the experience of Nazarbayev Intellectual School, and how did the school behave during this very hard, challenging time? You know, when last year this announcement was made, we thought that we will have to organize the teaching process in a different way. We put together a working group and started to think what to do. First of all, we defined how many children we don't have access to internet, because there are some children who study in the boarding schools, and how many children don't have any computers. So we had to do a lot of work here. And the second thing is that we have to take attention to is to what extent the teachers can understand and master the technologies, and we had to do it on the spot in the course of development. And the third and the most important, which we did not expect, is that it turned out that by the end of the semester, the psychological support was needed not only to the students, but also to the teachers and parents. And the teacher turned out that his lessons were watched not only by the students, but also by the parents, by the other teachers. And also we as teachers are used to working in the classroom. We need to see their faces, their eyes, and to see their feedback, whether they understand what we are saying or not. And this was very difficult. And during this short period of time, we established several mobile groups that were responsible for the technical support, for the methodological support to the teachers, and we even developed an algorithm that is, if you cannot switch on in the morning and you don't have the internet connection, you have to act to do this, and this. And we recorded all the lessons, and we immediately started the surveys, and we did the surveys of the teachers and parents and students, and we adjusted it accordingly. So this major work was carried out, and the most important is that we had to provide the resource support to the teachers. We started preparing the lesson plans for each subject for the fourth semester after the pandemic started. Of course, it was very complex, and even myself, who don't go to the social media, I started to do it more often. We started to congratulate each other, to provide hints. And this human support and human relations was very important. And we had to talk to teach the parents as well. In particular, for the students who study in the from homes in the rural areas, we carried out 2 studies this year, and we turned out that the internet. We found out that the internet access has improved significantly. The digital literacy has improved, and to some extent, children even stated that it's even more interesting. They have to learn independently, and but some children mentioned that they miss some live relations, and we have to focus on that. And I think that I'm lucky that we have a team, and this team spirit and mutual support turned out to be a great value, because people did not remained by themselves. We started a lot of projects. So the 9th of May, the history of my motherland, of my family. We had a teacher, a picture of a teacher today, and the student or the child who grew to be a teacher. So there are lots of projects which are now being continued. Okay, Ms. Shamshidinova, education is not a transactional process. It's the environment where people relate, people get knowledge, get certain skills which they apply in practice. And if there is no direct relationships, how did this influence the physical health of people and the achievements of children. The most interesting thing is that when we summarize the results, I normally make presentations in January and in May, and we pick some important things in education. And this year, the key topic was the distant learning, and it turned out that the quality of education has increased, has improved. Every year, our students take IELTS. Normally it's 4.5, now it's 4.7, and 70% of the students passed at 6.7. So the quality of education is now higher. And if we compare semester to semester, the quality is also higher. And the only thing is that we're going to do the monitoring at the end of the year, and we will see whether the internal intra-school evaluation is higher or not. And you are in fact right that education today is not just a classroom, because education is from everywhere. And in this regards, the human relations is very important, mimics and approval, patting by the teacher, and the teacher wants to be seen, that the children look at them with approval. And if the child shows that he understands the teacher, this is something that both the teachers and the students miss now. And in the two surveys that we carried out during the pandemic, in both cases where this issue was raised, because even children are saying that the life relations are something that they miss. You know, the children who come to the intellectual schools are mostly children who live in the positive families. What about the children who come from worse conditions and from worse families? They had less chances for the future. And a good chance would be an experience of dealing with a good teacher. And in fact, the role of the teacher has increased significantly. How do you see the role of the teacher now? I would like to recall the words of Lev Tolstoy. He said that the teacher should have two qualities: big heart and big knowledge. So this big heart and big knowledge is needed any time. So before this meeting, we said that we don't need a teacher who provides all the details and explains everything. We need a teacher who helps moving ahead. And we always need to recall Newton, who always raised the questions and sought for the answers. And we keep saying that he was sitting under the tree and the apple fell on his head. And in fact, he invented that rule during the pandemic. It was Black Plague. And what he did, he came back to his rural settlement and to the village, and he started thinking, why apples fall down? Why don't they fall or fly anywhere? And there is a reason for that, and he was seeking for the answer. But the task of the teacher is to ask the questions that the student will be seeking the response for, and he will be motivated to search for something new. And this is a very good excellence and mastership. And during one of the previous sessions, one question was raised that one scientist, when he raises a question to the others, and the others said that the best motivation is not the evaluation or the marks that you will get, or not the feedback that you provide to the student, but how. By asking a question, you motivate the student to search for the answers. This is the excellence of the teacher. That's why we are saying that when the teacher asks a question, he asks whether the person understands the question, the material or not. Then he would ask the question whether this material is understood or not. And the third question would be how this information can be used. And these are the faculties that need to be trained, and this is the methodology which is state of the art. Ms. Shamsudinova, before this session, we had a different discussion that to what extent the difference at schools can have it can be a cause for the inequality at schools. And in Nazarbayev intellectual schools, the achievements are 40% higher, And speaking about PISA with Mr. Slacher, we said that the overall indicator, national indicator in 2018, when there was a testing, was pretty low compared to the other OECD countries.
А в Казахстане этот разрыв между, к примеру,
And in
городской
Kazakhstan, this gap between city school and urban school, it's even higher, 1 or 2 years between the NIS and regular school. So how we can reduce this gap and how we can provide the transport of technology and experience from niche to the regular schools. Today, Mr. Schlager said a very interesting thing that digital technologies gives a good chance to somehow mitigate the inequality, and that is how it is indeed. We need to use this opportunities. And when we say that in Kazakhstan, for all schools independent, there is a unified education program. It's the same. So Nazarbayev Intellectual School is similar, and we have a different program. But there's a moment when we have a unified standard, we have a unified approaches, but unfortunately there is a gap. So I'm thinking, what shall we do? For example, we have kids from the villages, from low-income families. There's a certain group of kids, and when they come, the difference between the indicators that come from the city school and from the village school is a lot different. So in 10th grade, they already we can, when we examine them, we can see that it's the same level. So the progress of the student is higher because there's a certain age group, and the if we talk about the city child, urban child, which is going equally, then the village child one was given a good conditions. A village kid could catch up with the city kid. So this condition should be created first of all by the teachers. And as Mr. Schlager said, that the quality teachers should be everywhere. Another thing I think is that the indicators are different that define the quality of education. I think we need to be analyzed about our own data, because usually we analyze what is happening in the field of education. So I do think that we need to teach the employees that do the education field, that they should be able to analyze it, that they should be able to make a decision, and then we need to teach the teacher how to do the good practice. And the second moment is an education assessment system, because in a school assessment system, I think it's a little higher, because teacher normally puts a higher grade, but then when you go to the external grade, it's written right away. It's obvious right away. So I think we should be very important about that. And maybe it's not increasing in purpose, so maybe we are not checking the right things. So whether it's PISA checks, mathematical literacy, we check whether he knows math or not, and it's a different thing. So we check whether the student, how the student memorize the material, and PISA checks how the student can apply this knowledge. So another thing I want to tell you is, for example, we have, well, it's a very difficult program, it's very difficult to study. And yes, we thought about it when we started to see the public school education. We see that after the 4th grade, the quality of education is reducing. And then people say that it's because of this some age-related issue. But then recently, I'm very happy that we faced the research that was done in Novgorod that says that in the elementary school we are not very well developed in the logic memory, and there is there is this understanding, and when the person understands, they memorize it better. When they don't understand, they have to memorize. And the more grown the child becomes and the volume increases and the student cannot remember. So the student knows the equation but cannot resolve the task. So when the kid came to the first grade, he has a good speech developed and he speaks a lot. He is an excellent student, but then the level is reducing because the thinking is not there yet. So we should not say that it's difficult. We should just go back to those technologies. That's the problem. If you are teaching, then the problem could be there. But if you are teaching and guiding, then you might have a better results. What you just said about the workloads and before pandemics and many people, for example, they were talking about the extensive workload, but then in the society we have this, the tiger parenting when there is a certain pressure from the parents for the students to have an A grade. So how can we work with parents to guide them, to motivate them, motivate kids for the education? I wanna now speak to the audience, guys. We are working and many children say that they're afraid of not meeting parents' expectations. And that is a problem that exists. So it's not about pushing the kid to study better. You should help the kid. You should find, be next to the kid, not only when he's a winner, but when he is losing. So that's when we need to teach the parents, and we started to work with international organization, and we have the several projects in our school. It's a strong family. We teach both the parents and in school, and we will expand this program towards everywhere. Why? Because through this we can educate the teachers. And if you are teaching a certain program, you don't need to teach just kids, you need to teach also the adults. And dear adults, sometimes what do? We have not achieved something. I wanted to be a lawyer, but I didn't become a lawyer. So of course I want my kid to become a lawyer, despite whether my kids want this or not. So we need to remove from that. We need to realize that the kid might have its own interests. So we need to, of course, have a good programs because this strong families are adopted in Kazakh and Russian. It's during pandemics, there was a request from the parents for this digital literacy. So everywhere we should understand there is this understanding about that a child is being raised by the village. So the ecosystem, it takes a village to bring up the child, and it's everyone should fill up the role. So during the digital progress, we talk about that there is this, the skills of critical thinking. It will be the main important one because everything has to do memorizing. It's done by robots. So, but how can we develop those skills among the school age kids? That's the most difficult one because you cannot just respond to it in one word. It's probably will depend on how the adult will see themselves. For the creativity, let's talk about, for example, you have an information in WhatsApp. What do you like it right away, and then you just send it to others, but you are the person who did not implement your critical thinking. You should have understand how true this information is. So we need to understand that we are the adults, and people that are next to kids, they are responsible. So it's a very complicated issue. And another one is reason by example. Why do we do the social project? Why do we invite the kids to possible social project? Because for them to see it. So there is no clear-cut answer to that. And then again, adults, how do we keep our emotions? So that's how our kids do. We should first of all stop our emotions. We should contact with people, and that's what kids do. Adults should understand that they are the first teacher. Another important issue regarding inclusivity, because every kid is being taught on their own and should have their own approach, but some have specificities in their education, and this, for example, those specificities were not concluded. So how do you think we should do to provide the inclusivity? The digital technologies, they do give this chance. So for the second time, we select the adaptive learning, and adaptive learning allows someone to teach it's a big work, and it's a different system. So we need to understand, even if we talk about the university education, teachers will not use the same curriculum that we propose to them if they understood that tomorrow it is not going to give them any value. So technologies allow you to have a customized individual program, but it's a huge system. So for that, school should go through digital transformation. You and I already went through informatization, through industrialization. Now we need to pass through digital transformation, which is already happening in economics and other fields. But digital transformation, what it is, it's not just a classroom. It's first of all the methodology and technology of teaching. It's an educational program that supports all of the participants of the education field. So I think to consider inclusive education, it's possible. Lastly, can you please share with us the achievements of niche alumni despite of the pandemics? Well, more than 200 of our kids already have the grants from the leading universities in the world. Our alumni were admitted to Harvard. For example, yesterday we received information that someone was accepted to University of Pennsylvania. So it's a huge opportunities. There's a lot of winners of international Olympiads and of grants, and to continue the project, the work that they do. So those that work, they work in any conditions, and I think the youth should work in any conditions, because tomorrow's pandemic, today's pandemic, tomorrow something else. We are not. There's a lot of things that can happen, so we're very happy for our kids. And from Taldykurgan to Harvard, it's. When did we think it would be possible? We are very happy. Thank you. It was a very interesting discussion. I'm sure majority of the audience enjoyed this. Thank you for being with us.
Откуда берется энергия? Я черпаю свою энергию из работы с детьми. Вот какие навыки точно понадобятся ребенку во взрослой жизни? Математика, английский, программирование, физика, что это? Нет четкого ответа. Ответ как-то сам пришел. Я работала еще с трудными подростками в Таразе, с детьми из детского дома. А когда я уже училась в Колумбийском университете на психолога-социального работника, я поняла, что детям нужны навыки, которые помогут им управлять своими эмоциями, мотивировать, самомотивировать себя, уметь справляться с трудностями, ставить, достигать какие-то позитивные цели, которые будут менять их жизнь к лучшему. Как молодой психолог решила, что хочу работать именно с детьми, помогать им развивать свой эмоциональный интеллект и учить их быть лидерами. Наша команда создала вот такую уникальную программу. Это программа летнего лагеря «Будущее. Мой выбор». Это игры, это тренинги, это творческие занятия. Все они нацелены на то, чтобы помочь подростку понять себя. Благодаря поддержке партнеров ее прошли уже сотни подростков.
Когда я ехал в лагерь, я думал, что это совершенно обычный лагерь. Поверьте, я никогда так не ошибался. Тренера, что там были, они научили меня понимать свои чувства, они научили меня понимать чувства других. Я стал более общительный, более открытый.
Театр можно назвать формой арт-терапии. Взаимодействие с театром «Артишок» у нас достаточно давнее. Первый спектакль был о взаимоотношениях детей между собой, о взаимоотношениях школьников, а второй уже был о взаимоотношении родителей и детей. Все истории, которые мы брали для спектакля, для сценария, они были реалистичные.
Нашим родителям часто не нравится, как мы выглядим, с какими людьми мы общаемся, и музыку, которую мы слушаем, и так далее. Поэтому мы решили, что пригласить родителей на наш спектакль было действительно важно. И они увидели себя в тех героях, которых мы играли. Но спектакль открыл глаза не только нашим родителям, потому что и мы поняли свои ошибки. И я думаю, что этот спектакль очень сильно сблизил нас и дал нам понять друг друга гораздо лучше, чем когда-либо.
Очень хочется, чтобы все родители принимали и любили своего ребенка вот таким, какой он есть, со всеми его достоинствами, недостатками. Мы, взрослые, должны научить детей генерировать именно положительную энергию. Тогда они смогут менять этот мир, делать его красивым, лучшим и более интересным.
Катализатором роста инноваций и зеленых технологий. Альтернативная энергия
of the growth of innovation and green technologies. How can innovation slow down the process of the change, climate change? About this wonderful topic, we will be talking about with experts Cheryl Connolly, Tessa Clark, Venkat Venkataraman, with the moderator Jean-Francois Marco.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome everybody to this session. I'm really very glad to be moderating this panel. I'm the country manager of the World Bank for Kazakhstan, and I must say that in Central Asia we are working a lot, mostly with the government, to try to help them in their green commitments, in helping investment in green technologies, renewables, sustainable agriculture, and several of these topics. And we think that in the post-COVID environment, to do even more in this in this field and manage to link the challenges of climate change with the use of technology and using also the way people react to technology, I think is something very useful. Like many others, we have done a response to COVID, and we have tried to help government and firms in their response to COVID, mostly on the health side at the beginning, or in trying to absorb the shocks. But as we are really going into the beginning of a post-recovery in the world right now, I think part of this recovery really needs to go around helping countries and firms and people manage both their own recovery and help the climate change agenda. And so that will be the theme of what we will do. And for that, I'm really excited to have this panel with us to help us understand how firms can help also in that, and how they see the future in that field. And we have panelists that go from from very established and long-standing industrial firms like Ford Motors with Cheryl, to startups that mostly try to use the link between people to reduce waste, like Tessa, and also more, I would say, classical technology startup, for which, no longer startup, but actually in the case of Bloom Energy, and so with Venkat. So Venkat will start with his presentation now. Venkat is the Chief Technology Officer and Executive Vice President of engineering with Bloom Energy, with a firm that is doing energy servers. And so I'll give you the floor, Venkat. Thank you.
Do you have my presentation, or should I share it?
I think you are sharing it.
Okay, all right, let me share it then. Can you see it okay?
Yes, it's perfect.
Excellent.
You should go on. Yeah, it's on full. Perfect.
Yeah. Thanks for the invitation. I think this is a great topic. Certainly, I've been in Kazakhstan several years ago when we were working on finding some scandium. So I was there, traveled quite a bit in Kazakhstan. So nice to meet you all. It's early in the morning here, and good afternoon, those people in Kazakhstan. I'll be pretty brief. I think the green revolution is going through. I mean, we hear it quite a bit. The way we are thinking, at least from Bloom perspective, there are two aspects of it to the revolution. One is the new molecule that we found called hydrogen. So we definitely want to use hydrogen. And also, we cannot go away from the fossil fuel, because if you take the supply and demand, I'll show you the analysis done for US, which is the same for other countries too, is we do have to live on the fossil fuel also, but we got to do it in a way that is green. So this is a analysis done by the annual energy outlook that we got, which goes through up to 2050. What is interesting here is that you can see on the left-hand side, the natural gas still becomes the primary source or big source of power generation in US, and it's going to be the same all over the world, primarily because of the fact that we definitely need the power, and this is the big one. So on the other side, we definitely want to invest a lot of money into the renewables. You can see the solar investment in solar is going to continue, and the energy generation using solar is going to grow over time. In addition to that, if you take the nuclear power plants, obviously because of the sensitivity that happens, it is going to decline, and also it's going to be, in terms of coal, as the source of power is also going to go down over time. Now, the paradigm shifters need to happen. So if you take the top one, the natural gas side of it, as I mentioned, how do you make it a source that is green? So the one way of doing it to couple that with the carbon capture. So that's the main thing. Then in terms of hydrogen, I think that becomes a conduit from many ways, going from the power generation and make that as a way of going into green or the zero carbon across the world. So this is an interesting one for Bloom. If you look at on the left to right, hydrogen is not a natural source as it exists. It's more like a conduit, right? You can call it either as a fuel or it's essentially as a storage. So on the left-hand side, what you see is the different ways of producing hydrogen, different source of hydrogen, whether it's going to be the conventional storage mechanism, renewables, you got nuclear, fossil fuel. All of them have capability of producing hydrogen. On the right-hand side, the hydrogen is used for different purposes, industrial hydrogen, or you can use it for power generation. Mobility is another big one. Furthermore, the world is going towards injection of hydrogen in the pipeline. So in essence, you're transforming energy from one to another by using as hydrogen as a conduit. This essentially reduces the carbon footprint. So this is where we fit in. I think for the Bloom, we are working on the solid oxide fuel cell as the source of, as a power generator. Right? We have been in existence for a while. Now, how do you actually fit into the paradigm? How do you actually work with the rest of the community to create the decarbonization is where our focus is today. So a little bit about our technology. Many of you may already know about solid oxide fuel cell. The secret sauce here is what we call as an electrolyte, which is a ceramic PA piece right in the middle. doped with some special components. It's got a very unique property. It transports oxygen ion when you heat it up to higher temperature, like 850 degrees C. And you have fuel on one side, whether it can be hydrogen or methane or in any hydrocarbons. On the other side is oxygen. And the oxygen ion transports through the electrolyte and produces electricity in the process. So this is a direct conversion of chemical energy into electrical energy. So as you can see, the air side and the fuel side are actually separate. So there is no emission, NOx or SOx or particulate emissions. They don't exist as a clean power from that perspective. If you use hydrogen, obviously it doesn't emit any carbon. It doesn't have any carbon emissions. But there are other ways to use this equipment. The one big thing that we do today is modular. So the availability is pretty high. I build it to a stack and then we put it in modules and that builds the power plant. Now, what we have tried to do is now that the hydrogen is the conduit, so we are reversing the fuel cell. So that's a nice thing about this technology. If you take hydrogen in a fuel cell mode, it can produce power. But if you reverse as you apply the potential across the cell, it can take the electricity, which is available cheap in cases like nuclear power plants. When there is a curtailment, then there is a possibility of producing electricity at a cheap cost, but you can, since it's curtailed, you can use the same energy to produce hydrogen in the reverse way. So that's a concept we do. So far, we have been focusing mainly on the power generations. Now we are focusing more on the electrolyzer. This is the way we see that the world is going to go with hydrogen as the primary conduit for decarbonization. So if we take the global field, this is our vision. So right now, we can make an impact both on the stationary side of it as well as the mobility side of it. The left-hand side is what we do today, which is natural gas as a feedstock, and we can produce power using solid oxide fuel cells. Now we're moving into doing a carbon capture, and also as a derivative, we can also produce hydrogen. We call it a blue hydrogen. The other side of it is the renewable. If you do have excess renewable energy and you're not able to transmit it, so there are a couple of ways to do it. One, you can take the electrolyzer and produce hydrogen, which is called the green hydrogen. Then you can transport it to wherever you want and produce power also. That's one angle we have. In addition to that, we are focusing more on the biogas because it's available in plenty. So if you do a power generation using the biogas, is carbon neutral. But if you can do carbon capture, obviously you can make it carbon negative. In addition to that, there's an opportunity to produce hydrogen, which we call as the gold hydrogen. Right in the middle is the nuclear power plants. I think I can tell you there are more 40 plus nuclear power plants even in the US. They are curtailed due to the insertion of renewable power during the daytime. So we can use the energy and use that to produce hydrogen, which we call as a pink hydrogen. And that hydrogen can be used to produce power also, can be transported to wherever you want to and make use of it for producing power. On the right-hand side is the impact that we can make today with the electricity we produce. We can charge the vehicles. And furthermore, if you have hydrogen, which is regardless of what color it is, you can use it. If the technology is ready, you can use it in mobility. The last bit is the significant emission happens in marine applications. So there also we can make an impact. Now, if you take the global carbonization, now with the hydrogen as a conduit, there are many ways you can do it. As I talked about, you can take the same fossil fuel for power generation, do it safely. You can combine it with the carbon capture and also produce blue hydrogen with it. That's great news. For renewables, if there is a transmission related issue, then you can use hydrogen as a conduit, take the excess renewable energy, convert that to hydrogen and use it for downstream use, whether it's going to be injection to the pipeline, mobility, or power generation. Last bit, which is getting to be pretty significant, at least in the US, it's probably true for the rest of the world, is if you have nuclear energy and there is excess power, you can use it to produce hydrogen. So globally, there is a possibility of converting the whole infrastructure to decarbonize the entire world. And there are a couple other things we are working on. One is the biogas will be taking the landfill gas, the gas coming out for a wastewater facility, as well as dairy. The one nice thing about it is we can actually take the gas with taking some contaminants out, like siloxane, sulfur out, and we can put it in the system. We really don't have to remove the CO2 from the gas, and you can use it to produce power. So this takes away quite a bit of capital investment in the cleanup process. So we have few cases that we are working on today. There will be, in the middle of the year, we'll have a site running on landfill and producing power. So that's great news. And then the last bit is the carbon capture. For us, it's a little bit easy. As I mentioned, that our airstream and the fuel stream are separate, right? So when you do that, on the fuel side, what you produce is carbon dioxide and water at the end. If you take the water out, CO2 comes pretty clean. So that's a significant advantage we have compared to the traditional power plant where the carbon dioxide in the mix, the flue gas is going to be only 3%. So that's an advantage we have. With that, I want to leave with you, there is a pathway here that we have created using our technology to completely decarbonize. Two aspects of it: work on the fossil fuel and make sure that you capture the carbon. So that's one way of doing it. The other part is use hydrogen as a conduit for different sources of energy, and that will help out with decarbonization. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Many thanks, Venkat. I think we'll keep questions for now and get everyone present first, so that people have a view of the various angles through which this panel views the topic. So I'll pass the floor now to Cheryl, who has been with Ford for several years, I think 18 or if I'm not mistaken, and who is heading the Futures group in Ford. So Cheryl, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I thought I'd start by giving you a little bit of background about what I do for Ford Motor Company, in fact, why Ford has a futurist. So I've been with the company for 25 years, and I have been working as the corporate futurist for 17 of those years. And as a futurist, it's ironic, my title is such that it gives people the idea that I have the ability to predict the future, which of course I don't. In fact, ironically, I spend most of my time reminding my colleagues that no one can predict the future, and yet we all do it. We do it when we get married, we assume it's for a lifetime. When we make an investment, we assume it'll pay off in the long run. And for organizations, most critically, we tend to believe the thing that once made us successful will guarantee our success going forward. And so inside of Ford, we are thinking about what consumers are going to need 5, 10, sometimes 15 years out. And my job is to help populate those discussions by doing data analysis of what are the macro trends, how are consumers' values, attitudes, and behaviors changing. And I've been doing this, like I said, for almost 2 decades. But about 9 years ago, we started publishing an annual report. It was kind of a global audit, if you will, of micro trends, things that we thought were on the horizon, things that would be relevant from 3 to 5 years. And it's not a tracking study, but what it does is it looks at different trends and shifts in how we think things are evolving. And when 2020 occurred and the world seemingly turned upside down with the advent of COVID, it gave us an interesting opportunity to go back in time and say, what are the changes that have taken place because of this global pandemic? How has it changed people's attitudes going forward? And so what we did is we pulled old questions and started to compare them to how people were thinking about the year and how it was changing. And I think one of the most remarkable things is that in 2017, we asked consumers in 14 different markets if they were overwhelmed by changes taking place in the world. And 66% of the people we surveyed said yes, that they were experiencing the sentiment. So when COVID took place, we thought to ourselves that number must really skyrocket. It would probably increase dramatically, but much to our surprise, it only went up 3 percentage points. We don't know exactly why the number was so modest, but we have our theories. We have this notion that people have become rather immune to the changes taking place. I mean, 2020 wasn't just about the global pandemic, the loss of life, tragic suffering. There was economic fallout, a volatile stock market. And of course, we saw wildfires starting in January 2020 that continued all the way through the balance of the year across to California. And so we think that we have a situation where the world is dealing with like a low grade fever of anxiety. It's part of the natural backdrop in which we've come to deal with. And what I'm going to share with you is a site that any of you can check out if you want to and dig a little deeper. This is a public facing site you can find at fordtrends.com. But I thought I would take you more specifically to the pressure points, where people are coping and how they're changing. So I mentioned people feeling overwhelmed. What's interesting to note is that women tend to feel a little more overwhelmed than their male counterparts. And here you can see that there's a 10 percentage point gap between this sentiment. But if you were to click over to, say, the United States, that gap jumps to 16 percentage points. So here we see a larger gap. If I were to take randomly, let's take Germany. Here you see 11-point gap, but the level of being overwhelmed is a bit reduced. And when we think about those people who are really suffering the most in change, there was a narrative that it was the aged that were feeling most overwhelmed in terms of what adaptation would be required for them, how would they change to it. And much to our surprise, it was actually the opposite. If you look at this on the right side of the screen, you'll see that we have 63% of Generation Z. And in that instance, we're going to talk about people that are 18 to 23 years of age. 63% said it was harder to adjust to the changes needed from COVID than they had ever imagined. By contrast, baby boomers, those people that would be in their late 50s up to their 70s, said that it was easier to adapt to changes than they had ever imagined. Now, again, when we think about why this might be, I think a lot of it has to do with the transitional moment that so many young people are going through right now. For instance, I have two Gen Zs at home. I have a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old. One is in college, the other one is waiting to go to university. And they're at such a pivotal, formative time in their life. And all of the institutions, the sources they would go to for stability, have no answers for them. My daughter spent almost a year of her high school learning remotely. My older daughter, who's in college, actually came home in recent months just to study remotely. She found that it was probably more productive for her. Now, when we think about where stress is coming from, the biggest change over recent years now is it's coming from news. I mean, you think about the daily headlines that we're faced. We saw a 17% jump in terms of the number of people said that following the daily news was stressful for them. And if you look just generally about who feels the most stressed from year over year, it seems that China at 74%, Mexico is not far behind at 70%. You can see the US is at 64% and Brazil is at 65%. One thing that's noteworthy here, though, is that Germany seems to be, again, on the lower end of the scale. And with all of this pressure, we're thinking much more about mental health. So we're always talking about what does this mean for the consumer at the end of the day? How is this affecting our daily life? And mental health has worked its way front and center into daily conversations. In fact, last year when we did this study, we found in 2019, 62% of Generation Z, again, the youngest generation, report feeling lonely on a weekly basis. And so this conversation is becoming increasingly important. If we were to think more specifically about what this has meant for how people spend their time and where they spend their time, we can see that here's the loneliness stat that we talked about. So for Generation Z, it jumped to from 62 to 64% year over year. Baby boomers significantly lower. And when we think about how people are adapting, we know that for Generation Z, over half of young men and young women have said that they've either moved to be closer to family or moved in with family. And so we started to think about where people actually live. The pandemic has caused us to want to be closer to our resource, our network of friends and family that can help us through this hard time. But we also know that remote working has changed dramatically. Here you see that 75% of people in India that responded to our survey said that they actually are reconsidering where they live. Again, Germany is least likely to agree with that sentiment. You see in China, it's at 53%, and Spain, 36%. When we think about what this means, it means that the way that we move has really changed. Many people felt like with the stay-at-home orders that were taking place that we were stuck, but we weren't really necessarily at a standstill. We saw like cities shut down streets and make more space for things like bicycles and scooters. And we actually saw a surprising spike in the number of people that changed their attitudes about public transportation. Here we see that over 50% of the people surveyed worldwide say they're less likely to take a subway, a bus, ride a train, or travel by airplane. Even slightly under half say that they're less inclined to ride share, take a taxi, or carpool. And as a result, we know that people are reconsidering the number of vehicles that they have in their household. And you can see the spectrum varies across, and even in a car-loving culture like the US, we have 41% of people saying, I'm reconsidering the number of vehicles they have in their household. And unfortunately for car companies, that means for most families is that they're thinking that they need fewer vehicles rather than more vehicles. So again, if I use myself as an example, we're a family of 4 drivers, we have 3 vehicles. And when the pandemic first hit, my oldest daughter took the 3rd vehicle to college, something we probably would never have afforded her the opportunity to do. But we've needed her to have an escape route. We needed her to be able to leave a campus if she felt that it wasn't safe to stay there any further. And we think this is why 76% of people say that they couldn't imagine life without having their own vehicle. Now, what are we doing with our vehicles even when we're not moving in them? There's kind of some interesting notes here. We found that 17% of people use their vehicle as a place to work. 20% use it as a place to hide, for privacy. 26% say it's a place that they go to relax. And about like 1 in 3 say it's a place to be alone or decompress. And my favorite stat of this entire study is that 1 in 10 say they use their vehicle as a place to hide. So when I take all of this in totality about the shifting attitudes about where people are living, where they're working, how they're moving about, we turned our attention to what this meant for sustainability and this green revolution that we're talking about today. How can we build a greener future? And as the world struggled with the global crisis that COVID brought upon us, there was a silver lining. You might remember over a year ago, we marveled at how blue the sky was, about the improvement in air quality. We achieved levels of air quality that we thought were unachievable. And so it seemed to be the silver lining. It brought about some optimism. But the truth of the matter is that we know that people actually started to retreat to more plastics, more disposable goods, that while we might have had some advances in one area, we certainly had setbacks in the other. And it left us wondering, do people think that COVID has helped improve the environment, or had a net negative? And so long-term, the impact of the pandemic, this is, again, consumer attitudes. 56% of the people worldwide said that the net effect would be positive, while 44% said it would be negative. But again, if you click down and you want to look more closely at different countries, you can see in the US, which I found rather surprising, the majority of people said that it would be negative. If we compare this to some of our global counterparts, I'll take China, for instance, you can see that, again, they have the same notion that the net effect will be negative. Now, one thing that we notice is this green paradox, if you will. Last year in 2019, when our survey was in field, we had 78% of people tell us that they were actively changing their behavior to fight against climate change. And it's not surprising that we would see a 7 percentage point drop in the last year as new priorities shifted. But we think that there is a gap between intention and action. This notion about people's willingness to bring about change, our research suggests that the majority of people, 60% of people, are only willing to take on sustainability initiatives if the inconvenience to them is small or non-existent. And so what that means in real terms is that they're happy to forego their plastic straws, they'll bring their reusable bag back to the grocery store, but if it's an inconvenience for them, they're less likely to engage in any sort of behavioral change. For us, one area that's particularly important to us is what that means for the adoption of electric vehicles. And the numbers here are sobering. What we found is that there are many people that say they want to do more to help the environment. I think 57% of people we surveyed one year said that more and more people should drive electric to help combat climate change, but only 17% of those surveyed actually do. And in fact, about 40 to 45%, depending on whether you're talking to men or women, say they don't really understand the benefits of electric vehicles. And as a company that's trying to become carbon neutral by the year 2050, we have a really tall order ahead of us to try to help people understand the benefits, to educate people on what kind of behavioral changes will be needed, and let them understand that they can have mileage and muscle, that they don't have to make sacrifices, that charging can be much more rapid than they imagine. So I'll hold there, and I look forward to engaging in the panel.
Many thanks, Cheryl. Yeah, no, very interesting presentation, and having three Generation Z children, I completely support the statement that it's the toughest for them rather than for my generation. So I have several questions in mind on the electric vehicle and actually in the link between the two presentations that we had. But first, I'd like to bring in Tessa Clark, who is the chairperson of Olio, which is an app that has managed to develop quite a bit, I would say, recycling of food waste or diminution of food waste in the UK. And I'd like Tessa to come in and provide her own view on this theme.
Yeah,
Thanks,
absolutely. Great to be with you all. Just a quick time check. How long have I got, Jean-Francois?
Look, you get I get 5-6 minutes, and I get 5-6 minutes, and I'm sure that the organizers will give us a bit more time to discuss between ourselves.
Okay, perfect. Can you just confirm you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yep, fantastic. Well, I think it would be remiss of us to talk about a green revolution without talking about food. One, because food is incredibly enjoyable, but two, because the food system collectively accounts for 1/4 of all greenhouse gas emissions. So if we're to stand any chance of tackling the climate crisis, we have got to tackle our food system in a meaningful way. I'm going to share with you briefly today my personal journey and Olio's journey, and talk about the problem of food waste specifically. So my journey starts here. This is my parents' farm in North Yorkshire, so in the northeast of the UK. And when you grow up on a farm, you grow up with a really keen appreciation for just how much hard work goes into producing the food that we all eat every day. And as a result of this upbringing, I grew up with a pathological hatred of food waste. I went off to have a fairly classic corporate career and didn't think much about my hatred of food waste. But I did think about it an awful lot one day 6 years ago, when my life completely changed. I was living in Switzerland, moving back to the UK. And on moving day, the removal men said to me, I had to throw away all of our uneaten food. Now, clearly, I was not prepared to do that. So much to the irritation of the removal men, I set out onto the streets with my young children at the time and this food to try and find someone to share the food with. And to cut a long story short, I failed miserably. I went back to my apartment, and when the moving men weren't looking, I smuggled the non-perishable food into the bottom of my packing boxes. And that was the point where I thought, this is absolutely crazy. I'm going to all these lengths to prevent food waste. There's an app for everything. Why isn't there a simple app where I can give my food to my neighbors? So I pitched this idea of a neighbor-to-neighbor food sharing app to my now co-founder, Sasha. And the first thing we did was to research the problem of food waste. And what we discovered stunned and horrified us. Globally, 1/3 of all the food we produce each year gets thrown away, which is worth over $1 trillion US. Alongside that, we have 800 million people, that's 1 in 9 of us, going to bed hungry every night. And those 800 million people could be fed on just 1/4 of the food that we waste in the Western world. And as if that weren't bad enough, the environmental impact of food waste is nothing short of devastating. If it were to be a country, food waste would be the third largest source of greenhouse gas emissions after the USA and China. The reason for that is because a landmass larger than China is used every year to grow food that is never eaten. 1/4 of humanity's fresh water is used to grow food that is never eaten. That food then goes through an incredibly long supply chain, and when a third of it gets thrown away, the vast majority ending up in landfill, it gives off methane, which is roughly 25 times more deadly than CO2. So the environmental impact of food waste is devastating, and indeed Project Drawdown, which stack ranked the top 100 solutions to the climate crisis, released their latest data in March of last year, and in position number 1, the most powerful lever humanity has for solving the climate crisis is reducing food waste. And that came above solar power, above electric cars, and above a plant-based diet. So that's sort of where we are today, a pretty grim state of affairs. And unfortunately, things look set to become more challenging. We have another 2.2 billion people joining the planet by 2050, increasing our population to just under 10 billion people. To feed us all, we need to increase global food production by 50%, according to the FAO. And today, we just don't know how we're going to achieve that. And so given this grim state of affairs, we were really, really shocked to discover that in a country such as the UK, half of all food waste takes place in the home. And so that means that we, each and every one of us, we are half of that problem that I have discussed, or alternatively, we can be half the solution. And that's exactly what Olio is. It's a mobile app that connects people with their neighbors so that you can give away rather than throw away your spare food. You just snap a photo and add your food to the app. Neighbors living nearby get an alert. They can then browse the listings, request what they want, and pop round and pick it up. It's important to stress that the demand for this food is incredibly high. Half of all the food added to the app is requested in less than 21 minutes. But the real magic of Olio is here. It takes place on the doorstep when we're connecting people in local communities. We are building and strengthening local communities as well as preventing waste. And we are incredibly proud of the fact that so far we've had 3.5 million people join Olio. They've collectively saved 18 million portions of food, which has had an environmental impact equivalent to taking 52 million car miles off the road, which I believe is like driving all the way to Mars and halfway back again. And we have also saved 2.6 billion litres of water. And I should also stress that roughly 3/4 of this has been achieved in the UK, but 1/4 of all the sharing on Olio is taking place outside of the UK. Mexico, Singapore, New Zealand are some of our largest markets. We've achieved this thanks to our 50,000 ambassadors. These are people who are spreading the word about Olio in their local community. And also we've got 25,000 food waste heroes who we recruit via our app, train online, match with their local supermarket or retail store. And those volunteers collect those businesses' unsold food at the end of the day, take it home, add it to the app. Within minutes, the neighbors are requesting it. Minutes later, they're popping around to pick it up. And that is taking those businesses to have 0 food waste locations. And so Olio is not just about reducing food waste, it's also about addressing our challenge of consumption more broadly. And this is best exemplified by the concept of Earth Overshoot Day, which is the day in the year in which humanity has used all the resources that the world can replenish in a year. It was first measured in 1969, and back then Earth Overshoot Day was the 31st of December. So that means humanity used in a year what the Earth could replenish in a year. Fast forward to last year, and Earth Overshoot Day was the 22nd of August. So what that means is that every single thing that every single one of us 7.5 billion people consumed after the 22nd of August last year was net depletive to the planet. Another way of cutting that data is to say how many Earths would we need if we all lived like a typical American? The answer is 5. Typical Brit? The answer is 3. And we're collectively living as if we have 1.75 planets, which clearly we don't. And that is why our vision for Olio is an unashamedly bold one. We want 1 billion people to be using Olio by 2030, connected to share the world's most precious resources, both food and also other household items, so that we are giving away rather than throwing away the world's most precious resources. And as we're working on that journey, we take enormous inspiration from Gandhi, who encouraged us all to be the change that you wish to see in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tessa. Okay, the organizers are telling me that we really need to be firm on the 5 minutes left. So I'll try to give one question to each of you and then wrap up. We got a question that I think is probably for Cheryl. Do we see the future heading towards switching from transport being about ownership to transport being a service? And how can this impact what we say about greening the transportation system, for example?
Absolutely. I think that if we're having this conversation just 2 years ago, I would have said that the sharing economy was going to be a really compelling force for lots of different reasons. One is because the cycle of technology is so rapid that more and more people are concerned about buying into scheduled obsolescence. We also know that the sharing platforms give people the access to things that they might not otherwise be able to afford. And if financial restraints aren't your issue, it's just a better return on investment. However, when COVID hit, we really started to wonder what would happen to that trajectory. I think the rapid adoption of sharing models when it comes to transportation was called into question as people started to become very, very concerned about the health implications. But as we look forward to kind of finishing strong, if you will, closing this chapter on COVID, the question is, how long will it take for people to reset? We asked in our survey when people thought life would return to normal. And this was in the fourth quarter, late last year. And 44% of people said that it'll take 1 to 2 years. That was the highest response rate. But there were about 10% that that'll never change, that we are living forever in a new state. What that means for shared ownership, I remain optimistic. Ford is pushing forward. We have our executive chairman, Bill Ford, who is the great grandson of Henry, who's long declared that he's begun to worry what happens if we continue to sell as many cars as possible. I mean, the implications to the planet are one thing, but also the gridlock. We heard Tessa talk about 2 billion more people added to the planet. If those people add more and more vehicles, we're just going to experience more global gridlock. So we're excited about the opportunities sharing presents.
Thank you, and I agree with you. And for me, in your survey, one of the things that is the most a bit frightening to me is the decrease of willingness to take public transport, which still remains by far one of the most green-friendly means. So I'm going to switch to Venkat on my next question, partly related to that. The hydrogen technology is very promising, and so some of the greening technologies as well. But is it really at a stage that is cost effective for someone to do, or do you still need, or are there still needs for public support or other support to kind of incentivize that switch, or will it happen because for electric vehicles, for example, at some point the construction costs are going to be less than, I mean, the operating cost of an electric vehicle is going to be less than for a classic fuel, and then the switch probably will happen. How is it about hydrogen? Because I'm really very hopeful for it, both for trucks and for ships, for example.
Yeah, the high level, I think it's a pretty much a collaborative effort, right? If you talk to the pundits and if you talk to the experts, they'll say the hydrogen transformation is going to occur in 5 years. Some people say 10 years, some people say 30 years, depending on whom you ask. The reality is there's the three-pronged approach that we need to do. First and foremost, I think industries to start thinking about hydrogen as a conduit is important. Second one is for countries to adapt to hydrogen, there's an enormous amount of effort required to change the infrastructure, because we have been living in the current world for many years, and change is always difficult to come through. But the good news is actually there are pieces of the technology that is available that can allow you to do the transformation. It's not difficult, but the willingness to transform have to happen. The third one is, I think you rightfully said that the policymakers and the government officials have to take an interest in it. This is always the challenging part for many of us, even those we work in the industry, right? In terms of power generations, and it's also building the ecosystem. I think we talked about food waste. That's a good one for me is we've been working on ways to take whatever that is not consumed. And since it is producing methane, how do you actually take that and make it useful? So there's a broader spectrum that we need to look into. So it's a combination of collaborative effort. Technology is available. I think it's we all have to, different people have to do it, and then policymakers have to support. It requires all things, but I truly believe, looking at it for the last few years, the transformation is possible. It's just a willingness to change it is an important one.
Thank you. And the last word will be for Tessa. And I mean, maybe I don't know if it's an easy question or not, because I completely agree with your idea of going global on your concept. How do you see how you could adapt your concept, especially in part of the developing world in which actually the access to food is also an issue, as is food sharing. So, and I think there are ways to use your technologies, but I would like your thought about that, because I'm sure you thought about it while thinking of going global.
Yeah, so I think it's really important to recognize that and I hate the terminology, but sort of developed countries, the majority of food waste takes place at the end of the supply chain, sort of in the home. And in developing countries, it's the opposite way round. And so Olio's solution, as it's currently construed, is definitely much more focused on those sort of developed markets. But what we see is that there is food waste taking place at a local level in almost every market. And also, as markets get wealthier, it results in a corresponding increase in food waste at the domestic level. So I think there's enormous potential for Olio. And as I say, we operate beyond just food. So we connect people to share other household items as well. And in a couple of months' time, we'll be launching the ability for neighbours to lend and borrow items. And so really we're about reinventing consumption and making it hyperlocal and making sure that we're sharing and not wasting our resources. And I think that's something that it will apply globally.
Thank you very much. And I cannot agree more. And I think that even in terms of using similar kind of technologies to make sure that people have access to where supplies are in logistics chain in countries in which you have connectivity issues. I mean, here in Kazakhstan, there are some regions in which it takes you 2 days to go from a rice city in the capital city to the most remote areas in the neighboring region. So it's not like it's the other side of the country. So at the time where seasons, some crops are peaking, there is a lot of waste as well. So I think that there are both on the production side and on, as you say, on the recyclable and sharing of existing means. I think that there is plenty to do. I think that we are actually almost at the end. We are at the end of our panel. I think, as always, there is not enough time, and we could really have explored much more. Especially, I would say, the combination between Venkat and Cheryl's presentation, or broadening Tessa's ideas. But I think that if the audience can keep some ideas out of this presentation. First of all, it's so important to understand what people are thinking around all those changes, because that will influence their attitude. And if we want to get to a greener economy and get people buying this greener path towards sustainable development, there is still a lot that we all need to do, because as the survey that Cheryl showed pointed out, when you're in a recovery phase and you've lost a large part of your income, you are not necessarily going to think of sustainable development. You are going to think first of getting an income again. So in that, there will be a place for the public sector on that. And on the innovation side, you can see from both Venkat, Cheryl and Tessa that there are plenty of ways to improve the situation. So you have to be aware and mindful of all what's going on, so that you can also help people like those three panelists to develop further their activities so that we get for a better outcome for everyone. So thank you very much to the three of you for your great and super diverse interventions, and thanks to the organizers for giving all of us the floor. And we wish you a good end of this big event, because I understand that we are almost at the end now. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Откуда берется энергия? Я черпаю свою энергию из работы с детьми. Вот какие навыки точно понадобятся ребенку во взрослой жизни? Математика, английский, программирование, физика, что это? Нет четкого ответа. Ответ как-то сам пришел. Я работала еще с трудными подростками в Таразе, с детьми из детского дома. А когда я уже училась в Колумбийском университете на психолога, социального работника, я поняла, что детям нужны навыки, которые помогут им управлять своими эмоциями, мотивировать, самомотивировать себя, уметь справляться с трудностями, ставить, достигать какие-то позитивные цели, которые будут менять их жизнь к лучшему. Как молодой психолог решила, что хочу работать именно с детьми, помогать им развивать свой эмоциональный интеллект и учить их быть лидерами. Наша команда создала вот такую уникальную программу. Это программа летнего лагеря «Будущее – мой выбор». Это игры, это тренинги, это творческие занятия. Все они нацелены на то, чтобы помочь подростку понять себя. Благодаря поддержке партнеров ее прошли уже сотни подростков.
Когда я ехал в лагерь, я думал, что это совершенно обычный лагерь. Поверьте, я никогда так не ошибался. Тренера, что там были, они научили меня понимать свои чувства, они научили меня понимать чувства других. Я стал более общительный, более открытый.
Театр можно назвать формой арт-терапии. Взаимодействие с театром «Артишок» у нас достаточно давнее. Первый спектакль был о взаимоотношениях детей между собой, о взаимоотношениях школьников, а второй уже был о взаимоотношении родителей и детей. Все истории, которые мы брали для спектакля, для сценария, они были реалистичные.
Нашим родителям часто не нравится, как мы выглядим, с какими людьми мы общаемся, и музыку, которую мы слушаем, и так далее. Поэтому мы решили, что пригласить родителей на наш спектакль было действительно важно. И они увидели себя в тех героях, которых мы играли. Но спектакль открыл глаза не только нашим родителям, потому что и мы поняли свои ошибки. И я думаю, что этот спектакль очень сильно сблизил нас и дал нам понять друг друга гораздо лучше, чем когда-либо.
Очень хочется, чтобы все родители принимали и любили своего ребенка вот таким, какой он есть, со всеми его достоинствами, недостатками. Мы, взрослые, должны научить детей генерировать именно положительную энергию. Тогда они смогут менять этот мир, делать его красивым, лучшим и более интересным.
Армандар алға жетелегенде. Білім жетістікке ұласқанда. шабыттар бірге шыңдалғанда, биік белестерге қадам басқанда, ұмытылмас сәттерде өз арманыңды басқара біл. Әуезов University.
Удаленная работа, дистанционное обучение, онлайн.
Remote operation, online meetings, and distant learning. We are living in the world of global digitalization. How the technologies in the world has changed during COVID, and how these changes will change the key players of the global market. We are going to discuss it with the BTS Education Chief Director Cesar Norbek and Digital Director of Coca-Cola Eurasia and West, Eve Filipucci, and Lois Hadjaev, and the director of.
Может, это без этого? Привет еще раз. Спасибо,
Hello
что вы...
again. Thanks for staying with us. For those who only joined, welcome to Nobel Fest Central Asia. We are now starting an interesting discussion about digital transformation and which services and technologies that would rule during post-COVID economics. We are having interesting speakers, Mikhail Shmilov, Director of the Policy of Technological Policy of Microsoft. Good day, Michael. Thanks for being with us. Eve Filipucci, Vice President of Digital Transformation of Coca-Cola for Eurasia and Middle East, Eve, hi. And we also hear Rafon Salkhuchayev, Director of the Tashkent State University of Economics, the consultant of Uzbekistan government, UN and UNICEF on economics and social development. Rauf, good day. Thanks for joining us. Well, gentlemen, welcome. Let us start. The first question, let's start with the interactive discussion. And my first question would be to you, Michael. How the dialogue on technologies has changed during the pandemic of COVID-19. The question to you is as a representative of a major technological company. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, distinguished participants. You know, it may seem strange, but pandemic caused quite serious impetus to the technological breakthrough and digital transformation, and this was mostly caused primarily due to the changing style of operation in various companies, in various sectors and various industries, and whereby most of the staff started working remotely, and international travels became less affordable and accessible, and also business trips. And we are getting deeper and deeper into the digital environment. And by analyzing the trends and changes caused by COVID that have been accelerated by COVID, we came to the conclusions that there are 8 key technological trends that would remain the key ones during the post-COVID. They include teamwork tools that will be integrated into the business applications. This is first of all, and Microsoft started doing that even pre-COVID, and we can see now that it has become obvious that this is going to be a natural trend. And of course, the international electronic commerce will become more and more used, and we can all see how our attitude has changed to the internet purchases through the lockdown period. And also artificial intelligence will be further developed, but it will just be supported without replacing people, causing more efficiency in their routine operations where the data analysis is required. The cloud services will also dominate. The pandemic demonstrates that even in the conditions of remote operations and remoteness of the cloud services, they are still effective and valid from the point of view of logistics and the efficiency. We can also predict that the number of facilities connected to internet will also increase because this will be required for the 5G technology development, reduction of the meters costs and so on. This is going to happen and it will become one of the most important accelerators of digital transformation. We also assume that video analytics will become an important section of robotization, which would include artificial vision, recognition of elements, subjects, goods, smuggling, and so on, various types. And this will again dominate. And the basis of all that would be the data security. Getting deeper into online operations, though imposedly by pandemic, we are getting more and more personal data away, and the issues of personal data security would become one of the most important trends post-COVID. And one of the very practical trends which we observe is the fundamental changes in retailing. In the year 2020, made internet purchases to such an extent natural that we couldn't even imagine before. And at some stage, retail shops could have disappeared. However, the retailers, because of pandemic, because the clients got more involved in internet purchases, got the moderate access to their customers and to analyze their customers. So by summarizing, we can see 8 key trends that COVID has significantly accelerated. The first one is that the team operations or joint operations integrated with business solutions, electronic commerce, artificial intelligence. Number 4 is growth of IoT. Number of facilities connected to internet. Next is cloud services is one of the most important trends. Video analytics for the robot control and security of personal data, and radical changes in retail. This is briefly what we see from our experience and our collaboration with our clients and customers all over the world. Thank you. We cannot hear the office. Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Сам по себе все?
Так, как связь? Есть?
Can
Слышно?
you hear us now? Can you hear us now? Okay, great. I think this is very symbolic that we are having such technical breakdowns during the discussion of this particular topic, so we have to take it as a sign.
COVID-19 has been a challenge to doing business as usual, and Coca-Cola is essentially not a technological company. How has the business did the business have to adapt to the changing reality, to the new norm, and how do you think the COVID generally shaped the traditional businesses?
It wasn't easy, really, because as you said, we had to change all our way of workings, even from our employees to deliver even our products to the field. So what was important for us is to make our products available as much as we can everywhere. Especially e-commerce was really key to be available, and that's why we try to expand our distribution on e-commerce everywhere in the world. And you can see that in our geography, it was really critical to have this. We were prepared actually because we had already very good relationship with our customers, and the joint business plan that we had made months before. We just executed those plans very quickly. It helped a lot because the consumer were asking for trust, and as Coca-Cola, we wanted them to be sure that we will be there wherever they want, wherever they like. So that's why what was important for us as well is to create the right omni-channel experience at the same time. So that's why to have whatever we had in offline world to be replicated in the online or vice versa. It was really important for us to make not only an experience of to sell products, but really to showcase how much we are with them, to be in those different time. And that helped a lot, because it's not always to have a strong communication. It's sometimes to be to make them feel that they are a brand like Coca-Cola is with them, and that's what we have tried to do. We have increased our availability in a digital world. We have spreaded new different platform services, which created a much more closer relationship with the consumers. Now, for example, we have digital platforms where we are able to create a more loyalty with them, to create this bond, to be even to understand even more what they want. It was really important to understand person by person the needs and the challenges that they were facing. That's why now we are in an era of personalization of consumer data. So we really need to understand what our consumers really want, what they desire, and sometimes we even need to come up with solutions that they are not even aware that they want. So that's why we worked on a lot on that. We have a lot of improvement on that sense. But what was also very important is we changed the way that we were doing business, especially how to manage, to leverage the data that we had. Because now, as I said, connected health is one of the most important thing now. It's maybe the currency to be available in this situation. So that's why to understand their health situation, how as Coke can be with them in this period was really important. Contactless experiences was something that we spent a lot of time to think and to try to apply to the business, because now we are all contactless right now, and we have to make sure that respecting the consumer's health again to make everything contactless as much as we can. So that was something that was really important for us. But of course, people were also very bored at home because of these lockdowns. That's why gamification was part of our strategy to make enjoy at least our consumers combined with our assets like music or sports, just to be sure that they are really enjoying whatever they do with a can of Coke.
Thank you, Eve. Thank you very much. This was quite interesting. Рауф Хон, мой вопрос следующий к вам, как экономисту.
My next question is to Rauf. As an economist, in 2020, we could see the growth of financial markets, and this was caused by the growth of technological companies. To what extent do we see the economic growth being dependent on technological companies now in the world after COVID? Thanks for the question. In the session the day before yesterday, we discussed the growing trend that the global economy is undergoing significant structural changes and transformations. And the technological factors that drove the growth of economies during the last 10 years now don't work, such as commodities, tourism, and other factors that were very relevant for the developing countries. However, the existing trend now is that the world is significantly changing and the economic models and paradigms have shifted. And during the next few years in the midterm, the major driver for the economic growth would be the sectors that manage to overcome significant transformations in technological inter alia. But at the same time, we should not forget the fact that the internet, the understanding that we are discussing and our speakers are talking, which is cloud services, streaming platforms, and entertainment services are very well developed in the developed countries and in some developing countries. However, there is some digital inequality in the developing countries, whereby not all the segments of the community have adequate access to the quality digital services. This is therefore, the digital medicine is becoming specifically relevant. It is not a secret that the hospitals did not work properly during the pandemic. Telemedicine and education are now becoming therefore more important, but for the entire society to get benefits, as you rightly mentioned, that for these areas to become factors of economic growth, not only at the stock exchange, but in the overall economy, the significant infrastructure needs to be developed. Therefore, in the next 2 years, the important factor of economic growth could be the investments not only in the roads and bridges, but primarily into the digital roads, highways, and bridges, and such as servers, access to the broadband internet in the regions, not just the nominal internet, but the quality internet. And this would be very helpful. Another important trend is that the digital inequality may increase significantly because such technologies as AR, VR are quite efficiently introduced in the Western countries. For example, Harvard University, as we saw the example there, the system has become very modernized and the lectures have become very interactive when all the students are present and nobody got disconnected from the channel. However, in the developing countries, the transition to the online regime was very interrupted. The platforms didn't work properly. The teachers could have difficulties accessing the internet. And for students, it was a great psychological shock. Therefore, for the technological changes to have a quality growth, we need great investment and working with the population to raise the awareness how we can live with this reality today and tomorrow. Thanks, Raufon. Indeed, the significant growth of technological companies has happened during pandemic, and this is specifically true about the companies who provide the digital platforms and as Michael mentioned, and recently the Forbes magazine published a list of billionaires, 443 new billionaires emerged during the combat with COVID. So my question is to all of you, the changes in the top players of global economy, how will that change influence on the restoration of the global economy during post-COVID era? Raufon, could you start? Yes, you are absolutely right to note that many billionaires from Forbes list became even richer, and we could see that some digital companies turned into the capitalization and their shares have grown, and this is not a secret. Another important thing is that to what extent this technological growth will have the spillover effect into the other sectors. Will we see that the companies in other sectors which traditionally were regarded as major companies, how will they get through the digital transformation? For example, the medicine service is still underestimated. We could see significant growth in the conventional system services such as delivery and communication such as Zoom, but other sectors also have a significant potential and can go through the digital transformation and can have their capitalization growth. And we can see even more players, but still the most important aspect is the digital payment. We could see that during pandemic, it is important to make digital payments. As we can see, using the cryptocurrency, we can see how high is the growth of non-conventional and alternative types of assets. Another important thing is that in digital economy, and my colleagues from Microsoft will confirm that, we could see the great demand for digital equipment, and there is a significant shortage of semiconductors, and many companies do not have the opportunity to cover this demand for video cards, and the companies, some of the companies manage to adapt to this demand, and the adaptation to such high demand is pretty slow because it is very difficult to grow off very quickly. It's difficult within 1 year to set up such major productions, and therefore for digital companies, major increase could be around the digital sectors such as the manufacturers of many semiconductors, digital equipment, and so on.
Mikhail, would you want to add something? Yes, thank you a lot. Thanks much. I agree that completely that with Raoul that the trends, the factors that impact or could impact significantly on the global changes at the level of the players, not only in the IT industry, but also in what we call in the real economic sectors. But you know, from my side, I would also add that the pandemics, as I already said, had pushed some of the companies to start of the digital transformation, to start of the processes of the digital transformation. So the fact that many companies either had the midterm or long-term perspective, now the pandemics had pushed them. So we can have this, what we call a side effect from this process is that the mass start of the digital transformation in the sector of a real economy is that there will be a significant change of the leaders on this real economy, because the companies that had grown its muscular mass to make the decision based on the absolute precise data with the usage of the artificial intelligence, machine learning, productive analysis. So they will be more competitive, and they are now part of this digital transformation. They were faced to do this because they were in pandemics, and those that were afraid to do it, all of a sudden they can, as was said, you can receive the only channel of the education and of the client communication. And it's one of those very bright examples which significantly changes. So I think that, yes, the action is indeed, they develop the new technologies, but the main important is probably in the real sector of economic, in retail, in the healthcare, in industry, in education. So I do think that it can sound somewhat unstandard. However, in 5-6 years, we will remember 2020 as this breakthrough year, not just because it was a horrible pandemic, but because it significantly changed the economy, the experience which we got. Thank you, Mikhail. Going back to this growth of the technological companies, a few time ago, there was an opinion that the digital technologies is a great equalizer. And now the countries started to ring and there is a certain thoughts that the economies where there's a technological giants like Microsoft, and then there's economies which is consumed those. So this economic gap will just grow more and more. So could you share experience? How do you see how this entrance of the technologies from the one economy to another economy and between the countries should be done? Rauf, could you advise how you see it? Well, you know that we see in past of few years that there is many technological companies. They're not just becoming big, too big to fail, but they in the same time present a certain national threat. So we had seen many examples when the CEO of the big companies were called to Congress to answer the questions on certain areas. So there is this understanding that the society would not assess the importance of the internet. But now what we see that the digital eye is much more bigger. So here it's another important thing is how it will all be regulated. And second is that many countries during pandemics, there is a deglobalization process. So you can see how the relationship between the countries were pushed back, and there is a trade wars that are present. So given that in the digital world there is no boundaries between the countries, there is another question on how this digital services will be used in other countries and how many countries are against this program services. And we had seen the same problems in Russia when the Google or Twitter, they have some legal limitations. And there is another moment is how it will be not just standardized, but how it will be accessible for all, because we know that there is more emotional barriers in European Council and the Southeast Asia and the US. So the difficulty is how it will all be regulated. And another thing is the access to the personal data. How this data which the company gathers, how it will be used, in what purposes it will be used. And that's another question which is happening, because every second scandal which happened in an IT industry, the data were collected, data appeared somewhere, data was taken somewhere. So I think those are the two major perspective programs that digital companies are not just digital companies, the governments will have to resolve, because in the digital space, to save the physical gates as you could do 50-60 years ago, you cannot do it. Thank you. And
transnational big business. Now, digital transformation has been made possible in a company like Coca-Cola. However, there are smaller and medium-sized companies that struggled with it during the pandemic, and that already creates a very different playing field. It's not anymore a playing field. How do you see smaller businesses thriving after the pandemic?
To be honest, I believe that the small business has even more chance to survive in this environment, because they are more agile than the companies like us. So that's why we see a big improvement in the startup world. That's why we want to work with the startups to get that agility from them. What is important is that those companies should know where to focus. when they know where to focus, and then if they stay focused there, and and they are bringing additional value to the consumers or to the audience that they are targeting, they are uh, creating a solution for a pain point that they have, then I think that will come very, very naturally. So that's why I believe that the small businesses have even more chance to survive. For example, just to give you an example, it's even a 5 years old example, but in Amazon, for example, the most selling chocolate brand is only a startup company, a startup brand that is selling only in Amazon. That is because they were able to be agile enough to respect the and to know how to react on consumers voice, and that's how they build their business. And now they are maybe one of the biggest chocolate company in the world, and there was just one SKU, only one product, which is huge. So I think the small business, the first thing is to really to identify what the pain points they are trying to solve, and to focus on that, and to start with that first, and then the rest will come eventually.
Thank you, Eve. Thank you very much. Раufхон, возвращаясь к некоторым темам.
Ravkhan, going back to some things which we had already discussed, you as a person who are constantly at the border of the state politics and business, could you please tell us how you see the participation of the state in business, especially in the countries like Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, where the government plays a huge role in the economic development? So what role does the government plays in the stimulation or in the transformation of economy? Yeah, thank you for your question. Here, it's important to know that, first of all, when we talk about digital transformation, we should first of all keep in mind that the digital world should become inclusive. So the digital world should not increase the inequality. It should make all of the society segments to have equal access to all of the opportunities that digital world gives. In the many developing countries, it's still a problem, including our country, our neighbors. So the government can play a huge role, first of all, in terms of infrastructure investments, because many companies, as Eve stated, many startup companies, for them, they should have this proper ecosystem, because small companies will not be able to create the ecosystem without participation of the government, without infrastructure investments. Even Jeff Bezos said that Amazon appeared when the American government introduced wide broadcast internet in each house. After that, the Amazon appeared because everyone had the chance to go to the internet. So this is important for the government to grow the investments. Second, its government should play a role in the digital skills. We are living in a countries where experience with internet is very limited, and our experience with this free, liberal, developing, dynamic world is very limited by social, cultural, political reasons which we had developed in many, many years. So it's important for people to understand what is the digital world, what is the digital me, and our opportunities there. So here it's important to work with the young generation and work with the elderly population, because the elderly population in the digital world, in the pandemic world, they faced a lot of difficulties when they could not order the food, where they could not order medication, and they could not order the taxes. So the government should create a normative document which would liberalize the opportunity of the company's participation, but at the same time create some tangible things in the field of education and structural investments. Thank you, Rauf, to continue your idea based on the data from UN. The kid that was born in Central Asia in this time can reach to 50–60% of its human capital capacity. In a condition where we need more and more digital skills, it will be even more difficult. So, Mikhail, question to you. what recommendation would you give for the developing economies regarding the policy of the development of digital technologies in a post-pandemic world?
Спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you for your question. And I would state several things. First aspect is the aspect of a more global one. It's in the basis of all the recommendations. I also agree with Rob that the digital independence or digital sovereign is a very important issue on agenda of any country, independent of where the country is located, in Europe, or in the US or in Central Asia. It's important. And this is the question which is in the governmental politics of these countries. And of course, the issue of the protection of personal data, issue of protection of critical infrastructure, those are highly important issues. Nevertheless, the issue of digital sovereignty should not lead to simple decision, which is called digital self-isolation. So the question about how successful the developing economies could be, it's not about using the foundation. We should use a foundation which is already accessible without with the interest of own sovereignty. And of course, we attempt to make a simple decision is just to build a gate and say, okay, we use only that. But agree with me that this is a very long journey without guarantee of success to introduce your own new platforms of artificial intelligence when there is the artificial intelligence and smart services are being used as a raw material for its application. So if around 78% of the apps right now, they have those services of the artificial intelligence, and this is the cloud services. So first of all, it's what do we see on our side and what do we recommend is the state should consider the digital sovereignty not from the point of view of the barriers where they can process or not process something, but also from the clear data government policy. So that is the specific how this data can be protected, how this data can be moved. And another thing is when we talk about when we have the specific vision, then we need to see the investment in the digital education. And what we've seen in the pandemics is that the problem with the distant education is that it was not in the area of internet being not accessible for the quality of population, not whether the kids could use the internet. It was the major problem was that the teachers were not able and not ready with the digital transformation. So right now, our kids and our grandkids, they're more ready than we think they are. Of course, certainly the broadcast internet and the infrastructure certainly is important. And from that point of view, we also need to see at this education field. But then, in our opinion, it's this weekend gems, which it's a potential which any country should develop with the digital methods. So in 15, 20 years, they could stabilize it. Thank you, Miguel. We have questions from audience. I'll ask it and then we'll decide who will answer.
magazine of 2018, The End of the Education Era, Your Views on the Risks of Artificial Intelligence in the Post-COVID Era. Who'd like to take it?
Let me start if you like.
Please.
Well, I think that now the artificial intelligence is everywhere and anyway. You know, we have this artificial intelligence technology embedded in every digital tool or digital platform or anything digital that it is available. Some of them are more smart, some of them are less. But even in all the games that we are playing in our phones, they all have the artificial intelligence embedded behind. So that is something that won't go away at all. It will. I think that in this era we will even see a more democratization on the availability of the AI. Until now, it was always like a science fiction, but every day it's becoming even more accessible to the people. And that access will increase the usage of this technology and will democratize the services. It will improve all the services that we will start to get from our from companies or other brands around the world. And I think it will serve for the benefits of the humanity.
Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Eve. I have another question. How do you think artificial intelligence will affect the history of mankind? What will happen to self-educated machines, robots, that have acquired knowledge through internal specific processes? Михаил, хотели бы ответить?
Спасибо. Наверное, да. Наверное, возьмусь ответить на этот вопрос.
Michael, would you like to take this question? Yes, I'd rather do that. You know, this question is directly related to one of the most important issues of the political or national agenda of many countries. This is the issue of ethics of artificial intelligence. And many countries are now considering the issues of ethics of artificial intelligence, that is the rules of use and certain industries or methodologies of learning for artificial intelligence. And thanks God, the humanity started to pay sufficient attention to this issue. In the European Union, at the moment, there are more than 20 committees involved, engaged in artificial intelligence from the point of view of ethics, of the use of artificial intelligence in various sectors. Therefore, I believe that the humanity will remain humanity and the artificial intelligence will remain a good assistant in our routine operations, in the operations that require a lot of detail and use of big data. And if we remain humans, and if we think ahead about the ethics of artificial intelligence, the world will benefit from that, and there will be no rebels of machines. We do not have this stress. Ralphon, would you like to add anything? Michael is absolutely right here, is that artificial intelligence is dependent on the predictive analysis. That is, the machine will learn from what is input. And the analysis shows that under certain conditions, the artificial intelligence will still preserve the bias. It could be gender bias or the national bias, and very much depends on the data input, because we still have this rule of garbage in, garbage out. And in some professions, such as financial professions, analyst or accountant, we may become redundant because these services may be replaced by this artificial intelligence. And here, the key priority would be the education that will be required in the period when the artificial intelligence will get into our life. And this would give a great opportunity for other professions, such as creative professions, psychologists, and social professions, where interaction between people cannot be replaced with machines, they will still be of high demand. And another thing is that we should also note that how the artificial intelligence can be used. However, in addition to artificial intelligence, another issue is how quickly the technologies of the added reality or virtual reality will be added, because the world still remains where the social interaction will be limited within the next few months, and the discussions between computers will be something abnormal. Therefore, we need a quick introduction of the tools where this added reality is created around the human, around the person, so that you would have more access to other people and to interaction. And here, Microsoft has a lot of advantages, as we know from the news. They create these helmets of added reality, and it's like renewables. We talk a lot about them, but they are not very widely spread in the developing countries. Therefore, it is important that these technologies become accessible for the ordinary people and not just an exclusive tool which is used by the successful companies or rich countries, and the rest of the world is looking at it from without proper understanding of what is happening. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. And the last very human question, and Michael already started responding to that, is that we are being locked down during more than 1 year now, and there is limited opportunity to speak directly, and a lot of relations got into the virtual environment. How can you see organic and sustainable development and relations between the human and the digital technologies? The question is to all of you. Thank you.
Eve, would you like to start?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Well, the technology will immerse every day. So I think we need to learn to live with that. The intention here is we have to take the intention as really always positive, which I think bring the full advancement ahead of us. So I believe that the more we make accessible the world accessible in a network way, the more we bring people together more in a more connected, that will increase the availability and the love behind it, I think. And this I have a huge I'm a huge fan of having everyone around this positiveness, to bring technology in the heart of our lives, because technology is there to help us to have a better life, an easier life, because every day the world is going much crazier. We don't have the time has become the gold. So and technology is helping us to minimize the time that we're spending to something that we don't want maybe, but to spend more on to times that we want to spend with our beloved ones, etc. So I totally see that as a catalyst to our life, and totally should be embedded in our daily life for sure.
Thank you, Eve. Михаил, заключительные мысли?
Michael, the final thoughts. I would absolutely agree with Eve. I would very much like that digital technologies and digital world does not replace the reality, but rather complements it, and to make our kins closer, our parents always connected, our children always accessible, even when they leave homes. And I would very much like that people, on the one hand, stop being afraid of technologies, but at the same time, follow the so-called digital hygiene. This is extremely important. We need to understand that when we start living very closely, interacting with the digital world and living in the digital world, our digital assets become as important and probably even more valuable than our physical assets, because when we leave homes, we do not ask whether we should lock it or not. Therefore, we should maximize the effect of digital technologies and digital opportunities without forgetting at the same time that there are certain rules that it operates within. Thanks a lot, Michael. I would like to remind you that we had Michael Shmilov, Filipucci, and Ramfon Solokhodjaev. It was very exciting. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Stay.
Нашему миру инновации.
Поэтому при поддержке наших партнеров 3 года назад была запущена программа Girls in STEM, в которой я ментор. Эта программа помогает девочкам заниматься наукой, технологиями, инженерией и математикой. Мы уже получили впечатляющие результаты. Наши участницы покоряют Кремниевую долину, собирают роботов, запускают мобильные приложения. Об их проектах рассказывают на канале BBC. Я верю, что мы даем шанс каждой девочке заниматься STEM. Недавно в одном городе открывали IT-лицей, в который хотели принимать только мальчиков. Но когда администрация узнала про достижения наших участниц, то изменила свое решение. Теперь туда принимают и девочек. Я заметила, девочки в STEM стремятся создавать социальные проекты. Ведь так важно, чтобы наше изобретение помогало людям.
Care – это мобильное приложение.
И специальная кнопка, которую надо нажать, если вы попали в беду.
Это ложка для людей с болезнью Паркинсона. Из-за тремора им очень сложно принимать пищу. Но благодаря нашей ложке это сделать намного удобнее.
Finder – прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее.
Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому придумали Smart Bin. Smart Bin – это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
Знаете...
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
Дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя. Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать?
Будем мечтать.
Что такое энергия? Я верю, что энергия девочек может дать нашему миру инновации.
Поэтому при поддержке наших партнеров 3 года назад была запущена программа Girls in STEM, в которой я ментор. Эта программа помогает девочкам заниматься наукой, технологиями, инженерией и математикой. Мы уже получили впечатляющие результаты. Наши участницы покоряют Кремниевую долину, собирают роботов, запускают мобильные приложения. Об их проектах рассказывают на канале BBC. Я верю, что мы даем шанс каждой девочке заниматься STEM. Недавно в одном городе открывали IT-лицей, в который хотели принимать только мальчиков. Но когда администрация узнала про достижения наших участниц, то изменила свое решение. Теперь туда принимают и девочек. Я заметила, девочки в STEM стремятся создавать социальные проекты. Ведь так важно, чтобы наше изобретение помогало людям.
Care – это мобильное приложение.
И специальная кнопка, которую надо нажать, если вы попали в беду.
Это ложка для людей с болезнью Паркинсона. Из-за тремора им очень сложно принимать пищу. Но благодаря нашей ложке это сделать намного удобнее.
Finder – прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее.
Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому Smart Bin. Smart Bin — это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
О том, что привело к цифровому неравенству между сельскими и городскими школами и как это
Let's
сказывается на...
discuss what resulted in digital inequality between rural and urban schools and how it resulted in our relations will be told by Ruslan Nurbayev. Distinguished audience, I'm happy to see you at this very important event. My name is Ruslan Nurbayev. I'm from the Eurasian National University. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for this opportunity to make this presentation and for the invitation. The topic of my presentation is devoted to digital inequality between rural and urban schools. I would like to dwell upon the issues like inequality in secondary education, digital inequality at schools, and what tasks the government sets to address this inequality, and how the pandemic reflected on the reforms, on digital reforms in Kazakhstan. The basis of this study includes two works. I started this study in 2018-19, so the first study was published in 2019, devoted to ICT in the rural schools with a low number of students. And in 2020, I published another study that covers the inequality between rural and urban schools. These studies became possible with the support of Soros Fund in Kazakhstan, which also supported other studies which are of good quality related to the distant learning during pandemic, and also the international studies like PISA teams and others. In addition, our study was based on the analysis of the legal and regulatory framework, social surveys, and so on. Speaking about inequality, we are witnessing now the growing inequality in all areas of community. And speaking about the sources of the equality, it starts already at schools. Therefore, the officials pay a lot of attention to that. In the articles by Mr. Nazarbayev and Kasım-Jomart Tokayev, this topic has always been in the agenda. For example, in the latest address of the 21st of September 2020, Mr. Tokayev is stating that we need to pay a lot of attention to ordinary schools. In particular, we need to look at it from the point of view of regional perspective. And this issue is also included in the agenda for the development of education and science, which states the need for reducing the gap between rural and urban schools. To demonstrate the gap between rural and urban schools, so we should look at the national evaluation of quality or achievements of the students, which is the so-called vote and national testing. In the period from 2018-19, we can see the growing inequality and the gap. And at the moment, it's more than 8 score. The next data comes from the national testing of 2019 and 2020, whereby the 50 score threshold is passed by more than 50% of the rural school graduates. But as for the 70 score threshold, only 32% of the rural graduates achieve this threshold. These evaluations are also confirmed by the international studies, surveys. For example, PISA in 2009 compared to the latest study in 2018 demonstrate the growing gap, whilst in 2015, as a result of PISA evaluation, the gap between rural and urban students was half a year. As at the end of in 2018, this gap increased and almost reached 1 year. In addition, we can also speak about digital inequality as well. And this is very clearly obvious based on TALIS survey, which is the analysis of teaching. The question that was raised to the educational managers, for example, school principals, who were supposed to specify 3 barriers that impede the quality of education. And the principals stated 3 barriers, such as ICT, internet access, availability of such resources, and so on. And this conclusion is also confirmed by another study, which is ICT literacy of the students of the 8th grade out of 14 national educational systems. As a result of this study, Kazakhstan turned out occupied the last ranking, which is number 14. The fact that the digital inequality is an important factor that needs to be studied and also needs to be addressed is also stated by the Secretary General of UN, Antonio Guterres. Speaking about the digital reforms that were carried out in Kazakhstan, we can state that they were started in 1990s, and all the national programs and policies starting from 1990s up till now can be conventionally classified as follows. In the 90s, the computerization of the educational system started. In early 2000, the internetization started, which means providing access to internet. And starting from 2010, 2011, the process of digitalization of education is ongoing. How was it implemented and what kind of reforms were carried out during that period? First of all, I would like to mention that the reforms, my apology, that the reform was carried out to create various digitalization institutions. Speaking about digitalization policy, in 2011, the National Center for Informatization was created, whereby the software is developed for e-learning. But by 2017, this program unfortunately turned out to be loss-making and unviable. Therefore, the program was cancelled. At the same time, in 2012, the new program was developed and the whole channel was established, which is Bilim. and other infrastructure improvements were made. Speaking about specific achievements, in 2013, the platform is established called Bilimland. In 2016-2017 schooling year, this platform has been used almost by all the teachers of Kazakhstan. In 2016, the electronic log, which is called Kundelik, is also established and being used by all the participants of education. In 2017, the Digital Kazakhstan program was launched, and during this period and after 2017 up to now, consists of two stages, 2017-2020, 2020-2025. During this period, according to this program, the fiber optic lines are supposed to be installed for almost all the villages. However, this kind of connectivity will be provided only to 40% of the rural settlements. The next stage would be the modernization of the secondary education during the same period, almost up to 2023. This project is supposed to provide more than 5,000 rural and vulnerable schools with ICT. For that, $75 million were borrowed from the World Bank. Speaking about the conclusions of all these digital reforms, at the moment, we have 11 students per computer, and we could see a paradox here that in rural schools it's 4 students per computer. But the problem is that these computers are unfortunately pretty obsolete. In 2019-2020, we carried out a social survey that demonstrated that the key issue is the same, which is poor quality internet, obsolete computer database, and other issues related to this.
If you talk about modern condition of the internet, then as of today, more than 20% of the rural school has good internet. So all of it impacted the distant education which we switched to during the pandemic. So if you talk about that, in majority of cases, we had the platforms which were created not in Kazakhstan, so we don't have the local in-house products. And in that time, there is a lot of research being done. And again, the major problem was the weak internet signal. And most importantly, the parents used smartphones during the remote learning. And the Microsoft team says that majority of these devices or the types of these devices significantly impact the quality of education, significantly impact how the material is being processed. So all of this does not allow the smartphone significantly impact the quality of education. Thanks a lot.
Для общения, решения жизненных задач и потребления контента.
iTunes – кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч жбановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University, создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга. Увеличено количество услуг Smart Arsu, проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Конышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жбанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Ratings и ECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жубанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жубанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жбанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Наша следующая сессия посвящена теме образования в цифровую эпоху.
Next session is dedicated to the education during digital times. So about the access to the education, we will be talked about the rector of the Edinburgh University, Deborah Kemper, the head of this, Nurlan Janibek, will be a moderator.
Good time of the day, dear colleagues, joining Central Asia Nobel Fest today. Welcome from the heart of Eurasia, Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Today we have distinguished guests from USA, Ms. Jenny Magera. Early good morning for you, I hope. And good afternoon for our distinguished guest joining us from Scotland, Ms. Deborah Kayembe.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And I would like to greet all the online participants joining us from Kazakhstan or other parts of the world. So welcome to Central Asian Nobel Fest. Today's session we will talk about educational inequality and development in digital era. Can tech equalize access and opportunities for us? So, but before we jump into discussions, I want to give a short background about our invited guests. And I would like to start with Jenny. Jenny Magera is the Global Head of Education Impact at Google, best-selling author of Courageous Adventures, and the founder and president of non-profit organization Our Voice Alliance. Jenny has been recognized by the White House Champion for Change, Chicago Public Schools Innovator of the Year, TEDx Speaker, and also certifications from Apple and Google. So, what a background for our session. Last but not least, we have Deborah Kayembe, Rector of University of Edinburgh, one of the oldest universities which opened in 1583. And just recently, about 8 years ago, Emeritus Professor Peter Higgs was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. Before her appointment, Ms. Kayembe served as a Scottish Refugee Council board member, while also joining Royal Society of Edinburgh, Young Academy of Scotland representing refugee minorities. Deborah Kayembe is the 54th rector of Edinburgh University, the third woman and the first person of color to hold this position. Welcome to our session. So, as our event happens in Central Asia, I was really interested to read the latest statistics and so how education develops in our region and what access to education we have in our area. So while gross domestic product measures the economy of the nation, there is a so-called gross enrollment ratio representing the number of students enrolled in a given level of education as a percentage of number to people living in a nation. So it is some connected to the United Nations Human Development Index, which includes education index. So let us discuss about questions about educational inequality in a digital era. And my first question goes to Jenny. How are the technological trends affecting development, economic growth, human development, and education? Jenny?
Well, thank you so much for having me on today. I'm honored to be here. And yeah, technological trends are growing every day. I remember when I first started teaching over 2 decades ago, we didn't have, a small percentage of the types of technology that we have access to today. And while it's definitely moving our classrooms forward in the way that we teach and support our young people in their growth, as we all know, technology is growing all over the world in the way that we live. For example, 2 decades ago, when I needed to get somewhere, I would take out a paper map or print out directions from the internet on paper if I was feeling very technologically savvy. And now many cars worldwide have built-in GPS and mapping systems. We connect to each other through video platforms like this. I'm able to speak with you in Central Asia right now from Chicago, Illinois, in my home. This wasn't possible even a few years ago. So as the world continues to change, and the technology continues to grow, it allows us to solve old problems in new ways. And the role of education is not only to continue to leverage these technologies to also better do our job as educators, which is helping young people grow into the best versions of themselves using these new tools, but also to prepare them for a world where they're going to be expected to have this expertise in using these tools to be successful members of the workforce and citizens in society. So there's that twofold responsibility of using the tools to better teach, but also using the tools to prepare our young people to enter their futures.
Yeah. Thank you, Jenny, for sharing this nice insight. I fully agree with you. I was reading your background, and you also were a math teacher in Chicago Public School. That's really amazing how you actually used innovation in classrooms to teach math, STEM, and how you advanced your career and now like working at Google, helping millions of educators, kids all over the world just to have an impact through technology. But also, I have another question. How will these changes to educational processes brought by COVID-19 affect inequality? So, Deborah, can you share your thoughts on this question?
Well, we already live in a world that inequality is part of every society. And this COVID is not bringing anything good on our society. It's taking humanity away from us. It's giving a lot of work to parents at home, particularly mothers, and without considering the health issue that many people has already before the pandemic comes to us. So their education, of course, will be affected. And that process probably is going to be to see those who have advanced more in the society. We're probably going to survive the pandemic better, but the poorest, the less advantaged, because of the long-standing illness which has never been managed properly, or because of the environment of the education was not prepared throughout the system in every nation, that process will bring the inequality wider. One other thing also is because of the era of the digital era and what COVID is promoting more now, people using access to numeric situation, to using the digital. Those who never had a chance to be educated, the basic education, will miss out a lot. So that process really is about something that existed, inequality that existed for so many years, and no one thought about fixing that. And COVID is coming just to make it worse. So that's the situation.
Yeah, I also agree with you that this pandemic, from one side, it had a lot of impact and it brought up a lot of challenges. I think it touched every part of the world. Whenever we have humans living on Earth, it's like it touched everyone. But also, I think it provides also us an opportunities as a mankind to look to reassess how we shall address it, what actions we will take, and how we can actually unite all the nations and all the countries and share all the expertise in the world that help drive more access and more equity to education. And I know that Jenny also is a founder of Our Voice Alliance, which is a non-profit organization dedicated to evaluating marginalized voices and perspectives to improve equity and empathy in education. So they do a lot of programs to help educators to gain better cultural competence and empathy. But also, Deborah, it was very interesting that last July in 2020, you launched the Freedom Walk campaign, a civil rights movement which aims to lobby and campaign on behalf of citizens by promoting social reforms, racial justice, and community harmony. And it's very fascinating that you are so active in your domain and you're like doing a lot of great stuff. And I really would like you to visit Central Asia and also see how you can bring impact locally to this part of the world.
You know, it's just the pandemic that's holding me here. And I'm in the University of Edinburgh this morning. Maybe we don't have, you didn't hear the news. We have just lost the Duke of Edinburgh. He's been the Chancellor of Edinburgh University for 30 years. The husband of Her Majesty the Queen left out this morning. So I was planning to start my trip. Now I can't go anymore because we have to deal with this right now. But really, I want to come to Central Asia. I wish I would come there and to spread the Freedom Walk campaign vision, which is really promoting social justice, regardless our background, but in our community, having this harmony and trying to reduce the inequality gap, because the inequality gap is getting worse because of the pandemic. We need to work on that to reduce this gap and giving the opportunity to anyone to have access to education and learn how to lobby those who make decisions in our countries, law enforcement, everyone who are involved in our communities to make sure that the inequality is reduced and we are more inclusive of our diversity. So this is something I want to spread all around the world.
Yeah, and thank you for your passion. I mean, both of you. I really admire. Like while I was reading, it's like I also work in international company and also work with teachers locally here, and I see a lot of inequalities. Even I mean, Kazakhstan is the 9th largest country in the world, and our territory is so big that we have some schools that don't even have a basic internet connectivity. So, and while I also met a teacher from Tajikistan who is teaching English language in a mountainous area, and where they don't have sometimes an electricity in school to do it. So, these basic needs, just we need to address them on a government, on a community, on a corporate level, so that like we don't leave any child behind. So we don't leave any unemployed person behind. And I think my question, I want to raise this question: how will technological breakthroughs influence educational process, and how can they affect educational gaps? Well, I think, so Jenny, do you think that can technology really, I think, breach that digital divide? And what do you think, I mean, from your perspective, what do you think what's in store for us in coming years?
Well, I think it's challenging. As a lot of folks know, there's the two levels of the digital divide, right? There's the digital access divide, which is how young people, learners get access to the device, the internet access itself. And then there's the digital use divide, which is once they have access to their device and their access, be it a Chromebook, a cell phone, a tablet, a computer, then how are they using it? Do they have the understanding and the skill set to effectively and impactfully utilize that device to learn and to grow? And the answer isn't always yes. We see examples all over the world where learners have access to technology, but they don't have the training or support, either the learner or the instructor, to use it effectively and impactfully. I think that if we're able to address both divides, then yes, technology can address some inequities and inequalities that are out there. For example, the ability for us to better differentiate and meet each learner where they are. As you mentioned, I was a math teacher and I had over 30 students in my classroom with one instructor. Each of my students were learning at different ability levels.
Yeah.
With technology, I was able to create short instructional videos at each child's level. And so I was able to differentiate or meet them at their learning level, every student with just one of me. I was able to essentially clone myself as an instructor, which would not have been possible without the technology. So we also have examples where, you know, at Google, we have our video platform, Google Meet, where we are, you know, we can have like live stream captions and translations. And so the ability to meet students for whom the instructor's spoken language is not their primary language and see live translations and captions, again, can breach some access opportunities and divides. So there are a lot of opportunities where technological advances can create access and opportunity for young people who right now are struggling to learn. But we really have to address these two divides, this digital access divide and the digital use divide first before we get there.
Yes, and thank you for sharing this. And I had just some kids in the background, so like it's interesting. I myself, father of 3 kids, and at home I try to also provide the access to the different devices and access to technology, but at the same time I want to help them understand and just help them nurture how they can use it to learn about basic stuff. I mean, there is like voice assistants that children like play and they just ask questions. I think this is a great example how technology can help our children develop critical thinking skills to ask questions like, why the sky is blue? Why the trees are green? So this like technology advances like in AI, they can really give the answer instantly to a child. And then I think teacher's role in education also changes, not from just giving access to education, but helping them and navigating in this world of ocean of information. But I'm really interested, how at the University of Edinburgh do education institutions create inclusive communities and promote equality in educational opportunities? So Deborah, can you share from your perspectives, how do you personally drive inclusive environment at the university, and what advice can you give to our participants online?
I have to say that the University of Edinburgh are going to work very hard during my tenure, because it's one of the principles of my tenure as a rector for the next 3 years. We need to look at the background of students who are coming at the Edinburgh University. As you know, the University of Edinburgh is the 20th best university in the world. So now you have more students willing to come. We have a barrier on language, because the education is 100% in English. So you have students for different backgrounds who speak different languages, who have different kind of education, want to join the University of Edinburgh. So there's gonna be, from this year onward, a new program of adaptation we call Edinburgh University Global, which gives to all students from different backgrounds who have some, I won't say they have a life of some disadvantaged student from disadvantaged family, giving them first a scholarship that allows them to get to the level that we need to have all students when they join Edinburgh University. That's the first step. The second step is to make sure that the university opens all the possibility to make possible that the need of education one student has must be reached. So that means that everything that student will do, whatever it does is not good in English, whatever it had a very different education, Edinburgh University Global Program will help those students to adapt and to get to that level. But again, we all know that we have the pandemic and it's the era of digital. With the digital, everything goes to the computer, everything goes to online learning. It's going to be a great opportunity to reach out the rest of the world, places where there is no one has no possibility to travel and come to Edinburgh. Again, as you have mentioned, maybe in those places there is no electricity, maybe those places people do not know how to use the computer. That's our challenge. So we need to look at those parts and make sure that our students, those who wish to get the Edinburgh University education, we will support them throughout this new program.
Yes, thank you. And I think it's a great initiative helping students to adapt. And I was reading like University of Edinburgh has more than 45,000 students enrollment. Yeah. So that's a pretty big number. I mean, the biggest university in Kazakhstan has about 22,000. Okay. But of course, it's a population, but still, we have, and I know that in United States, there are universities that has like almost 100,000 students. Yeah. And I think technology will erase actually the enrollment and increase the enrollment rates, because I think students can now go at the same time to different universities and taking different majors like micro-credentials. So it's really an age of opportunities for young generation that will need to reassess the higher education, because pandemic definitely raises the question, should students pay that much for the online education? So it's really open questions, and universities are also transforming to adapt to these global changes. So I'm interested because like here in Central Asia, we corporations like Google, they also are very popular like search engine. But Jenny, how do corporations like Google influence these changes? Like, what role globally does Google play to address these inequality gaps? Or maybe there are some programs that Google is planning to do in Central Asia?
Yes, and I apologize. My daughter, it's 7:30 in the morning here, which is when she wakes up and goes to school. And I don't know if they have this phrase all over the world, but in the United States, she's 2 years old. We call this age the terrible twos.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, it's everywhere. So she's a strong young woman with a lot of opinions, and
That's good. That's good.
to everybody right now. So I do apologize. Yeah, Google's doing a lot to dig into this work. We definitely see ourselves as having a responsibility to help address some of the inequities and to create more opportunities. So one thing that we do in our products is we work directly with educators to understand what are the accessibility needs and what are the gaps. So for example, during the past 18 months, we've learned so much about the needs of folks when it comes to the lack of internet connectivity and the different devices they're accessing learning on. And so we've upgraded and improved our Google Classroom platform to allow for more offline features, to allow for photo uploads. So for example, a young person can complete some of their work on paper and pencil without connectivity, and then go to a spot where they do have internet connectivity, take a photo of it and upload that to their Google Classroom so that their instructor can see and give feedback to their work. So no longer do they need to have consistent connectivity, but they could still participate fully with intermittent access. So things like that, we're working a lot to think about how do we, adjust the design of our products to be more flexible and more agile for different use cases.
Yep.
In addition, we have a lot of programs, as you mentioned, to embed equity and school transformation. So we've created guides to support school leaders. We've also created a culturally responsive classroom section in our teacher center, our education center. So a huge piece of equity isn't just access, but it's the way in which instructors interact with a diverse population of students from different cultural backgrounds. As a young student with an East Asian background, growing up in Orlando, Florida, where most of my teachers, actually none of my teachers had an East Asian background, a lot of them didn't know how to interact with someone from my family culture and didn't understand, me being quiet or a way that I reacted as part of how I was grown in my household culture. Culturally responsive teaching is about really celebrating the differences in cultures of the learners in our spaces and using those as strengths to help them grow and learn. And so we've built out a cultural responsive classroom section of our professional learning platform, the Google Teacher Center. We have rolling study halls, which are something that we've co-sponsored, where they put wireless access points on school buses and park them throughout communities, so that young people can go to the school bus and take out their Chromebooks and learn, so that if they don't have internet access themselves. So, I mean, that's just some of it. Google.org has donated over $10 million to a distance learning fund. There's a lot more that Google's doing, but to in short answer your question, we do see ourselves as having responsibility there and trying to give back and use our powers for good.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing. I mean, so many product features, like initiatives, and I think our audience who is joining us online, they're really interested, like, wow, so many things, where can we learn more? And I actually have a question from our online audience. And the question is, the digital experience of teachers and students imply a deep use of cloud technologies by education system. How can these problems be resolved in developing countries such Kazakhstan? So that's like maybe the question to Jenny, how, again, the teachers and students and this deep use of cloud technologies can be addressed. So I think partly you mentioned that your just previous answer was providing a lot. So where do and how do students and teachers from Kazakhstan can go and learn more?
Well, I think, well, first of all, check out our teacher center. So if you go to edu.google.com, and you can find our training and support in our teacher center up in the guide there, and you can dig into a lot of courses and resources to learn how to use our tools, and it's available in multiple languages. We also have a lot of supports for educators and individuals to understand our actual tools on that website as well. So not just how to use the tools pedagogically or strategically in your classroom, but also like, how do you turn it on? There's a whole help desk, so there's support there as well.
Yep.
And then we have Google educator groups all over the world, where educators can connect with fellow educators in similar settings. So if you say like, hey, I am from a small rural farming village where I don't have all the time access to internet, our internet, might not be as fast as one might hope, I don't have a ton of access to devices, you can connect with someone in a similar setting, maybe in, like central Iowa in the United States, or in the southern tip of South Korea, and kind of share ideas and swap strategies and best practices for how you do this. And we've seen so many creative ways to still get so much power out of cloud computing, even when you have limited access to devices. So even when you are really faced with that first level, that digital access divide, we're still seeing incredibly impactful use of technology come out of these spaces.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope your answer fully answers the question from the audience. And I have a question for Deborah. It's about functional literacy in your area. I think if you have been living in Scotland for several years, and is there such a problem as a functional literacy where you live and work, Deborah? Or you can share your example from from your background.
I would say that there is this literacy problem everywhere in the world. It's not only just in Scotland. It's just the way that our literacy affect our culture and affect our way of living, and the interaction between peoples, that makes that you see that difference. But the strength of these differences are diversity. then the richness of this diversity between people exchanging and interacting brings something stronger and something beautiful. So in Scotland, you got in Scotland, that's why one of the reasons I set up the Freedom Campaign is this intolerance of other people, how they look like, how they wear the clothing, how they behaving like Jenny says, they did not, my teacher did not understand the way I was brought up because I was quiet and they thought it was not a good way to react. So sometimes it exists. I'm not denying that, but I think the effort I'm making now with the University of Edinburgh is to be tolerant and having a dialogue with the others in order to discover the richness that the others are and to understand them. So once you discover them and you understand them, that diversity brings you something beautiful and something very rich.
Yeah, thank you, Deborah. It's really, really interesting, and I fully agree with you that there is a literacy issues that's like all over the world. Again, as I was reading some statistics, some Asian countries right now have more literacy rate in the last 10 years, and they close the enrollment rate in primary, in secondary education. And I was just reading the statistics, how much a family household in Hong Kong spends on a child education, and it's the highest number of expenditure per child. It's around $132,000 per child education. That's 3 times more than average worldwide, where a household spends about $40,000 on education for child. So that's like amazing. And followed by, from Hong Kong, it's like Taiwan and Singapore. That's where families spend a lot investment for their child. And I think, well, it's my personal opinion that I have a vision for my kids that I don't want them to spend their childhood reading a lot and just depriving them of their childhood. I remember my childhood without devices, without internet. We were spending a lot of time in the yards playing with my friends. So, and we went by very well with that. And I think
there is something to say here about this digital era. Is how to regulate the digital era, because if we don't regulate that properly, it's going to affect the interaction, the social interaction of our children. You know, I have a son born and raised in Scotland, but the amount of time he has spent outside is less than an African child born and raised in Africa, because the children in Africa are interacting outside, playing in the garden, and looking at developing their own skills without being, well, he was born here, spending most his time in the front of a computer on the game. So I think it's good to look at the era because of the pandemic and everything, because we have more pandemic, but it's so very important to regulate them so it can be beneficial for us all and in the community.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that sometimes, because there is, I think, not a lot of research right now on the impact of pandemic globally, and I think a lot of researchers are doing like a lot of research and asking great questions, and like how this pandemic will affect not only education but the global development, how countries work together, and like how we can predict, like using the big data, to how will again, this pandemic will develop, where again, like in a lockdown situation in Kazakhstan, like in many other parts of the world, where we see another strike of COVID, and again, it's like a period of vaccination. So it's really, I think that digital era should be in some way regulated. And so we have less than 5 minutes to go. So final thoughts, Jenny. How do you see personally, like what things like our governments in the world, or like local, what advice you have for addressing the educational inequality? How can like big companies like Google help or join the forces like to address it?
I think we're, you know, we see it happening in a lot of places where I think it's about working directly with ministries of education, departments of education, and really digging into what the challenges are and partnering with them to see how we can provide more support and guidance to help them do what they're already doing. So again, breaking down that access and use divide, a huge thing that we're doing is working directly with ministries of education and all over the world to say, hey, you know, the Ministry of Education is bringing devices and connectivity in for their teachers and their young people. So they're building the infrastructure, and then we're providing them support in helping them understand how to use them impactfully to have that impactful instruction. So, you know, we're working directly, for example, with Indonesia and looking at, you know, how can we provide training for teachers who are just now adopting Google Workspace for Education and Google Chromebooks for Education, and make sure that they can get that free, easy access to learn how to use our devices and our solutions in local language, you know, in their native language. So that's work that we're doing to provide those resources so that we can make sure that folks have that digital use and can close that divide.
Yep. Thanks, Jenny. And Deborah, final thoughts?
I think one of the things you tell everyone around the world is that we need to look at this vaccination nationalism. It's been taking place all around the world and is bringing more inequality in our societies. Because if we don't manage to fight this pandemic as a whole, we're not going to survive the education, because things are going to go very fast. And how things are going fast, the most developed countries will get away with everything they've managed to sort out the situation with the pandemic. And we'll have the gap being wider and wider, the gap in inequality. I agree that it's about time those who are setting up those computers to adapt new format of a computer, new software for those who have little chance to have access to education. It is time to look at the smallest people, the less advantaged people, to look at them and to provide support for them. But one of the things I keep telling, we need to ban this inequality. We need to work for more inclusive planet, more understanding between people, and looking at our differences, our weaknesses, and try to address that. Because if we don't do that, we're not going to survive this pandemic.
Yep. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Jenny, for joining this discussion. And I think we touched a lot of topics, but definitely we had questions from online. And yes, I would like to thank you again for your time joining this Central Asian Nobel Fest. I hope that you stay safe, that you continue your hard work, impacting your communities locally, globally, and see you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Все, что окружает, города, дома, заводы, все это результат человеческой мысли. Все от страниц рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов University подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жбанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей. Университет Жбанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жубанов University – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект Coca-Cola Belestere, который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную 304 тысячам долларов США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта Coca-Cola Belestere, их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант Coca-Cola Belestere?
Просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с Coca-Cola Belestere?
Өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Coca-Cola грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта Coca-Cola Belestere?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект Coca-Cola Belestere стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе. Платформа «Бизнес Тим» в социальной сети Facebook – это инициатива экспертов проекта для объединения всех желающих женщин пройти онлайн-обучение основам бизнеса, найти наставников и единомышленников в целях создания и развития устойчивого малого бизнеса. Результаты проекта Coca-Cola Belestere в Казахстане приносят свои плоды и вносят вклад в экономическое и экологическое развитие сельских территорий страны. Проект содействует росту вклада женщин в комплексное развитие села и достижению целей устойчивого развития ООН до 2030 года.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч жубановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University, создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга, увеличено количество услуг Smart Arsu, проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Квонышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жубанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Rankings EECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жубанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жубанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жубанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Что такое энергия? Я думаю, что это знание, которое двигает нас к прогрессу. 4 года назад вышел первый номер журнала «Ойла». Никто не верил, что печатный, да к тому же и научный журнал сможет стать популярным у детей. И это в эпоху Ютуба. Помню, как в самом начале отправляли наш журнал бесплатно в школу. А сегодня «Ойла» — это научно-популярный журнал, который издается в 11 странах мира на 5 языках. Это журнал на казахском языке, а это на немецком, корейском языке и, конечно же, на английском.
Почему формат нашего журнала так востребован? Я верю, что каждый ребенок хочет стать ученым, изобретателем, успешным человеком. Нужно лишь дать правильный импульс. Наш журнал помогает полюбить науку, раздвинуть границы и развить глубину мышления. Мы рассказываем о принципах устройства Вселенной и о задачах, от которых мы бились лучшие умы человечества.
Наш журнал читают более 20 тысяч детей в Казахстане. Мы отправляем журнал даже в самые отдаленные регионы страны. У нас есть юный читатель в ауле Жумыскер в Атырауской области. Доставка к нему обходится даже дороже стоимости самого журнала. Но мы просто не можем оставить этого ребенка без новых знаний. А еще Ойла помогает учителям интересно вести уроки. Все это дает нам энергию создавать наш журнал.
Сегодня Ойла — это не только журнал, но и школа наук для детей.
Мы ведем увлекательные курсы по физике, химии, биологии и математике, которые не похожи на школьные предметы. Наши курсы прошли более 700 детей.
Энергия знаний бесконечна, но распространять ее можно только благодаря единомышленникам. Мы рады, что наш журнал нашел поддержку многих людей. Мы — команда журнала Ойла, и мы хотим, чтобы наши дети умели думать.
Великий казахский учитель Ибрай Алтынсарин писал, что учительская должность есть не служба, а Богом данное призвание. Учитель – главный человек для преподавания знаний.
Ибрай Алтынсарин had said that the teacher is the main person to transfer the knowledge. And the future of the population is in the hands of the teacher. So the concluding session is dedicated to the innovators, teachers, with the participants of the Ivan Yevsevich, Dinara Bisimbaeva, the teacher of Russian, Tatiana government and the Ashik Alem Chairman Ali Arkharova to define the innovative approaches for the education during the pandemics. We give the word to the moderator from our WEZF University, Shofan Tsubam. Good afternoon, dear participants and of the second Nobel Festival Invented the Future. Good day, Tatiana, good day, everyone. This is a concluding session of the work of the third festival and as a fruitful work of all. I would like to thank the organizers which gave me a big honor to be the moderator of this forum. And also I would like to meet with you. Before we go, I would like to present our speakers. We have 4 speakers. Please allow me to introduce the first one. We have the finalist of the Global Award. Also, we have the Belgrade, Serbia. Good afternoon, Ivana. The mission of Ivana is to make education accessible to all, especially for the teachers which have, for the students, that have the some diseases and limitations such as lack of the facility for such students, the lack of time due to the therapeutic or due to the healthcare problems and lack of electronic and digital solutions. So some of those students of Ivana, they have serious communicative disorders. However, Ivana found a way to close this gap due to usage of technology and her smart approaches. And she has a good result. Our second specialist is Aliya Arkharova. Aliya is an economist and accountant by degree. She works as a chairman and a co-founder of the Ashik Alem Fund. She is the mother of the child with an autism, and she works on creation the important system to help the kids with the kids that have autism. Aliya could help her own kids by creating the fund and inviting the American specialist. Her program helps for the kids that have autism spectrum disorders in the education. Olia believes that the modern diagnostics of autism will help kids to go closer towards a normal life. Our second participant is Dinara Bisimbava. She is the winner of the award, the teacher of Kazakhstan of 2020, and she's an expert in the chemistry of the Nazarbayev Intellectual School. She is also the author of the special methodology for the talented kids. Her students are winners of the educational contest. She is also the Grand Prix winner. She is also the ambassador of the Global Technic Prize. She believes that serving to society is mandatory, and she actively supports in the schools. And our last speaker is Tatiana Gartman. She is the founder of the Uchilka.ru website. She decided to stop the illiterate war. She became famous because of her blog, Teacher versus TV. So she was finding out, exposing the mistakes of the public figures, and she wrote the book about
из реальной жизни и рассказывает, как правильно и грамотно пользоваться
about how to work the Russian language in a more literate way. Tatiana is very popular on very different media platforms, Instagram and social networks. She's also an expert in the central and regional mass media. Dear audience, I presented you the speakers which are surely the leaders in their field. Now, please remind me about the discussion. So we are talking about the teachers, innovators, and about how to create innovative educators, how to develop solutions from the ground ground up. So the pandemic has changed everything. It's including the education field. As you know, in March of 2020, all of the educational institutions moved towards online learning. At that time, higher education institutions had some experience with the remote learning. However, in Kazakhstan, the remote learning was introduced in 2009. But what the situation was in schools, since the three speakers are working in the schools, let me ask you the question. What was your experience with working during lockdown? How can we cover all of the children, and can the system be adapted to their needs? And what are non-traditional learning paths you can offer? I would like to offer the following format. Our speakers can show their presentation, and then we will continue the discussion. I would like Tatiana Gardman to start our session. Okay, good. Since I was being introduced already, I'm not going to introduce myself. I'm going to go straight down to business, and I will tell about my personal experience of working during pandemics with my students. Well, the life sometimes creates for us some trials which affect not only physicians but also affected us, because we were second affected people after the physicians, and we really felt the difference before and after and during the pandemics after all of this happened. So nevertheless, once we got more comfortable in the internet, because of course the learning went to the internet, once we got more comfortable there, then we started to look for some new forms, some new interesting approaches to teach kids. And based on my experience, I can show you some of the works that I had discovered and that I used during the remote learning. So first of all, we started to use actively video podcast presentations. If before the you only had a blackboard and a chalk, then with the online class without absence of blackboard and chalk, you would have to use those format. And I can say that if the presentations and layouts, they really, they more or less look like what you write in the classroom, but using the videos and podcast, it certainly was it certainly was some new novelty in our sessions, because we did not just look at the videos, we looked at the movies, we faced with some reading of this of the poems. We I cannot read Pushkin and Tuchev just like for example the famous actor could read. So this opportunity certainly was dictated by this online learning. And then kids could also see not only the knowledge that they need to apply, but they also were able to touch the art, because we started to watch several theatrical performances based on the classical Russian writers and modern theatrical performances, which was directly related to the literature. So we started to do it during our online class, and then kids were watching it on themselves. So similarly was with the films, with the movies. So we were able to combine this and this real art, which is created by this professional actors, by this. Um, so if before the elements were For example, at least it was used mostly in the 5th and 6th grade because I don't work. Then here the online format was showed some new opportunities to use this game elements, and all of those games which were known before, because in this class it's very difficult to maintain interactivity at a high level. So sometimes, kids, you don't understand whether the kids listen to you or not. So those games certainly they gave the chance to constantly participate and to understand, and similarly to play. And so this game format, it certainly allowed and it plays a huge role, and its response to the good interactive about the kids being constantly involved and understand and not being distracted to some other things. So then based on what I was able to find, it's certainly involvement of the famous guests, because if you really want, you really would want to invite like real people to your class, some people that they can see during the internet, and certainly you want to they want to be on the same level. So when there is a regular class activity, you cannot just invite those people because everyone has their own thing or they want money for coming. You cannot just interact with the star. But during pandemics, many had a lot of free time. So most importantly, a wish to actually communicate and to go freely for kids and do some classes with the kids, some actor reading of the text, or some creative meetings, or tell about your profession and thus meet the kids more. So the accessibility of celebrities which lockdown gave us, it really was useful for the online education. Moreover, I wanted to state that about the innovative approaches that I use not only during the pandemics, but also in the process of the regular online, offline classes. For example, because I am a blogger and I have my own Instagram account, my own YouTube account, and my activity is dedicated directly to the subject that I do, which is Russian language. I have the chance to involve the kids in the blog creation, and it was very interesting experience, I think, which I would advise for others to consider, because kids are they like to involve in the creation of the internet product which would be interested to themselves and to the people, so to subscribers, to the followers. So first of all, it's also very important to mention that another thing is, since I am the person which is not very modern but more of an older generation, I don't really know the technology as well as kids do. So we started to help each other, where I helped with some ideas and content, and they helped me from the technical perspective and the promotion. For example, kids advised me the profile photo, then we selected which one is better, and then we had a very good, interesting picture which I myself would not be able to create. Moreover, kids participate in the actual blog creation. They find certain mistakes in the celebrities, and then they can tell, for example, certain video on YouTube, not just as viewers, but also as experts of Russian language, because they try to find out the mistakes, like what is happening. Moreover, kids really help with the promotion of the blog. So they can help to write comments. They can help you to respond to some hate comments. And moreover, it's important that the kids help a lot with the help of the internet resources. So they tell me about the opportunities that I did not even know. For example, I thought YouTube channel, it's just some videos that you can do, but turned out that there's also the text messages which you can have on a YouTube channel. You can have streams, you can have lives, you can even monetize it, because until the kids told me, I didn't even know that we can monetize it, and that in this area, this is how it can be done. So moreover, based on this blog or a part of this blog, you can select a good material for the kids. They can, for example, face the problems that they do with the Russian language, and based on that, kids work with some projects. So projects is not my innovation. Certainly the project activity, this is something that was very popular, that was there before. However, uh, how our project is different, for example, from what is done in others. First of all, kids themselves can select the material which needed to work on. Second is the mistakes that they see, for example, with the celebrities, and then they try to create those or research those mistakes and create certain, not like scientific, but some research activities which could explain those mistakes, which could somehow help them to avoid it. So of how often it happens. So in all of this thing, you can work it with this through the situation, and then the kids can create their own projects, and then the interesting thing happened. Normally, after that, the students select the project, then the teacher manages it, this research activity. Then there is the project, he defines the project, and then the project is dead, no one remembers it. But in our case, we don't do that. The result of this project activity, I involve it in my blog, then they themselves present it at their own resources where they registered and where they would want to share about their project activity. So the project is very receives the second life, and it's very stimulates, which allows to create and it can have the even the people that can follow it, and many kids have a lot of followers. They have their own audience which they're interested in. So it's one of those innovations, I think. It's not just the project creation, but the promotion of the projects. There's in the public space, because it's one of those innovations that I use. And then another thing that I want to say is creation of the unique tasks. The thing is that when we work at the teacher with the students, you still can see that the students, they think themselves and not just use some additional devices like phone and etc. So when we work in online project, then we cannot 100% account for that. So I think that this is online format. It dictates a new conditions of work. It pushes teachers to create some new things which you cannot resolve with somebody's help. So with the internet, with the answer, you cannot find the answers to the prepared home task. So those are very creative tasks, and those for sure.
Ответы на эти вопросы не могут быть нигде найдены. Answers to these questions cannot be found anywhere. That's why the child works on them independently. And these are the tasks which are also related to the blog development. I can ask them to find 3 mistakes. Somebody can find 5 mistakes or 10 mistakes, and they start ошибки, которые раньше, например, challenging each other, and they could find the issues or the mistakes that we have never come across with them. And this new mistake gives another impulse to the development or to the consideration of the material. So all these tasks, in my view, so this online work stimulated the teachers to create such new tasks. And the most interesting is that the children like those tasks. They realize that the teacher has invested his or her time and effort instead of copying it from some methodological guidelines. And this is the practical result that the children would like to produce for the teacher and for themselves. And they're interested or they're excited to work with such tasks. And answering the question about the mission of the teacher today, I would like to say a couple of words. The conventional approach needs the changes in the teacher's operations as follows. The teacher should not be delivering the material to or the information to the children, but should organize the process in such a way that they could find to seek for this material, could study it and analyze it, and to deep dive into certain topics. And however, I believe that this work is obviously right, and I fully support it. But for this work, we need to have sufficient conditions, and the creation of such conditions is the task or the mission of the teacher. And these conditions should be such that the children love your subject, so that they are excited and interested to study your subject of teaching. And as soon as they get excited, they would be happy and pleased to do the studies, and they will do their own research rather than copy pasting the researches that were done by somebody else. So in my view, the mission of the teacher now is to unveiling some secrets or unclear or uncertain things in your subject, and creating such an environment where the children would be excited. And when this initiated by the teacher, if the teacher is also excited about that, and the teacher's eyes are burning, and the children are absorb this energy, and they would look at it and deep dive into the subject themselves and to do the research. And another thing that I would like to note here is that we need to have a very sensitive guidance by the teacher. Thanks a lot, Tatiana, for your very informative ideas. We will come back to the speech mistakes at some later stage if we have time, but now I'd like to give the floor to Dinara. Good day, distinguished speakers. Thanks for this opportunity provided. I would like to answer the question about innovations that we used during lockdown. This was the time that we needed to find the proper communication with the students, because everything was supposed to be done via internet. So we needed to know what are the educational needs of every student. And during the pandemic, we used platforms like Google meet Teams and Zoom to do the online teaching. In addition, the school provided a number of webinars and workshops for the teachers to be able to master these platforms, to use them to the full extent possible.
То есть химия без практики
Given
невозможна.
that my subject is a practical one, which is chemistry, and we cannot do without practicing, we found a way out. During the pandemic, we used virtual laboratories, simulations, various databases to do the experimenting. That is, using the experimental virtual laboratories, children would collect data, set up hypotheses, and answer the questions. With the help of computer simulations, we could study the chemical processes at the molecular level, build chemical reactions using simulations, which was very interesting for the high school students. And my students are now doing the research, which is the internal assessment. And this research assumes formulating a question related to the real life, and children would normally choose the questions that could be used in their lives, household lives. For example, how heating of the chemical process will influence the pace of chemical reaction. They checked it at various temperatures, they drew conclusions, and they used it in their real life.
Мы применяли такую
In addition,
интересную
we
инновацию.
also used an interesting innovation during the lessons. The children would turn on their cameras, and then one of the children created a galvanic element, which is a micro cell that produces certain products using electrolytes. And he demonstrated from home with all the safety guards. He demonstrated how this galvanic element operates. He used normal salt, accumulator, a battery, and he showed what happens and how various gaseous products are produced. And this became a very interesting impetus to create the interest to the subject among the children. As I said, in the high school, the practical studies are necessary because all the teaching in the high school should be based on researchers, and researchers help students better understand the theoretical components of science. And I would like to give the examples of my students using not only the simulations and virtual laboratories, but also home experiments. For example, one child made a home experiment using various types of salts and to see the speed of corrosion. And by using this experiment, we raised various questions, we caused discussions, question answer sessions, and so on. Another student developed a survey, a research that helps understanding that whether the addition of olive oil or sunflower oil to improve the qualities of honey, how quickly it crystallizes. And his research
Имеется в виду, что дети получают
very positive results, whereby the children would get a better understanding of the subject in household conditions using the ordinary products available in every household. And by using normal products such as honey and salt, they could realize that they could understand chemistry at home. In addition, during pandemic, together with my colleagues from experimental sciences chair, we started a volunteering operations with the 7th grade students of the secondary schools of Nur Sultan to have practical chemistry and physics lessons with the people from low-income families. I would be sitting near the screen and these children would be sitting at the screen, and then through Zoom we will do the experimenting. One of the latest one was to press juice from buckwheat or carrot or any other vegetables that have certain color, and we could then test changes of color of these juices in various liquids. These could be detergents, soap, shampoos, and for example, lemon juice and soda. So they could understand that in the home conditions, they could create indicators. I would like to show the software on the screen, which is called digital science in the teaching process for rural school. During pandemic, I started a project to support rural schools, and I launched the innovative project to create the software. I was awarded the prize of the teacher of Kazakhstan, and part of the prize I invested in being useful to the community. And to support the rural school, I created a program, a digital software. I procured a digital equipment for rural school, why I call it a digital science at home. This idea came to my mind several years ago, and I have always dreamt that in rural schools we provide support to the talented children so that they could operate with digital equipment, with sensors, with meters, so that they could collect data and carry out researches at a high level to develop the capacity of the rural researchers. So together with my colleagues, we have done a lot of work. Dinaro, thank you very much. We have two more speakers waiting for their turn. We will come back to your work with the talented children. I would like to give the floor to Aliya Kharovna. This is our last presentation for today, and then we will have the discussion session. Aliya, are you online? Good day. I'm the president of the public fund Shakarim. My son is 18 years old. He is graduating the high school. And the fact that he is graduating the school and the fact that he was born changed my life significantly. Recalling the last year and answering the question of experience during pandemic, we are not teachers, we are parents, and during the challenging period of pandemic, Kazakhstan announced a contest, and we had an idea that when we had discussions at various platforms, we came to the conclusion that the isolation, lockdown, and for the children with the disabilities, when the schools were not operating and the things that they are accustomed to have changed, and this resulted in the fact that the parents had difficulties in dealing with children. Whilst previously the child would go to school or would go to some sports or anything else now we had to spend all the time together, and we came up with an idea of creating a virtual school to support children, to support parents in interacting with their children. We were provided with the information on how to interact with the key strategies, and we came up with the idea of providing legal counseling so that parents could be aware of the protection of the children's rights. And we were really surprised that by the end of the project, the parents went even further. They did not protect only the rights of their own children, but started helping others. And we are very grateful to the Soros Fund of Kazakhstan, who provided this opportunity and provided this knowledge to the parents who, in the conditions of isolation, came closer to their children and understood them better. And as a result, we are now thinking of creating an app that will help kind of diagnosing the possible problems, not at the professional level, but in the household conditions through the development of the routine life, and helping parents seeing the progress, identifying the right steps and strategies of interaction. This is our experience. As I said, we're not teachers, but in our case, we helped parents become teachers for their children. And this helped us help understanding our children. Thank you. Thanks, Aliyah. You've done a lot of work with also provided the opportunity to teach the children with special needs, special demand. I would like to give the floor to Ivana Kovacevic, who is now connected to us from the studio and who will share the information about how they achieved certain results to deal with children with disability.
Today, I'm going to share with you a short presentation of my work in hospitals and students' homes. This is my presentation. Could you see? I'm Ivana Kovacevic. I'm a Serbian language and literature teacher at the primary school Dr. Dragan Herzog in Belgrade, where the classes are held in hospitals and students' homes. My school also organizes distance learning for Serbian students who go to hospital treatment abroad. Students who are included in distance learning attend classes during one period of their treatment or during all 8 years of their primary school education. The motto of my school is, our school is where our students are. This motto has obtained a universal meaning in the time of pandemic. The goal is to support students in learning and prepare them for the final exam. Another wider goal is to successfully involve students with disabilities in their education system or social and business environment. I would like to show you one of my digital tools. This is in my school. In my school, teachers create online materials, lessons, tasks, and tests in order to successfully prepare students for continuing education and the final exam. Using Skype or other digital tools for virtual communication in combination with different educational platforms is a good way to learn in every situation. On the screen, you can see one of my digital tools. It is the platform final exam developed by the Mathematical Society of Serbia and partners. I was a member of the project team. This platform is recommended by Ministry of Education as an educational tool for distance learning for all pupils during the lockdown in the time of pandemic. The platform is a digital, free and easy to use learning tool developed for all pupils in the primary school, with and without disabilities, who would like to practice and to prepare for their final exam. School subjects available on the platform are mathematics and Serbian language. The platform contains different kinds of tests and tasks which students can use while preparing for the final exam. They don't have to log in to use them. The navigation through the platform can be made easier, and there are simple language structures and symbols and pictures as well. The design of the platform is simple and without a lot of pictures or colors, so it does not distract the students from their work and disrupt their concentration. Teachers can add their own questions and exercises to the platform. When teachers log in, they can use tasks which we have already created and can be found in the platform's database. Also, they can combine the tests from platform database, personalized database, or combine the two. In my classroom, I would like to share with you one small part of one class. Every day during the school year, my students and I cooperate in digital environment, and we cover everything included in the Serbian language curriculum. This is an example of my class of Serbian language, The Bridge of the Žepa. During the school year, we learn about writers and their novels, poems, stories. One of them is a well-known writer, Ivo Andrić, who won the Nobel Prize for Literature, symbolic. So I teach one of his stories. Students show a joint presentation that was done for homework via Skype as usual. The presentation is made in the form of posters using Microsoft Auto Collage. The students got previously familiar with the program. It is a collage of pictures of the bridge, students' associations, information about the writer and his work. After that, we have discussion about the poster and the biography of the writer. Since we previously studied the biography of the writer, we continue on a virtual trip using, for example, Microsoft Photosynth and Skype. After that, we talk about the story, its protagonists, bridge, the destinies of the characters, the symbols, the beauty, the work of art, the meaning of life. The main motive of the story is the bridge, its origin and duration. Every feature of the bridge has its special symbolism. Bridges connect landscapes and people. For us, Skype is the bridge. Of all the things a man raises and built in his life, there is nothing in my eyes better and more valuable than bridges. They are more important than houses, more sacred than temples, as Ivo Andrić said. The aim of the class is to overcome barriers and provide the students who cannot attend classes in their home schools with high quality, continuous and stimulating working environment for acquiring new skills encouraged by the possibility that they will not lose classes and will smoothly continue their education. At the end of presentation, I would like to tell something about my online literary club. My online literary club has existed since 2008. The goal of the club is to support students to express their feelings, reflections, show their talents, and write poems, stories, essays. One of our great projects, as you can see on the screen, is the collection of the literary works for the students. The collection was promoted in our school and in the Children's Cultural Center in Belgrade. Our students attended the promotion via Skype. My students and I have become more familiar with the world using digital technologies in every sense of the word. They learn and cooperate with the students from all over the world. We went to the virtual trips and exhibitions using different platforms. One time, for example, we celebrated the European Day of Languages. The most interesting lesson was related to a virtual visit to the Library of Alexandria, where we saw the smallest book in the world and learned about the history of the library. Then we wrote newspapers, articles, blogs, and prepared for the occupations which could be done even from home. This is one way for the students at the hospital and home treatment to travel together and meet new countries, people, and cultures. My literary club has won the prizes at the national competitions of literary clubs 3 years in a row. Students have won 79 awards in international and state literary competitions, which is a huge success for us. We presented the work of the literary club on the national and international seminars for teachers. For me, a modern teacher is someone who listens to the wishes and interests of pupils and will be a part of the mission to make education available to every child and to spread the awareness about the importance of education in all circumstances. Children learn and express themselves each in their own way, and there lies the magic of teacher professions. A modern teacher in the classroom, hospital, at home, or via distance learning, using different methods, learning styles, and forms of teaching, strives to make education available to every child. In this way, each student becomes an equal participant in the educational process and gets ready for the future school and life challenges. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed in my presentation.
Ивана, большое спасибо.
Ivana, thanks a lot. Also, I would like to ask a question here. So the inclusion education as part of the state program was introduced in 2011. And since then, in the country, there were various centers and funds created and various projects introduced. So what projects or what centers do provide support to you, or the school itself resolves the problem of inclusivity? Ivana.
We have great support from the Ministry of Education. Programs, projects with deals, program distance learning, 10 years, and the most important is Ministry of Education of Serbia. If I understand your question.
Правильно, спасибо большое.
Yes, you understood it. Thanks a lot. And my next question is to Tatiana and to you. Tatiana mentioned about the mistakes in the spoken language, about it's very difficult to find a literate, grammatically correct speech except in the classic literature. So how pandemic affected the studying of languages, whether it's Russian, Kazakh, or Serbian language? So which one of you would like to answer? I can say a few words that during pandemic, actually people had more free time, and this did impact on the level of studying the Russian language or native language, foreign language, and in general on the education context, on the self-education. Certainly many people decided to spend this time for the self-education, but I think it's more applicable for adult population and the kids. Well, they just were only limited by what what they're supposed to have in school, and maybe some other interests such as maybe they tried to study whatever they were interested in. Nevertheless, everyone had more time, more possibility for the self-education, and those that wanted, they used this opportunity.
Да, прошу прощения. Значит,
Okay, I apologize. It was not. Dinara, the question to you: you work with talented kids in the various fields, and you work in the school of named Darin, which is located in different regions of our country. So, how did pandemics affect the talented kids? The gifted kids, did it lower the quality of education or vice versa? Pandemics gave time to do many extracurricular activities with the gifted kids. So the support of the gifted and talented kids happened in a full measure. So the kids created their own projects. Before pandemics, they would gather data. For example, I'm talking about those that are interested in sciences. And for example, for biology, physics, and chemistry, they were doing that. And then during pandemics, they processed this data. And then the kids were defending their project in an online format. Also, the preparation for the Olympiads were happening outside of the study time through online platforms. So the support was done in a full measure. The kids were not left out without teacher support. Moreover, inside of the school, we had special courses for the development and support of these gifted kids. For example, in our school, we have 4 trainers which support the young teachers, for those young teachers to know how to differentiate the program, how to enrich and strengthen the program in accordance with the educational needs of our students. Thank you. Thank you, Dinara. I have another question. How important is the support of school administration when we're talking about introducing innovative solutions? Were there any innovative approaches that did not require additional financial support or infrastructural support?
кто может ответить?
Does anyone want to answer? I can start answering this question if you're not against. In our school, a lot of support was given from the administration of innovation project. We have the lesson study and an action research project. And the students, the teachers do their own research, and then they share it with the school's community. So for that, the administration of the school create the internal fairs, internal conferences in which teachers share the data, and then everyone takes something for themselves. So far, everyone is very interested. So everyone finds something for themselves that would be useful for them, not just during pandemics, but during and offline as well. Some of the projects do not require special support, but oftentimes the organization of such innovative projects does require some help. For example, my project I done because of the support of my team, and there was definitely support that it was important for me. Ivana, would you like to add something? Ivana, would you like to add something to that? They cannot hear you because the microphone is off.
We have great support of school administration and psychological other supports for students and for great projects and for our pedagogical service. They provide our school great support in every situation. If I understand your question, I don't see translation.
Спасибо, Ивана. Спасибо,
Thank you,
Ивана.
Ivana. Thank you. Unfortunately, our time is finishing. I hope the session was interesting. Unfortunately, we had 40 minutes to resolve these global problems. I would like to thank speakers for the dialogue. Thank you. Stay healthy, be safe, and I think our cooperation will not end with that because traditionally, we also have the Forum of the Innovator Educators. In the end of April, we're going to have a third international forum on the digital pedagogy of today and the future. So using this opportunity, I would like to invite you all to participate. And again, please allow me to thank you for participating. See you in the forum. Thank you.
В голову не приходит.
Дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя.
Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать?
Будем мечтать.
Что такое энергия? Я верю, что энергия девочек может дать нашему миру инновации.
Поэтому при поддержке наших партнеров 3 года назад была запущена программа Girls in STEM, в которой я ментор. Эта программа помогает девочкам заниматься наукой, технологиями, инженерией и математикой. Мы уже получили впечатляющие результаты. Наши участницы покоряют Кремниевую долину, собирают роботов, запускают мобильные приложения. Об их проектах рассказывают на канале BBC. Я верю, что мы даем шанс каждой девочке заниматься STEM. Недавно в одном городе открывали IT-лицей, в который хотели принимать только мальчиков. Но когда администрация узнала про достижения наших участниц, то изменила свое решение. Теперь туда принимают и девочек. Я заметила, девочки в STEM стремятся создавать социальные проекты. Ведь так важно, чтобы наше изобретение помогало людям.
ComeCare – это мобильное приложение.
И специальная кнопка, которую надо нажать, если вы попали в беду.
Это ложка для людей с болезнью Паркинсона. Из-за тремора им очень сложно принимать пищу. Но благодаря нашей ложке это сделать намного удобнее.
Painfinder – прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее.
Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому придумали Smart Bin. Smart Bin – это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
Знаете...
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
Дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя.
Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать?
Будем мечтать.
Что такое энергия? Я верю, что энергия девочек может дать нашему миру инновации.
Поэтому при поддержке наших партнеров 3 года назад была запущена программа Girls in STEM, в которой я ментор. Эта программа помогает девочкам заниматься наукой, технологиями, инженерией и математикой. Мы уже получили впечатляющие результаты. Наши участницы покоряют Кремниевую долину, собирают роботов, запускают мобильные приложения. Об их проектах рассказывают на канале BBC. Я верю, что мы даем шанс каждой девочке заниматься STEM. Недавно в одном городе открывали IT-лицей, в который хотели принимать только мальчиков. Но когда администрация узнала про достижения наших участниц, то изменила свое решение. Теперь туда принимают и девочек. Я заметила, девочки в STEM стремятся создавать социальные проекты. Ведь так важно, чтобы наше изобретение помогало людям.
ComeCare – это мобильное приложение.
И специальная кнопка, которую надо нажать, если вы попали в беду.
Это ложка для людей с болезнью Паркинсона. Из-за тремора им очень сложно принимать пищу. Но благодаря нашей ложке это сделать намного удобнее.
Wayfinder – прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее.
Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому придумали Smart Bin. Smart Bin – это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
Знаете,
Что-то ничего в голову не приходит.
дедуль, спасибо. Я всегда буду ценить наши дуэты.
Любить, пробовать.
Я вас люблю и обещаю поливать. Вовремя.
Может, давай мечтать вместе? Ну, это как-то банально.
Не, круто. Будем мечтать.
Будем мечтать.
Уважаемые зрители, добрый вечер, дамы и
Good
господа.
afternoon, good evening, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. So we are closing our second Nobel Festival. We hope that you had got a lot of new knowledge, ideas, and you liked the festival for these 3 days. We prepared various topics for you from the economics, from the industry of the future. And today we had more than 50 speakers with us. We had 20,000 guests. We are very happy to see everyone. And I would like to tell you that our next Nobel Festival will happen in the fall of this year. And we prepare even more interesting topics and discussion. And next week, from the 12th to April 16th, we invite everyone and we're waiting for you at the week of Nobel lectures, where 8th Nobel laureate will deliver lectures. Thanks for being with us, and we see you next week. And please allow me to thank our partners for the help that they had provided in this festival. We will come back soon. We'll see you in October. Thanks our team for this huge work that they had done. Thanks everyone. Thanks for doing it, and thank you all.
Подходит к концу второй Нобелевский фестиваль. Благодарим зрителей из 40 стран мира за то, что были с нами. Несмотря на завершение основной части, мы встретимся на неделе Нобелевских лекций, которая пройдет с 12
And the collection, which will happen from the 12th to 16th of April, world does not stays on the same. So we hope you're moving towards a new knowledge. Me and my friends, we wish you the execution of all of your ideas. See you soon at the third Nobel Fest.